Isla Desolacion, January 16th, 1:15 p.m. The valley that had no name ran between barren hills, a long mottled floor of gray and green covered with soldier moss, lichens, and carfograsses. It was mid-January, the height of summer, and the crevasses between the patches of broken rock were bordered with tiny pinguicula flowers. To the east the wall of a snowfield gleamed a bottomless blue. Black flies and mosquitoes droned in the air, and the summer fogs that shrouded Isla Desolacion had temporarily broken apart, allowing a watery sunlight to speckle the valley floor. A man walked slowly across the island's gravelled flats, stopping, moving, then stopping again. He was not following a trail. In the Cape Horn Islands, at the nethermost tip of South America, there were none. Nestor Masanke was dressed in worn oilskins and a greasy leather hat. His wispy beard was so thick with sea salt that it had divided itself into forked tips. It waggled like a snake's tongue as he led two heavily burdened mules across the flats. There was no one to hear his voice commenting unfavorably on the mules' parentage, character, and right to existence. Once in a while the complaints were punctuated with the thwack of a sucker rod that he carried in one brown hand. He had never met a mule, especially a rented mule, that he liked. But Masanke's voice held no anger, and the thwacks of his sucker rod held little force. Excitement was rising within him. His eyes roamed over the landscape, taking in every detail. The columnar basaltic escarpment a mile away, the double-throated volcanic plug, the unusual outcropping of sedimentary rock. The geology was promising. Very promising. He walked across the valley floor, eyes on the ground. Once in a while a hobnailed boot would lash out and kick a rock loose. The beard waggled, Masanke grunted, and the curious pack train would move on once again. In the center of the valley, Masanke's boot dislodged a rock from the flat, but this time he stopped to pick it up. The man examined the soft rock, rubbing it with his thumb, abrading small granules that clung to his skin. He brought it to his face and peered at the grit with the jeweler's loop. He recognized this specimen, a friable, greenish material with white inclusions, as a mineral known as kozite. It was this ugly, worthless rock that he had traveled 12,000 miles to find. His face broke into a broad grin, and he opened his arms to heaven and let out a terrific whoop of joy, the hills trading echoes of his voice back and forth, until at last it died away. He fell silent and looked around at the hills, gauging the alluvial pattern of erosion. His gaze lingered again on the sedimentary outcrop, its layers clearly delineated. Then his eyes returned to the ground. He led the mules another 10 yards and pried a second stone loose from the valley floor with his foot, turning it over. Then he kicked loose a third stone and a fourth. It was all kozite. The valley floor was practically paved with it. Near the edge of the snowfield, a boulder, a glacial erratic, lay atop the tundra. Masanke led his mules over to the boulder and tied them to it. Then, keeping his movements as slow and deliberate as possible, he walked back across the flats, picking up rocks, scuffing the ground with his boot, drawing a mental map of the kozite distribution. It was incredible, exceeding even his most optimistic assumptions. He had come to this island with realistic hopes. He knew from personal experience that local legends rarely panned out. He recalled the dusty museum library where he had first come across the legend of Hanuxa, the smell of the crumbling anthropological monograph, the faded pictures of artifacts and long-dead Indians. He almost hadn't bothered. Cape Horn was a hell of a long way from New York City, and his instincts had often been wrong in the past. But here he was, and he had found the prize of a lifetime. Masanke took a deep breath. He was getting ahead of himself. Walking back to the boulder, he reached beneath the belly of the lead pack mule. Working swiftly, he unraveled the diamond hitch, pulled the hemp rope from the pack, and unbuckled the wooden box panniers. Unlatching the lid of one pannier, he pulled out a long dry sack and laid it on the ground. From it he extracted 6 aluminum cylinders, a small computer keyboard and screen, a leather strap, 2 metal spheres, and a NiCad battery. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he assembled the equipment into an aluminum rod 15 feet long, with spherical projections at either end. He fitted the computer to its center, clipped on the leather strap, and slapped the battery into a slot on one side. He stood up, examining the high-tech object with satisfaction, a shiny anachronism among the grubby pack gear. It was an electromagnetic tomographic sounder, and it was worth over $50,000, a $10,000 down payment and financing for the rest, which was proving to be a struggle to pay off atop all his other debts. Of course, when this project paid off, he could settle with everyone, even his old partner. Masanke flicked the power switch and waited for the machine to warm up. He raised the screen into position, grasped a handle at the center of the rod, and let the weight settle around his neck, balancing the sounder the way a high-wire artist balances his pole. With his free hand he checked the settings, calibrated and zeroed the instrument, and then began walking steadily across the long flat, staring fixedly at the screen. As he walked, fog drifted in and the sky grew dark. Near the center of the flat, he suddenly stopped. Masanke stared at the screen in surprise. Then he adjusted some settings and took another step. Once again he paused, brow furrowed. With a curse he switched the machine off, returned to the edge of the flat, re-zeroed the machine, and walked at right angles to his previous path. Again he paused, surprise giving way to disbelief. He marked the spot with 2 rocks, one atop the other. Then he walked to the far side of the flat, turned, and came back, more quickly now. A soft rain was beading on his face and shoulders, but he ignored it. He pressed a button, and a narrow line of paper began spooling out of the computer. He examined it closely, ink bleeding down the paper in the mist. His breath came faster. At first he thought the data was wrong. But there it was. 3 passes, all perfectly consistent. He made yet another pass, more reckless than the last, tearing off another spool of paper, examining it quickly, then balling it into his jacket pocket. After the 4th pass, he began talking to himself in a low, rapid monotone. Veering back toward the mules, he dropped the tomographic sounder on the dry sack and untied the second mule's pack with trembling hands. In his haste, one of the panniers fell to the ground and split open, spilling picks, shovels, rock hammers, an auger, and a bundle of dynamite. Masanke scooped up a pick and shovel and jogged back to the center of the flat. Flinging the shovel to the ground, he began feverishly swinging the pick, breaking up the rough surface. Then he scooped out the loosened gravel with the shovel, throwing it well to the side. He continued in this fashion, alternating pick and shovel. The mules watched him with complete impassivity, heads drooping, eyes half-lidded. Masanke worked as the rain began to stiffen. Shallow pools collected at the lowest points of the gravelled flat. A cold smell of ice drifted inland from Franklin Channel to the north. There was a distant roll of thunder. Gulls came winging over his head, circling in curiosity, uttering forlorn cries. The hole deepened to a foot, then 2. Below the hard layer of gravel, the alluvial sand was soft and easily dug. The hills disappeared behind shifting curtains of rain and mist. Masanke worked on, heedless, stripping off his coat, then his shirt, and eventually his undershirt, flinging them out of the hole. Mud and water mingled with the sweat that ran across his back and chest, defining the ripples and hollows of his musculature, while the points of his beard hung with water. Then, with a cry, he stopped. He crouched in the hole, scooping the sand and mud away from a hard surface beneath his feet. He let the rain wash the last bit of mud from the surface. Suddenly, he started in shock and bewilderment. Then he knelt as if praying, spreading his sweaty hands reverently on the surface. His breath came in gasps, eyes wild with astonishment, sweat and rain streaming together off his forehead, his heart pounding from exertion, excitement, and inexpressible joy. At that moment, a shock wave of brilliant light burst out of the hole, followed by a prodigious boom that rolled off across the valley, echoing and dying among the far hills. The two mules raised their heads in the direction of the noise. They saw a small body of mist, which became crab-like, broke apart, and drifted off into the rain. The tethered mules looked away from the scene with indifference, as night settled upon Isla Desolacion. Isla Desolacion, February 22nd, 11 a.m. The long bark canoe cut through the water of the channel, moving swiftly with the tidal current. A single figure, small and bent, knelt inside, expertly feathering a paddle, guiding the canoe through the chop. A thin trail of smoke rose from the smoldering fire built on a pad of wet clay in the center of the canoe. The canoe rounded the black cliffs of Isla Desolacion, turned into the smoother water of a little cove, and crunched onto the cobbled beach. The figure leapt out and pulled the canoe above the high tide mark. He had heard the news in passing from one of the nomadic fishermen who lived alone in these cold seas. That a foreign-looking man would visit such a remote and inhospitable island was unusual indeed. But even more unusual was the fact that a month had passed, and the man had apparently not left. He paused, catching sight of something. Moving forward, he picked up a piece of shattered fiberglass, and then another, looking at them, peeling some strands from the broken edges and tossing them aside. The remains of a freshly wrecked boat. Perhaps there was a simple explanation after all. He was a peculiar-looking man, old, dark, with long gray hair and a thin little mustache that drooped down from his chin like the film of a spiderweb. Despite the freezing weather, he was dressed only in a soiled t-shirt and a baggy pair of shorts. Touching a finger to his nose, he blew snot out of his nostrils, first one, then the other, with a delicate motion. Then he scrambled up the cliff at the head of the little cove. He paused at its brink, his bright black eyes scanning the ground for signs. The gravelly floor, dotted with mounds of moss, was spongy from the freeze-thaw cycle, and it had preserved the footprints and hoofprints excellently. He followed the trail as it made its irregular way up a rise to the snowfield. There it followed the edge of the field, eventually cutting down into the valley beyond. At a brow overlooking the valley, the prince stopped, milling around in a crazy pattern. The man paused, gazing down into the barren draw. There was something down there, bits of color against the landscape, and the glint of sunlight off polished metal. He hurried down. He reached the mules first, still tied to the rock. They were long dead. His eyes traveled hungrily across the ground, glittering with avarice as they registered the supplies and equipment. Then he saw the body. He approached it, moving much more cautiously. It lay on its back, about 100 yards from the mouth of a recently dug hole. It was naked, with just a shred of charred clothing clinging to the carbonized flesh. Its black, burnt hands were raised to the sky, like the claws of a dead crow, and its splayed legs were drawn up to its crushed chest. The rain had collected in the hollow eye sockets, making 2 little pools of water that reflected the sky and clouds. The old man backed away, 1 foot at a time, like a cat. Then he stopped. He remained rooted to the spot, staring and wondering for a long time. And then, slowly, and without turning his back on the blackened corpse, he turned his attention to the trove of valuable equipment that lay scattered about. New York City, May 20th, 2 p.m. The sale room at Christie's was a simple space, framed in blonde wood and lit by a rectangle of light suspended from the ceiling. Although the hardwood floor had been laid in a beautiful herringbone pattern, almost none of it was visible beneath the countless rows of chairs, all filled, and the feet of the reporters, latecomers, and spectators who crowded the rear of the room. As the chairman of Christie's mounted the center podium, the room fell silent. The long cream-colored screen behind him, which in a normal auction might be hung with paintings or prints, was vacant. The chairman rapped on the podium with his gavel, looked around, then drew a card from his suit and consulted it. He placed the card carefully at one side of the podium, and looked up again. "I imagine," he said, the plummy English vowels resonating under the slight amplification, "that a few of you may already be aware of what we are offering today." Decorous amusement rippled through the assembly. "I regret that we could not bring it to the stage for you to see. It was a trifle large." Another laugh floated through the audience. The chairman was clearly relishing the importance of what was about to happen. "But I have brought a small piece of it. A token, so to speak, as assurance you will be bidding on the genuine article." With that he nodded, and a slender young man with the bearing of a gazelle walked out on stage, holding a small velvet box in both arms. The man unlatched it, opened the lid, and turned in a semicircle for the audience to see. A low murmur rose among the crowd, then fell away again. Inside, a curved brown tooth lay nestled on white satin. It was about 7 inches long, with a wickedly serrated inner edge. The chairman cleared his throat. "The consigner of lot number 1, our only lot today, is the Navajo Nation, in a trust arrangement with the government of the United States of America." He surveyed the audience. "The lot is a fossil. A remarkable fossil." He consulted the card on the podium. "In 1996, a Navajo shepherd named Wilson Atsity lost some sheep in the Lucachukai Mountains along the Arizona-New Mexico border. In attempting to find his sheep, he came across a large bone protruding from a sandstone wall in a remote canyon. Geologists call this layer of sandstone the Hell Creek Formation, and it dates back to the Cretaceous era. Word got back to the Albuquerque Museum of Natural History. Under an agreement with the Navajo Nation, they began excavating the skeleton. As work proceeded, they realized they had not one, but 2 entwined skeletons, a Tyrannosaurus rex and a Triceratops. The Tyrannosaurus had its jaws fastened about the Triceratops' neck, just beneath its crest, virtually decapitating the creature with a savage bite. The Triceratops, for his part, had thrust his central horn deep into the chest of the Tyrannosaurus. Both animals died together, locked in a terrible embrace. He cleared his throat. "I can't wait for the movie." There was another round of laughter. The battle was so violent that beneath the Triceratops, paleontologists found 5 teeth from the Tyrannosaurus that had apparently broken off during the heat of the fight. "This is one of them." He nodded to the assistant, who closed the box. A block of stone containing the 2 dinosaurs, weighing some 300 tons, was removed from the mountainside and stabilized at the Albuquerque Museum. It was then taken to the New York Museum of Natural History for further preparation. The 2 skeletons are still partly embedded in the sandstone matrix. He glanced at his card again. According to scientists consulted by Christie's, these are the 2 most perfect dinosaur skeletons ever found. They are of incalculable value to science. The chief paleontologist at the New York Museum has called it the greatest fossil discovery in history. He carefully replaced the card and picked up the gavel. As if on signal, 3 bid spotters moved wraith-like onto the stage, waiting at quiet attention. Employees at the telephone stations stood motionless, phones in hand, lines open. "We have an estimate on this lot of $12 million and an opening price of $5 million. The chairman tapped his gavel. There was a faint smattering of calls, nods, and genteelly raised paddles. "I have $5 million. $6 million. Thank you, I have $7 million. The spotters craned their necks, catching the bids, relaying them to the chairman. The sotto voce hubbub in the hall gradually increased. "I have $8 million. A scattering of applause erupted as the record price for a dinosaur fossil was broken. $10 million. $11 million. $12. Thank you, I have $13. I have $14. $15. The show of paddles had dwindled considerably, but several telephone bidders were still active, along with half a dozen in the audience. The dollar display to the chairman's right rose rapidly, with the English and Euro equivalents beneath following in lockstep. $18 million. I have $18 million. $19. The murmuring became a groundswell, and the chairman gave a cautionary rap with his gavel. The bidding continued, quietly but furiously. $25 million. I have $26. $27 to the gentleman on the right. The murmuring rose once again, and this time the chairman did not quell it. I have $32 million. 32.5 on the phone. 33? Thank you, I have 33.5. 34 to the lady in the front. An electricity was building in the sale room. The price was mounting far higher than even the wildest predictions. 35 on the phone. 35.5 to the lady. 36. Then there was a small stir in the crowd. A rustle, a shifting of attention. A number of eyes turned toward the door leading out into the main gallery. Standing on the crescent moon steps was a remarkable-looking man of about 60, a massive, even overwhelming presence. He had a shaved head and a dark Van Dyke beard. A Valentino suit of dark blue silk was draped over his imposing frame, shimmering slightly in the light when he moved. A Turnbull and Asser shirt, uncompromisingly white, lay open at the neck. Over it was a string tie, held in place by a fist-size piece of amber, containing the only Archaeopteryx feather ever found. 36 million, the chairman repeated, but his eyes, like everyone else's, had strayed toward the new arrival. The man stood on the steps, his blue eyes sparkling with vitality and some private amusement. He slowly raised his paddle. A hush fell. On the remote chance anybody in the crowd had not recognized the man, the paddle was a giveaway. It was numbered 001, the only number Christie's had ever allowed to be given permanently to a client. The chairman looked at him expectantly. 100, the man said at last, softly but precisely. The hush deepened. I beg your pardon. The chairman's voice was dry. $100 million, the man said. His teeth were very large, very straight, and very white. Again, the silence was absolute. I have a bid of $100 million, said the chairman, a little shakily. Time seemed to have been suspended. A telephone rang somewhere in the building at the edge of audibility, and the sound of a car horn filtered up from the avenue. Then the spell was broken with a smart rap of the gavel. Lot number 1, for $100 million, sold to Palmer Lloyd. The room erupted. In a flash everyone was on their feet. There was exuberant clapping, cheers, a call of bravo, as if a great tenor had just concluded the performance of his career. Others were not as pleased, and the cheering and clapping was interlaced with hisses of disapproval, catcalls, low boos. Christie's had never witnessed a crowd so close to hysteria. All the participants, pro and con, were well aware that history had just been made. But the man who had caused it all was gone, out through the main gallery, down the green carpet past the cashier, and the multitude found themselves addressing an empty doorway. Kalahari Desert, June 1st, 6:45 p.m. Sam McFarlane sat cross-legged in the dust. The evening fire, built of twigs on bare ground, cast a trembling net of shadows over the thorn scrub surrounding the camp. The nearest settlement lay 100 miles behind his back. He looked around at the wizened figures squatting on their heels around the fire, naked except for dusty breechclouts, their alert eyes gleaming. Sand bushmen. It took a long time to gain their trust, but once gained, it was unshakable. Very different, McFarlane thought, from back home. In front of each San lay a battered second-hand metal detector. The San remained immobile as McFarlane rose to his feet. He spoke slowly, awkwardly, in their strange click language. At first there were some snickers as he struggled with the words, but McFarlane had a natural affinity for languages, and as he continued, the men fell back into respectful silence. At the conclusion of his speech, McFarlane smoothed out a patch of sand. Using a stick, he began to draw a map. The San squatted on their heels, craning their necks to look at the drawing. Slowly the map took shape, and the San nodded their understanding as McFarlane pointed out the various landmarks. It was the Makati Pans that lay north of the camp, 1,000 square miles of dry lake beds, sand hills, and alkali flats, desolate and uninhabited. In the deep interior of the Pans he drew a small circle with his stick. Then he stabbed the stick in the center of the circle and looked up with a broad smile. There was a moment of silence, punctuated by the lonely sound of a ruru bird calling across the distant flats. The San began talking among themselves in low voices, the clicks and clucks of their language like the rattling of pebbles in a stream. A gnarled old figure, the headman of the band, pointed at the map. McFarlane leaned forward, straining to understand the rapid speech. Yes, they knew the area, the old man said. He began to describe trails, known only to the San, that crossed the remote area. With a twig and some pebbles, the headman began marking where the seeps were, where the game was, where edible roots and plants could be found. McFarlane waited patiently. At last, quiet again settled on the group. The headman spoke to McFarlane, more slowly this time. Yes, they were willing to do what the white man wanted, but they were afraid of the white man's machines, and they also did not understand this thing the white man was looking for. McFarlane rose again, pulled the stick out of the map. Then he took a small, dark lump of iron from his pocket, no bigger than a marble, and placed it in the hole left by the stick. He pushed it down and concealed it with sand. Then he stood, picked up his metal detector, and snapped it on. There was a brief, high-pitched whine. Everyone watched in nervous silence. He took 2 steps away from the map, turned, and began walking forward, making low sweeps over the ground with the detector. As it swept over the buried lump of iron, there was a squawk. The San jumped backward in alarm, and there was a burst of rapid talk. McFarlane smiled, spoke a few words, and the San crept back into their seating places. He turned off the metal detector and held it toward the headman, who took it reluctantly. McFarlane showed him how to turn it on, and then guided him in sweeping motions over the circle. A second squawk sounded. The headman flinched, but then smiled. He tried it again, and again, his smile growing broader, his face breaking into a mass of wrinkles. "Sunai, gari adne," he said, gesturing to his band. With McFarlane's patient help, each San bushman in turn picked up a machine and tested it on the hidden iron nugget. Slowly, the apprehension was replaced by laughter and speculative discussion. Eventually, McFarlane raised his hands and all sat down again, each with his machine in his lap, They were ready to begin the search. McFarlane took a leather bag from his pocket, opened it, inverted it. A dozen gold krugerrands fell into his outstretched palm. The ruru bird began its mournful call again as the last light died from the sky. Slowly and with ceremony, he gave a gold coin to each man in turn. They took them reverently, with paired hands, bowing their heads. The headman spoke again to McFarlane. Tomorrow they would move camp and begin the journey into the heart of the Makati Pans with the white man's machines. They would look for this big thing the white man wanted. When they found it, they would return. They would tell the white man where it was. The old man suddenly darted his eyes to the sky in alarm. The others did the same as McFarlane watched, his brow creasing in puzzlement. Then he heard it himself, a faint, rhythmic throbbing. He followed their gaze to the dark horizon. Already the bushmen were on their feet, bird-like, apprehensive. There was rapid, urgent talk. A cluster of lights, faint but growing brighter, rose in the distant sky. The throbbing sound grew stronger. The pencil-like beam of a spotlight stabbed downward into the scrub. With a soft cry of alarm, the old man dropped his krugerrand and disappeared into the darkness. The rest followed suit. Instantly, it seemed, McFarlane was left alone, staring into the still darkness of the brush. He turned wildly as the light grew in intensity. It was coming straight for the camp. And now he could see it was a big Black Hawk helicopter, its rotors tearing up the night air, running lights winking, the oversized spotlight racing across the ground until at last it fixed him in its glare. McFarlane threw himself into the dust behind a thorn bush and lay there, feeling exposed in the brilliant light. Digging a hand into his boot, he pulled out a small pistol. Dust whipped up around him, stinging his eyes as the desert bushes gyrated maniacally. The helicopter slowed, hovered, and descended to an open area at one side of the camp, the backwash blowing a cascade of sparks from the fire. As the chopper settled, a light bar on its roof lit up, bathing the area in an even harsher glare. The rotors powered down. McFarlane waited, wiping dirt from his face, keeping his eyes on the helicopter's hatch, gun at the ready. Soon it swung open, and a large, solid man stepped out, alone. McFarlane peered through the thorny scrub. The man was dressed in khaki shorts and a cotton bush shirt, and a tilly hat sat on his massive shaven head. There was something heavy swinging in one of the short's oversized pockets. The man began walking toward McFarlane. McFarlane slowly rose, keeping the bush between himself and the chopper, training his gun on the man's chest. But the stranger seemed unconcerned. Although he was in shadow, silhouetted by the chopper's takedown lights, McFarlane thought he saw teeth gleaming in a smile. He stopped 5 paces away. He had to be 6'8" at least. McFarlane was not sure he had ever seen anybody quite as tall before. "You're a difficult man to find," the man said. In the deep, resonant voice, McFarlane heard nasal traces of an East Coast accent. "Who the hell are you?" he replied, keeping the gun leveled. "Introductions are so much more pleasant after the firearms have been put away." "Take the gun out of your pocket and toss it in the dirt," said McFarlane. The man chuckled and withdrew the lump. It was not a gun, but a small thermos. "Something to keep out the chill," he said, holding it up. "Care to share it with me?" McFarlane glanced back at the helicopter, but the only other occupant was the pilot. "It took me a month to gain their trust," he said in a low voice, "and you've just scattered them all to hell and gone. I want to know who you are and why you're here, and it had better be good." "It's not good, I'm afraid. Your partner, Nestor Masanke, is dead." McFarlane felt a sudden numbness. His gun hand slowly dropped. "Dead?" The man nodded. "How?" "Doing just what you're doing. We don't really know how." He gestured. Shall we move by the fire? I didn't expect these Kalahari nights to be so nippy. McFarlane edged toward the remains of the fire, keeping the gun loosely by his side, his mind full of conflicting emotions. He noticed distantly that the backwash of the chopper had erased his sand map, exposing the little nugget of iron. "So what's your connection to Nestor?" he asked. The man did not answer right away. Instead, he surveyed the scene, the dozen metal detectors scattered willy-nilly by the fleeing sand, the gold coins lying in the sand. He bent down and picked up the brown fingernail of iron, hefted it, and then held it up to his eye. Then he glanced up at McFarlane. "Looking for the Okavango meteorite again?" McFarlane said nothing, but his hand tightened on the gun. "You knew Msanke better than anybody. I need you to help me finish his project." "And just what project was that?" McFarlane asked. "I'm afraid I've said all I can say about it. And I'm afraid I've heard all I want to hear. The only person I help any more is myself." "So I've heard." McFarlane stepped forward quickly, the anger returning. The man raised a pacifying hand. "The least you can do is hear me out. I haven't even heard your name, and frankly I don't want to. Thanks for bringing me the bad news. Now why don't you get back in your chopper and get the hell out of here?" "Forgive me for not introducing myself. I'm Palmer Lloyd." McFarlane began to laugh. "Yeah, and I'm Bill Gates." But the big man wasn't laughing, just smiling. McFarlane looked closer at his face, really studying it for the first time. "Jesus," he breathed. "You may have heard that I'm building a new museum." McFarlane shook his head. "Was Nestor working for you?" "No. But his activities recently came to my attention, and I want to finish what he started." "Look," said McFarlane, shoving the gun into his waistband. "I'm not interested. Nestor Msanke and I parted ways a long time ago. But I'm sure you know all about that." Lloyd smiled and held up the thermos. "Shall we talk about it over a toddy?" Without waiting for an answer, he settled himself by the fire, white man style, with his butt in the dust, unscrewed the cap and poured out a steaming cup. He offered it to McFarlane, who shook his head impatiently. "You like hunting meteorites?" Lloyd asked. "It has its days." "And you really think you'll find the Okavango?" "Yes. Until you dropped out of the sky." McFarlane crouched beside him. "I'd love to chit-chat with you, but every minute you sit here with that idling chopper, the bushmen are getting farther away. So I'll say it again. I'm not interested in a job. Not at your museum, not at any museum." He hesitated. "Besides, you can't pay me what I'm going to make on the Okavango." "And just what might that be?" Lloyd asked, sipping the cup himself. $250,000, at least." Lloyd nodded. "Assuming you find it. Subtract what you owe everyone over the Turnarshuk fiasco, and I imagine you'll probably break even." McFarlane laughed harshly. "Everyone's entitled to one mistake. I'll have enough left over to get me started on the next rock. There's a lot of meteorites out there. It sure beats a curator's salary." "I'm not talking about a curatorship." "Then what are you talking about?" "I'm sure you could make a pretty good guess. I can't talk about particulars until I know you're on board." He sipped at the toddy. "Do this one for your old partner." "Old ex-partner." Lloyd sighed. "You're right. I know all about you and Msanke. It wasn't entirely your fault, losing the Turnarshuk rock like that. If anyone's to blame, It's the bureaucrats at the New York Museum of Natural History. Why don't you give up? I'm not interested. Let me tell you about the compensation. As a signing bonus, I'll pay off the $250,000 you owe. Get the creditors off your back. If the project is successful, you'll get another $250,000. If it isn't, you'll have to settle for being debt-free. Either way, you can continue at my museum as director of the Planetary Sciences Department, if you wish. I'll build you a state-of-the-art laboratory. You'll have a secretary, lab assistants, a 6-figure salary. The works. McFarlane began to laugh again. Beautiful. So how long is this project? 6 months. On the outside. McFarlane stopped laughing. $500,000 for 6 months' work? If we're successful. What's the catch? No catch. Why me? You knew Mesanke. His quirks, his work patterns, his thoughts. There's a big mystery lingering over what he was doing, and you're the man who can solve it. And besides, you're one of the top meteorite hunters in the world. You've got an intuitive sense about them. People say you can smell them. I'm not the only one out there. The praise irritated McFarlane. It smacked of manipulation. In response, Lloyd extended one hand, the knuckle of the ring finger raised. There was a wink of precious metal as he turned it in McFarlane's direction. Sorry, McFarlane answered. I only kiss the ring of the Pope. Lloyd chuckled. Look at the stone, he said. Peering more closely, McFarlane saw that the ring on Lloyd's finger consisted of a milky gemstone, deep violet in a heavy platinum setting. He recognized it immediately. Nice stone. But you could have bought it from me wholesale. No doubt. After all, you and Mesanke are the ones that got the Atacama tektites out of Chile. Right. And I'm still a wanted man in those parts as a result. We will offer you suitable protections. So it's Chile, huh? Well, I know what the insides of their jails look like. Sorry. Lloyd didn't respond immediately. Picking up a stick, he banked the scattered embers, then tossed the stick onto them. The fire crackled up, beating back the darkness. On anybody else, the Tilly hat would look a little silly. Somehow Lloyd managed to pull it off. If you knew what we were planning, Dr. McFarlane, you'd do it for free. I'm offering you the scientific prize of the century. McFarlane chuckled, shaking his head. I'm done with science, he said. I've had enough dusty labs and museum bureaucracies to last me a lifetime. Lloyd sighed and stood up. Well, it looks like I've wasted my time. I guess we'll have to go with our number 2 choice. McFarlane paused. And who would that be? Hugo Breitling would love to be in on this. Breitling? He couldn't find a meteorite if it hit him in the ass. He found the Thule meteorite, Lloyd replied, slapping the dust from his pants. He gave McFarlane a sidelong glance. Which is bigger than anything you've found. But that's all he found. And that was sheer luck. Fact is, I'm going to need luck for this project. Lloyd screwed the top back on the thermos and tossed it into the dust at McFarlane's feet. Here, have yourself a party. I've got to get going. He began striding toward the helicopter. As McFarlane watched, the engine revved and the heavy rotors picked up speed, beating the air, sending skeins of dust swirling erratically across the ground. It suddenly occurred to him that if the chopper left, he might never learn how Mesanke died, or what he had been doing. Despite himself, he was intrigued. McFarlane looked around quickly, at the metal detectors, dented and scattered, at the bleak little camp, at the landscape beyond, parched and unpromising. At the helicopter's hatch, Lloyd paused. "Make it an even million," called McFarland to the man's broad back. Carefully, so as not to upset the hat, Lloyd ducked his head and began stepping into the chopper. "$750 then." There was another pause, and then Palmer Lloyd slowly turned, his face breaking into a broad smile. The Hudson River Valley, June 3rd, 10:45 a.m. Palmer Lloyd loved many rare and valuable things, but one of the things he loved most was Thomas Cole's painting, Sunny Morning on the Hudson River. As a scholarship student in Boston, he had often gone to the Museum of Fine Arts, walking through the galleries with his eyes downcast, so as not to sully his vision before he could stand before that glorious painting. Lloyd preferred to own the things he loved, but the Thomas Cole painting was not to be had at any price. Instead, he had purchased the next best thing. On this sunny morning he sat in his upper Hudson Valley office, gazing out a window that framed precisely the view in Cole's painting. There was a very beautiful line of light penciling the extreme horizon. The fields, seen through the breaking mists, were exquisitely fresh and green. The mountainside in the foreground, limned by the rising sun, sparkled. Not much had changed in the Clove Valley since Cole had painted this scene in 1827, and Lloyd had made sure, with vast land purchases along his line of sight, that nothing would. He swiveled in his chair, gazing across a desk of spalded maple into a window that looked in the opposite direction. From here the hillside fell away beneath him, a brilliant mosaic of glass and steel. Hands behind his head, Lloyd surveyed the scene of frantic activity with satisfaction. Work crews swarmed over the landscape, fulfilling a vision, his vision, unparalleled in the world. "A miracle of rare device," he murmured beneath his breath. At the center of the activity, green in the Catskill morning light, was a massive dome, an oversized replica of London's Crystal Palace, which had been the first structure made entirely of glass. Upon its completion in 1851, it was considered one of the most beautiful buildings ever constructed. But it had been gutted by fire in 1936, and its remains demolished in 1942 for fear it would provide a convenient landmark for Nazi bombers. Beyond the overarching dome, Lloyd could see the first blocks being laid of the pyramid of Khafre II, a small Old Kingdom pyramid. He smiled a little ruefully at the memory of his trip to Egypt, his Byzantine dealings with government officials, the Keystone Cops' uproar about the suitcase full of gold that no one could lift, all the other tedious melodrama. That pyramid had cost him more than he liked, and it wasn't exactly Cheops, but it was impressive nonetheless. Thinking of the pyramid reminded him of the outrage its purchase had caused in the archaeological world, and he glanced up at the newspaper articles and magazine covers framed on a nearby wall. "Where have all the artifacts gone?" read one, accompanied by a grotesque caricature of Lloyd, complete with shifty eyes and slouch hat, slipping a miniature pyramid under his dark cloak. He scanned the other framed headlines. "The Hitler of collectors," read one. And then there were all the ones decrying his recent purchase. Bones of contention, paleontologists outraged by sale, and a Newsweek cover. "What do you do with 30 billion? Answer: buy the earth." The wall was covered with them, the shrill utterances of the naysayers, the self-appointed guardians of cultural morality. Lloyd found it all an endless source of amusement. A small chime rang on a flat panel laid into his desk, and the voice of his secretary fluted. "There's a Mr. Glinn to see you, sir." "Send him in." Lloyd didn't bother to suppress the excitement in his voice. He had not met Eli Glinn before, and it had been surprisingly difficult to get him to come in person. He closely observed the man as he entered the office, without even a briefcase in his hand, sunburnt face expressionless. Lloyd had found, in his long and fruitful business career, that first impressions, if carefully made, were exceedingly revealing. He took in the close-cropped brown hair, the square jaw, the thin lips. The man looked at first glance as inscrutable as the Sphinx. There was nothing distinctive about him, nothing that gave anything away. Even his gray eyes were veiled, cautious and still. Everything about him looked ordinary. Ordinary height, ordinary build, good-looking but not handsome, well-dressed but not dapper. His only unusual feature, Lloyd thought, was the way he moved. His shoes made no sound on the floor. His clothes did not rustle on his person. His limbs moved lightly and easily through the air. He glided through the room like a deer through a forest. And, of course, there was nothing ordinary in the man's resume. "Mr. Glinn," Lloyd said, walking toward him and taking his hand. "Thank you for coming." Glinn nodded silently, shook the proffered hand with a shake that was neither too long nor too short, neither limp nor bone-crushingly macho. Lloyd felt moderately disconcerted. He was having trouble forming that invaluable first impression. He swept his hand toward the window and the sprawling, half-finished structures beyond. "So, what do you think of my museum?" "Large," Glinn said, without smiling. Lloyd laughed. "The Getty of Natural History Museums. Or it will be soon, with 3 times the endowment." "Interesting that you decided to locate it here, 100 miles from the city." "A nice touch of hubris, don't you think? Actually, I'm doing the New York Museum of Natural History a favor. If we'd built there instead of up here, we'd have put them out of business within a month. But since we'll have the biggest and the best of everything, they'll be reduced to serving school field trips." Lloyd chuckled. "Come on. Sam McFarlane is waiting for us. I'll give you a tour on the way." "Sam McFarlane?" "He's my meteorite expert. Well, he's still only about half mine, I'd say. But I'm working on him. The day is young." Lloyd placed a hand on the elbow of Glynn's well-tailored but anonymous dark suit. The material was better than he expected, and guided him back through the outer office, down a sweeping circular ramp of granite and polished marble, and along a large corridor toward the Crystal Palace. The noise was much louder here, and their footsteps were punctuated by shouts, the steady cadence of nail guns, and the stutter of jackhammers. With barely contained enthusiasm, Lloyd pointed out the sights as they walked. "That's the diamond hall there," he said, waving his hand toward a large subterranean space, haloed in violet light. "We discovered there were some old diggings in this hillside, so we tunneled our way in and set up the exhibit within an entirely natural context. It's the only hall in any major museum devoted exclusively to diamonds. But since we've acquired the 3 largest specimens in the world, it seemed appropriate. You must have heard about how we snapped up the blue mandarin from De Beers, just ahead of the Japanese." He gave a wicked chuckle at the memory. "I read the papers," Glinn said dryly. "And that," said Lloyd, becoming more animated, "will house the gallery of extinct life. Passenger pigeons, a dodo bird from the Galapagos, even a mammoth removed from the Siberian ice, still perfectly frozen. They found crushed buttercups in its mouth, remnants of its last meal." "I read about the mammoth, too," Glinn said. "Weren't there several shootings in Siberia in the aftermath of its acquisition?" Despite the pointedness of the question, Glynn's tone was mild, without any trace of censure, and Lloyd didn't pause in his answer. You'd be surprised, Mr. Glinn, how quickly countries waive their so-called cultural patrimony when large sums of money become involved. Here, I'll show you what I mean. He beckoned his guest forward, through a half-completed archway flanked by two men in hard hats, into a darkened hall that stretched for 100 yards. He paused to flick on the lights, then turned with a grin. Before them stretched a hardened, mud-like surface. Wandering across this surface were two sets of small footprints. It looked as if people had wandered into the hall while the cement on the floor was setting. "The Laetoli footprints," Lloyd said reverently. Glinn said nothing. "The oldest hominid footprints ever discovered. Think about it. 3.5 million years ago, our first bipedal ancestors made those footprints, walking across a layer of wet volcanic ash. They're unique. Nobody knew that Australopithecus afarensis walked upright until these were found. They're the earliest proof of our humanity, Mr. Glinn." "The Getty Conservation Institute must have been interested to hear of this acquisition," Glinn said. Lloyd looked at his companion more carefully. Glinn was an exceptionally difficult man to read. "I see you've done your homework. The Getty wanted to leave them buried in situ. How long do you think that would have lasted, with Tanzania in the state it's in?" He shook his head. "The Getty paid $1 million to cover them back up. I paid $20 million to bring them here, where scholars and countless visitors can benefit." Glinn glanced around at the construction. "Speaking of scholars, where are the scientists? I see a lot of blue collars, but very few white coats." Lloyd waved his hand. "I bring them on as I need them. For the most part, I know what I want to buy. When the time comes, though, I'll get the best. I'll stage a raiding party through the country's curatorial offices that will leave them spinning. It'll be just like Sherman marching to the sea. The New York Museum won't know what hit them." More quickly now, Lloyd directed his visitor away from the long hallway and into a warren of corridors that angled deeper into the palace. At the end of one corridor they stopped before a door marked Conference Room A. Lounging beside the door was Sam McFarlane, looking every inch the adventurer. Lean and rugged, blue eyes faded by the sun. His straw-colored hair had a faint horizontal ridge to it, as if years of wearing heavy-brimmed hats had permanently creased it. Just looking at him, Lloyd could see why the man had never taken to academia. He seemed as out of place among the fluorescent lights and drab-colored labs as would the sand bushman he had been with just the other day. Lloyd noted, with satisfaction, that McFarlane looked tired. No doubt he had gotten very little sleep over the last 2 days. Reaching into his pocket, Lloyd withdrew a key and opened the door. The space beyond was always a shock to first-time visitors. One-way glass covered 3 of the room's walls, looking down on the grand entrance to the museum. A vast octagonal space, currently empty, in the very center of the palace. Lloyd glanced to see how Glinn would take it. But the man was as inscrutable as ever. For months Lloyd had agonized over what object would occupy the soaring octagonal space below, until the auction at Christie's. The battling dinosaurs, he had thought, would make a perfect centerpiece. You could still read the desperate agony of their final struggle in the contorted bones. And then his eyes fell on the table littered with charts, printouts, and aerial photographs. When this happened, Lloyd had forgotten all about the dinosaurs. This would be the pièce de résistance, the crowning glory of the Lloyd Museum. Mounting this in the center of the Crystal Palace would be the proudest moment of his life. "May I introduce Dr. Sam McFarlane?" Lloyd said, turning away from the table and looking at Glinn. "The museum's retaining his services for the duration of this assignment." McFarlane shook Glinn's hand. Until last week, Sam was wandering around the Kalahari Desert looking for the Okavango meteorite. A poor use of his talents. I think you'll agree we've found something much more interesting for him to do. He gestured at Glinn. Sam, this is Mr. Eli Glinn, president of Effective Engineering Solutions, Incorporated. Don't let the dull name fool you. It's a remarkable company. Mr. Glinn specializes in such things as raising Nazi subs full of gold, figuring out why space shuttles blow up. That sort of thing. Solving unique engineering problems and analyzing major failures. Interesting job, said McFarlane. Lloyd nodded. Usually, though, EES steps in after the fact. Once things have gotten fucked up. The vulgarity, enunciated slowly and distinctly, hung in the air. But I'm bringing them in now to help make sure a certain task doesn't get fucked up. And that task, gentlemen, is why we're all here today. He gestured toward the conference table. Sam, I want you to tell Mr. Glinn what you've found looking at this data over the last few days. Right now? McFarlane asked. He seemed uncharacteristically nervous. When else? McFarlane glanced over the table, hesitated, and then spoke. What we have here, he said, is geophysical data about an unusual site in the Cape Horn Islands of Chile. Glinn nodded encouragingly. Mr. Lloyd asked me to analyze it. At first, the data seemed impossible. Like this tomographic readout. He picked it up, glanced at it, let it drop. His eyes swept over the rest of the papers, and his voice faltered. Lloyd cleared his throat. Sam was still a little shaken by it all. He was going to need some help. He turned to Glinn. Perhaps I'd better bring you up to speed on the history. One of our scouts came across a dealer in electronic equipment in Punta Arenas, Chile. He was trying to sell a rusted-out electromagnetic tomographic sounder. It's a piece of mining survey equipment, made here in the States by DeWitter Industries. It had been found, along with a bag of rocks and some papers, near the remains of a prospector on a remote island down near Cape Horn. On a whim, my scout bought it all. When he took a closer look at the papers, those that he could decipher, the scout noticed they belonged to a man named Nestor Masanke. Lloyd's eyes drifted toward the conference table. Before his death on the island, Masanke had been a planetary geologist. More specifically, a meteorite hunter. And, up until about 2 years ago, he'd been the partner of Sam McFarlane here. He saw McFarlane's shoulders stiffen. When our scout learned this, he sent everything back here for analysis. The tomographic sounder had a floppy disk rusted into its drive bay. One of our technicians managed to extract the data. Some of my people analyzed the data, but it was simply too far outside the bell curve for them to make much sense of it. That's why we hired Sam. McFarlane had turned from the first page to the second and then back again. At first, I thought that Nestor had forgotten to calibrate his machine. But then I looked at the rest of the data. He dropped the readout, then pushed the 2 weathered sheets aside with a slow, almost reverent motion. He began leafing through the scatter and removed another sheet. We didn't send a ground expedition, Lloyd continued, speaking again to Glinn, because the last thing we want to do is attract attention. But we did order a flyover of the island. And that sheet Sam's holding now is a dump from the Log 2 satellite, the low-orbit geosurvey. McFarlane carefully put down the data dump. I had a lot of trouble believing this, he finally said. I must have gone over it a dozen times. But there's no getting away from it. It can mean only one thing. Yes, Glinn's voice was low, encouraging, holding no trace of curiosity. "I think I know what Nestor was after." Lloyd waited. He knew what McFarlane was going to say, but he wanted to hear it again. "What we've got here is the largest meteorite in the world." Lloyd broke into a grin. "Tell Mr. Glinn just how large, Sam." McFarlane cleared his throat. "The largest meteorite recovered in the world so far is the Anahito, in the New York Museum. It weighs 61 tons. This one weighs 4,000 tons. At an absolute minimum." "Thank you," Lloyd said, his frame swelling with joy, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Then he turned and looked again at Glinn. The man's face still betrayed nothing. There was a long moment of silence, and then Lloyd spoke again, his voice low and hoarse with emotion. "I want that meteorite. Your job, Mr. Glinn, is to make sure I get it." New York City, June 4th, 11:45 a.m. The Land Rover jounced its way down West Street, the sagging piers along the Hudson flashing by the passenger window, the sky over Jersey City a dull sepia in the noon light. McFarlane braked hard, then swerved to avoid a taxi angling across 3 lanes to catch a fare. It was a smooth, automatic motion. McFarlane's mind was far away. He was remembering the afternoon when the Zaragoza meteorite fell. He'd finished high school, had no job or plans of one, and was hiking across the Mexican desert, Carlos Castaneda in his back pocket. The sun had been low, and he'd been thinking about finding a place to pitch his bedroll. Suddenly the landscape grew bright around him, as if the sun had emerged from heavy clouds. But the sky was already perfectly clear. And then he'd stopped dead in his tracks. On the sandy ground ahead of him, a second shadow of himself had appeared, long and ragged at first, but quickly compacting. There was a sound of singing, and then a massive explosion. He'd fallen to the ground, thinking earthquake, or nuclear blast, or Armageddon. There was a patter of rain. Except it was not rain. It was thousands of tiny rocks dropping around him. He picked one up, a little piece of gray stone covered in black crust. It still held the deep cold of outer space inside, despite its fiery passage through the atmosphere, and it was covered with frost. As he stared at the fragment from outer space, he suddenly knew what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. But that had been years ago. Now he tried to think as little about those idealistic days as possible. His eyes strayed to a locked briefcase on the passenger seat, which contained Nestor Masanke's battered journal. He tried to think as little as possible about that, too. A light ahead turned green, and he made a turn into a narrow one-way street. This was the meatpacking district, perched at the uttermost edge of the West Village. Old loading docks yawned wide, filled with burly men manhandling carcasses in and out of trucks. Along the far side of the street, as if to take advantage of the proximity, was a crowd of restaurants with names like the Hog Pit and Uncle Billy's Backyard. It was the antithesis of the chrome and glass Park Avenue headquarters of Lloyd Holdings, from which he had just come. Nice place for a corporate presence, McFarlane thought, if you deal in pork belly futures. He double-checked the scribbled address lying on his dashboard. He slowed, then guided the Land Rover to a stop on the far side of an especially decrepit loading dock. Killing the engine, he stepped into the meat-fragrant humidity and looked around. Halfway down the block, a garbage truck idled, grinding busily away at its load. Even from this distance, he caught a whiff of the green juice that dribbled off its rear bumper. It was a stench unique to New York City garbage trucks. Once smelled, never forgotten. He took a deep breath. The meeting hadn't begun yet, and already he felt himself tense, the defensiveness rising. He wondered how much Lloyd had told Glinn about himself and Misanke. It didn't really matter. What they didn't know they'd learn soon enough. Gossip moved even faster than the impactors he hunted. He pulled a heavy portfolio from the back of the Land Rover, then closed and locked the door. Before him rose the grimy brick facade of a fin de siècle building, a massive structure taking up most of the block. His eye traveled up a dozen stories, coming to rest at the words, Price and Price Pork Packing Incorporated. The paint was almost effaced by time. Although the windows on the lower floors had been bricked over, he could see fresh glass and chrome winking on the upper stories. The only entrance seemed to be a brace of metal loading doors. He pressed a buzzer at their side and waited. After a few seconds there came a faint click and the doors parted, moving noiselessly on oiled bearings. He stepped into a poorly lit corridor that ended in another set of steel doors, much newer, flanked with security keypads and a retinal scanning unit. As he approached, one of the doors opened, and a small, dark, heavily muscled man in an MIT warm-up suit came forward, an athletic spring to his step. Tightly curled black hair, fringed with white at the temples, covered his head. He had dark, intelligent eyes and an easygoing air that was very uncorporate. "Dr. McFarlane?" the man asked in a friendly growl, extending a hairy hand. "I'm Manuel Garza, construction engineer for EES." His grip was surprisingly gentle. "Is this your corporate headquarters?" McFarlane asked with a wry smile. "We prefer our anonymity." "Well, at least you don't have to go far for a steak." Garza laughed gruffly. "Not if you like it rare." McFarlane followed him through the open door. He found himself in a cavernous room, brilliantly lit with halogen lights. Acres of steel tables stood in long, neat rows. On them rested numerous tagged objects, piles of sand, rocks, melted jet engines, ragged pieces of metal. Technicians in lab coats moved around. One passed him, cradling a piece of asphalt in white-gloved hands as if it were a Ming vase. Garza followed McFarlane's gaze around the room and then glanced at his watch. "We've got a few minutes. Care for a tour?" "Why not? I always love a good junkyard." Garza threaded his way among the tables, nodding to various technicians. He paused at an unusually long table covered with twisted black lumps of rock. "Recognize these?" "That's Pahoehoe." "There's a nice example of AA. Some volcanic bombs." "You guys building a volcano?" "No," said Garza. "Just blew one apart." He nodded to a scale model of a volcanic island at the far end of the table, complete with a city, canyons, forests, and mountains. He reached beneath the lip of the table and pressed a button. There was a brief whir, a groaning noise, and the volcano began to belch lava, spilling in sinuous flows down its flanks and creeping toward the scale city. "The lava is specially formulated methylcellulose." "Beats my old N-scale railroad." "A third-world government needed our assistance. A dormant volcano had erupted on one of their islands. A lake of lava was building up in the caldera and was about to bust out and head straight for this city at 60,000. Our job was to save the city." "Funny. I didn't read anything in the news about this." "It wasn't funny at all. The government wasn't going to evacuate the city. It's a minor offshore banking haven. Mostly drug money." "Maybe you should have let it burn, like Sodom and Gomorrah." "We're an engineering firm, not God. We don't concern ourselves with the moral status of paying clients." McFarlane laughed, feeling himself relax a little. "So how'd you stop it?" "We blocked those two valleys there with landslides. Then we punched a hole in the volcano with high explosives and blasted an overflow channel on the far side. We used a significant portion of the world's non-military supply of semtex in the process. All the lava went into the sea, creating almost 1,000 acres of new real estate for our client in the process. That didn't quite pay our fee, of course, but it helped. Garza moved on. They passed a series of tables covered with bits of fuselage and burnt electronics. "Jet crash," said Garza. "Terrorist bomb." He dismissed it with a quick wave of his hand. Reaching the far side of the room, Garza opened a small white door and led McFarlane down a series of sterile corridors. McFarlane could hear the hush of air scrubbers, the clatter of keys, a strange regular thudding sound from far below his feet. Then Garza opened another door and McFarlane stopped short in surprise. The space ahead of him was vast, at least 6 stories tall and 200 feet deep. Around the edges of the room was a forest of high-tech equipment, banks of digital cameras, Category 5 cabling, huge green screens for visual effects backdrops. Along one wall sat half a dozen Lincoln convertibles of early 60s vintage, long and slab-sided. Inside each car sat 4 carefully dressed dummies, 2 in the front and 2 in the rear. The center of the enormous space was taken up by a model of a city intersection, complete down to working stoplights. Building facades of various heights rose on either side. A groove ran down the asphalted road, and a pulley system within it was fixed to the front bumper of yet another Lincoln, its 4 dummies in careful place. An undulating greensward of sculpted astroturf lined the roadway. The roadway ended in an overpass, and there stood Eli Glinn himself, bullhorn in one hand. McFarlane stepped forward in Garza's wake, halting at last on the pavement in the artificial shade of some plastic bushes. Something about the scene looked strangely familiar. On the overpass, Glinn raised the bullhorn. 30 seconds, he called out. "Syncing to digital feed," came a disembodied voice. "Sound off." There was a flurry of responses. "Green across the board," the voice said. "Everyone clear," said Glinn. "Power up, and let's go." Activity seemed to come from everywhere. There was a hum, and the pulley system moved forward, pulling the limo along the direction of the groove. Technicians stood behind the digital cameras, recording the progress. There was the crack of an explosion nearby, then 2 more in quick succession. McFarlane ducked instinctively, recognizing the sound as gunfire. Nobody else seemed alarmed, and he looked in the direction of the noise. It seemed to have come from some bushes to his right. Peering closely into the foliage, he could make out 2 large rifles, mounted on steel pedestals. Their stocks had been sawn off, and leads ran from the triggers. Suddenly, he knew where he was. "Dealey Plaza," he murmured. Garza smiled. McFarlane stepped onto the astroturf and peered closer at the 2 rifles. Following the direction of their barrels, he noticed that the rear right dummy was leaning to one side, its head shattered. Glinn approached the side of the car, inspected the dummies, then murmured to someone beside him, pointing out bullet trajectories. As he stepped away and came toward McFarlane, the technicians crowded forward, taking pictures and jotting down data. "Welcome to my museum, Dr. McFarlane," he said, shaking his hand. "I'll thank you to step off our grassy knoll, however. That rifle still holds several live rounds." He turned toward Garza. "It's a perfect match. We've cracked this one. No need for additional run-throughs." "So this is the project you're just wrapping up?" McFarlane asked. Glinn nodded. "Some new evidence turned up recently that needed further analysis." "And what have you found?" Glinn gave him a cool glance. "Perhaps you'll read about it in the New York Times someday, Dr. McFarlane. But I doubt it. For now, let me just say that I have a greater respect for conspiracy theorists than I did a month ago." "Very interesting. This must have cost a fortune. Who paid for it?" There was a conspicuous silence. "What does this have to do with engineering?" McFarland finally asked. "Everything. EES was a pioneer in the science of failure analysis, and half our work is still in that area. Understanding how things fail is the most important component in solving engineering problems." "But this?" McFarland jerked his hand in the direction of the recreated plaza. Glinn smiled elusively. "Assassination of a president is a rather major failure, don't you think? Not to mention the botched investigation that followed. Besides, our work in analyzing failures such as this helps us maintain our perfect engineering record." "Perfect?" "That's right. EES has never failed. Never. It is our trademark." He gestured to Garza, and they moved back toward the doorway. "It's not enough to figure out how to do something. You must also analyze every possible path to failure. Only then can you be certain of success. That is why we have never failed. We do not sign a contract until we know we can succeed. And then we guarantee success. There are no disclaimers in our contracts." "Is that why you haven't signed the Lloyd Museum contract yet?" "Yes. And it's why you're here today." Glinn removed a heavy, beautifully engraved gold watch from his pocket, checked the time, and slid it back. Then he turned the door handle briskly and stepped through. "Come on. The others are waiting." EES Headquarters, 1 p.m. A short ascent in an industrial elevator, a maze-like journey through white hallways, and McFarland found himself ushered into a conference room. Low-ceilinged and austerely furnished, it was as understated as Palmer Lloyd's had been lavish. There were no windows, no prints on the walls, only a circular table made out of an exotic wood and a darkened screen at the far end of the room. 2 people were seated at the table, staring at him, evaluating him with their eyes. The closest was a black-haired young woman, dressed in Farmer Brown-style bib overalls. She was not exactly pretty, but her brown eyes were quick and had glimmers of gold in their depths. They lingered over him in a sardonic way that McFarland found unsettling. She was of average size, slender, unremarkable, with a healthy tan browning her cheekbones and nose. She had very long hands with longer fingers, currently busy cracking a peanut into a large ashtray on the table in front of her. She looked like an overgrown tomboy. The man beyond her was dressed in a white lab coat. He was blade-thin, with a badly razor-burned face. One eyelid seemed to droop slightly, giving the eye a jocular look, as if it was about to wink. But there was nothing jocular about the rest of the man. He looked humorless, pinched, as tense as catgut. He fidgeted restlessly with a mechanical pencil, turning it over and over. Glinn nodded. "This is Eugene Rochefort, manager of engineering. He specializes in one-of-a-kind engineering designs." Rochefort accepted the compliment with a purse of his lips, the pressure briefly turning them white. "And this is Dr. Rachel Amira. She started out as a physicist with us, but we soon began to exploit her rare gifts as a mathematician. If you have a problem, she will give you an equation. Rachel, Jean, please welcome Dr. Sam McFarland, meteorite hunter." They nodded in reply. McFarland felt their eyes on him as he busied himself with opening the portfolio case and distributing folders. He felt the tension return. Glinn accepted his folder. "I'd like to go over the general outline of the problem, and then open the floor for discussion." "Sure thing," said McFarland, settling into a chair. Glinn glanced around, his gray eyes unreadable. Then he withdrew a sheaf of notes from inside his jacket. "First, some general information. The target area is a small island known as Isla Desolación, off the southern tip of South America in the Cape Horn Islands. It lies in Chilean national territory. It is about 8 miles long and 3 miles wide. He paused and looked around. Our client, Palmer Lloyd, insists upon moving ahead with the utmost possible speed. He is concerned about possible competition from other museums. That means working in the depths of the South American winter. In the Cape Horn Islands, temperatures in July range from above freezing to as much as 30 below zero Fahrenheit. Cape Horn is the southernmost major landmass outside of Antarctica itself, more than 1,000 miles closer to the South Pole than Africa's Cape of Good Hope. During the target month, we can expect 5 hours of daylight. Isla Desolación is not a hospitable place. It is barren, windswept, mostly volcanic with some tertiary sedimentary basins. The island is bisected by a large snowfield, and there is an old volcanic plug toward the north end. The tides range from 30 to 35 vertical feet, and a reversing 6-knot current sweeps the island group. "Lovely conditions for a picnic," Garza muttered. The closest human settlement is on Navarino Island in the Beagle Channel, about 40 miles north of the Cape Horn Islands. It is a Chilean naval base called Puerto Williams, with a small mestizo Indian shantytown attached to it. "Puerto Williams?" Garza said. "I thought this was Chile we were talking about." The entire area was originally mapped by Englishmen. Glinn placed the notes on the table. "Dr. McFarlane, I understand you've been in Chile." McFarlane nodded. "What can you tell us about their navy?" "Charming fellows." There was a silence. Rochefort, the engineer, began tapping his pencil on the table in an irritated tattoo. The door opened, and a waiter began serving sandwiches and coffee. "They belligerently patrol the coastal waters," McFarlane went on, "especially in the south along the border with Argentina. The two countries have a long-running border dispute, as you probably know. Can you add anything to what I've said about the climate?" "I once spent time in Punta Arenas in late fall. Blizzards, sleet storms, and fog are common, not to mention willowaws." "Willowaws?" Rochefort asked in a tremulous, reed-thin voice. "Basically a microburst of wind. It lasts only a minute or two, but it can peak at about 150 knots. "What about decent anchorages?" Garza asked. "I've been told there are no decent anchorages. In fact, from what I've heard, there's no good holding ground for a ship anywhere in the Cape Horn Islands." "We like a challenge," said Garza. Glinn collected the papers, folded them carefully, and returned them to his jacket pocket. Somehow, McFarlane felt the man had already known the answers to his own questions. "Clearly," Glinn said, "we have a complex problem, even without considering the meteorite. But let's consider it now. Rachel, I believe you have some questions about the data." "I have a comment about the data." Amira's eyes glanced at a folder before her, then hovered on McFarlane with faint amusement. She had a superior attitude that McFarlane found annoying. "Yes," said McFarlane. "I don't believe a word of it." "What exactly don't you believe?" She waved her hand over his portfolio. "You're the meteorite expert, right? Then you know why no one has ever found a meteorite larger than 60 tons. Any larger, and the force of impact causes the meteorite to shatter. Above 200 tons, meteorites vaporize from the impact. So how could a monster like this still be intact?" "I can't," McFarlane began, but Amira interrupted. "The second thing is that iron meteorites rust. It only takes about 5,000 years to rust even the biggest one into a pile of scale. So if it somehow did survive the impact, why is it still there? How do you explain this geological report that says it fell 30 million years ago, was buried in sediment, and is only now being exposed through erosion? McFarlane settled back in his chair. She waited, raising her eyebrows quizzically. "Have you ever read Sherlock Holmes?" McFarlane asked, with a smile of his own. Amira rolled her eyes. "You're not going to quote that old saw about how once you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth, are you?" McFarlane shot a surprised glance at her. "Well, isn't it true?" Amira smirked her triumph, while Rochefort shook his head. "So, Dr. McFarlane," Amira said brightly, "is that your source of scientific authority? Sir Arthur Conan Doyle?" McFarlane exhaled slowly. "Someone else collected the base data. I can't vouch for it. All I can say is, if that data's accurate, there's no other explanation. It's a meteorite." There was a silence. "Someone else's data," Amira said, cracking another shell and popping the nuts into her mouth. "Would that be a Dr. Masenke, by chance?" "Yes." "You knew each other, I believe?" "We were partners." "Ah." Amira nodded, as if hearing this for the first time. "And so, if Dr. Masenke collected this data, you have a high degree of confidence in it. You trust him?" "Absolutely." "I wonder if he'd say the same about you," Rochefort said in his quiet, high-clipped voice. McFarlane turned his head and looked steadily at the engineer. "Let's proceed," Glinn said. McFarlane looked away from Rochefort and tapped his portfolio with the back of one hand. "There's an enormous circular deposit of shocked and fused coesite on that island. Right in the center is a dense mass of ferromagnetic material." "A natural deposit of iron ore," said Rochefort. "The flyover indicates a reversal of the sedimentary strata around the site." Amira looked puzzled. "A what?" "Flipped sedimentary layers." Rochefort sighed heavily. "Signifying?" "When a large meteorite strikes sedimentary layers, the layers get reversed." Rochefort continued tapping his pencil. "How? By magic?" McFarlane looked at him again, longer this time. "Perhaps Mr. Rochefort would like a demonstration." "I would," said Rochefort. McFarlane picked up his sandwich. He examined it, smelled it. "Peanut butter and jelly?" He made a face. "May we just have the demonstration, please?" Rochefort asked in a tight, exasperated voice. "Of course." McFarlane placed the sandwich on the table between himself and Rochefort. Then he tilted his coffee cup and carefully poured liquid over it. "What is he doing?" said Rochefort, turning to Glinn, his voice high. "I knew this was a mistake. We should have required one of the principals to come in." McFarlane held up his hand. "Bear with me. We're just preparing our sedimentary deposit here." He reached for another sandwich and placed it on top, then tipped on more coffee until it was saturated. "There. This sandwich is the sedimentary deposit. Bread, peanut butter, jelly, more bread, in layers. And my fist," he raised his hand above his head, "is the meteorite." He brought his fist down on the sandwich with a jarring crash. "For Christ's sake!" Rochefort cried, jumping back, his shirt splattered with peanut butter. He stood up, flicking bits of sodden bread from his arms. At the far end of the table, Garza sat with an astonished look on his face. Glinn was expressionless. "Now, let us examine the remains of the sandwich on the table," McFarlane continued as calmly as if he were giving a college lecture. "Please note that all the pieces have been flipped over. The bottom layer of bread is now on the top. The peanut butter and jelly have reversed places, and the top layer of bread is now on the bottom. It's what a meteorite does when it hits sedimentary rock. It pulverizes the layers, flips them over, and lays them back down in reversed sequence. He glanced at Rochefort. Any further questions or comments? "This is outrageous," said Rochefort, wiping his glasses with a handkerchief. "Sit down, please, Mr. Rochefort," said Glinn quietly. To McFarlane's surprise, Amira began to laugh, a deep, smooth laugh. "That was very good, Dr. McFarlane. Very entertaining. We need a little excitement in our meetings." She turned to Rochefort. "If you had ordered club sandwiches like I suggested, this wouldn't have happened." Rochefort scowled as he returned to his seat. "Anyway," said McFarlane, sitting back and wiping his hand with a napkin, "strata reversal means only one thing: a massive impact crater. Taken together, everything points to a meteorite strike. Now, if you have a better explanation for what is down there, I'd like to hear it." He waited. "Perhaps it's an alien spaceship?" Garza asked hopefully. "We considered that, Manuel," Amira replied dryly. "And?" "Occam's razor. It seemed unlikely." Rochefort was still cleaning the peanut butter from his glasses. "Speculation is useless. Why not send a ground party to check it out and get some better data?" McFarlane glanced at Glinn, who was listening with half-lidded eyes. "Mr. Lloyd and I trust the data we have in hand, and he doesn't want to draw any more attention to the site than he has already. With good reason." Garza suddenly spoke up. "Yeah, and that brings up the second problem we need to discuss: how we're going to get whatever it is out of Chile. I believe you're familiar with that sort of, shall we say, operation?" More polite than calling it smuggling, McFarlane thought. Aloud, he said, "More or less." "And your thoughts?" "It's metal. It's basically an ore body. It doesn't fall under the laws of cultural patrimony. At my recommendation, Lloyd created a company that is in the process of acquiring mineral leases to the island. I suggested that we go down there as a mining operation, dig it up, and ship it home. There's nothing illegal in it, according to the lawyers." Amira smiled again. "But if the government of Chile realized this was the world's largest meteorite, and not just some ordinary iron deposit, it might take a dim view of your operation." "A dim view is an understatement. We might all get shot." "A fate you barely escaped, smuggling the Atacama tektites out of the country, right?" Garza asked. Throughout the meeting, Garza had remained friendly, showing none of Rochefort's hostility or Amira's sardonic attitude. Still, McFarlane found himself coloring. "We took a few chances. It's part of the job." "So it seems." Garza laughed, turning over the sheets in his folder. "I'm amazed you'd consider going back there. This project could create an international incident." "Once Lloyd unveils the meteorite in his new museum," McFarlane replied, "I can guarantee you there will be an international incident." "The point," Glinn interjected smoothly, "is that this must be carried out in secrecy. What happens after we conclude our part of the business is up to Mr. Lloyd." Nobody spoke for a moment. "There is one other question," Glinn continued at last. "About your ex-partner, Dr. Masanke." Here it comes, McFarlane thought. He steeled himself. "Any idea what killed him?" McFarlane hesitated. This was not the question he'd expected. "No idea," he said after a moment. The body hasn't been recovered. It could well have been exposure or starvation. That climate isn't exactly hospitable. But there were no medical problems. No history that might have contributed. Malnutrition as a kid. Nothing else. Or if there was, I didn't know about it. There was no mention of illness or starvation in the diary. McFarlane watched Glinn page through his folder. The meeting seemed to be over. Lloyd told me to bring back an answer, he said. Glinn put the folder aside. It's going to cost $1 million. McFarlane was momentarily taken aback. The amount was less than he had expected. But what surprised him most was how quickly Glinn had arrived at it. Naturally, Mr. Lloyd will have to sign off, but that seems very reasonable. Glinn raised his hand. I'm afraid you've misunderstood. It's going to cost $1 million to determine whether we can undertake this project. McFarlane stared at him. You mean it's going to cost $1 million just for the estimate? Actually, it's worse than that, Glinn said. We might come back and tell you EES can't sign on at all. McFarlane shook his head. Lloyd's going to love this. There are many unknowns about this project, not the least of which is what we're going to find when we get there. There are political problems, engineering problems, scientific problems. To analyze them, we'll need to build scale models. We'll need hours of time on a supercomputer. We'll need the confidential advice of physicists, structural engineers, international lawyers, even historians and political scientists. Mr. Lloyd's desire for speed will make things even more expensive. Okay. So when will we get our answer? Within 72 hours of our receipt of Mr. Lloyd's certified check. McFarlane licked his lips. It was beginning to occur to him that he himself was being underpaid. And what if the answer's no? He asked. Then Lloyd will at least have the consolation of knowing the project is impossible. If there's a way to retrieve that meteorite, we'll find it. Have you ever said no to anyone? Often. Oh, really? Like when? Glinn coughed slightly. Just last month, a certain Eastern European country wanted us to entomb a defunct nuclear reactor in concrete and move it across an international border, undetected, for a neighboring country to deal with. You're joking, said McFarlane. Not at all, said Glinn. We had to turn them down, of course. Their budget was insufficient, said Garza. McFarlane shook his head and snapped his portfolio shut. If you show me to a phone, I'll relay your offer to Lloyd. Glinn nodded to Garza, who stood up. Come this way, please, Dr. McFarlane, said Garza, holding open the door. As the door hissed shut, Rochefort let out another sigh of irritation. We don't really have to work with him, do we? He flicked a clod of purple jelly from his lab coat. He's not a scientist, he's a scavenger. He has a doctorate in planetary geology, said Glinn. That degree died long ago from neglect. But I'm not just talking about the man's ethics, what he did to his partner. Look at this. He gestured at his shirt. The man's a loose cannon. He's unpredictable. There is no such thing as an unpredictable person, Glinn replied. Only a person we don't understand. He gazed at the mess on his $50,000 Aka wood table. Naturally, we'll make it our business to understand everything about Dr. McFarlane. Rachel. She turned to him. I'm going to give you a very special assignment. Amira flashed another sardonic smile at Rochefort. Of course, she said. You're going to be Dr. McFarlane's assistant." There was a sudden silence as the smile disappeared from Amira's face. Glinn went on smoothly, without giving her time to react. "You will keep an eye on him. You will prepare regular reports on him and give them to me." "I'm no damn shrink," Amira exploded. "And I'm sure as hell no rat." Now it was Rochefort whose face was mottled with an expression that might have passed for amusement if it had not been so laced with ill will. "Your reports will be strictly observational," Glinn said. "They will be thoroughly evaluated by a psychiatrist. Rachel, you're a shrewd analyst of human beings as well as mathematics. You will, of course, be an assistant in name only. As for your being a rat, that's entirely incorrect. You know Dr. McFarlane has a checkered past. He will be the only one on this expedition not of our choosing. We must keep a close watch on him." "Does that give me license to spy on him?" "Say I hadn't asked you to do this. If you were to catch him doing anything that might compromise the expedition, you'd have told me without a second thought. All I'm asking you to do is formalize the process a little." Amira flushed and was silent. Glinn gathered up his papers, and they swiftly disappeared into the folds of his suit. All this may be moot if the project turns out to be impossible. There's one little thing I have to look into first. Lloyd Museum, June 7th, 3:15 p.m. McFarlane paced his office in the museum's brand-new administration building, moving restlessly from wall to wall like a caged animal. The large space was half filled with unopened boxes, and the top of his desk was littered with blueprints, memos, charts, and printouts. He had only bothered to tear the plastic wrap off a single chair. The rest of the furniture remained shrink-wrapped, and the office smelled raw with new carpeting and fresh paint. Outside the windows, construction continued at a frantic pace. It was unsettling to see so much money being spent so quickly. But if anyone could afford it, he supposed Lloyd could. The diversified companies that made up Lloyd Holdings, aerospace engineering, defense contracting, supercomputer development, electronic data systems, brought in enough revenue to make the man one of the 2 or 3 richest in the world. Forcing himself to sit down, McFarlane shoved the papers aside to clear a space, opened the bottom desk drawer, and pulled out Masanke's moldy diary. Just seeing the Tagalog words on paper had brought back a host of memories, almost all of them bittersweet, faded like old sepia-toned photographs. He opened the cover, turned the pages, and gazed again at the strange, crabbed script of the final entry. Masanke had been a poor diary keeper. Exactly how many hours or days passed between this entry and his death was impossible to know. Nakaupo ako at nagpapausak para umalis ang mga lintik na lamok. Akala ko masama na ang South Greenland. Mas grabe pala dito sa Isla Desolación. McFarlane glanced down at the translation he had written out for Lloyd. I am sitting by my fire in the smoke, trying to keep the damn mosquitoes at bay. And I thought South Greenland was bad. Isla Desolación. Good name. I always wondered what the end of the world looked like. Now I know. It looks promising. The reversed strata, the bizarre volcanism, the satellite anomalies. It all meshes with the Yagan legends. But it doesn't make sense. It must have come in damn fast, maybe even too fast for an elliptical orbit. I keep thinking about McFarlane's crazy theory. Christ, I find myself almost wishing the old bastard were here to see this. But if he was here, no doubt he'd find some way to screw things up. Tomorrow I'll start the quantitative survey of the valley. If it's there, even deep, I'll find it. It all depends on tomorrow. And that was it. He had died all alone in one of the remotest places on Earth. McFarlane leaned back in his chair. McFarlane's crazy theory. The truth was, Walang Kabalbalan didn't precisely translate as crazy. It meant something a lot more unflattering, but Lloyd didn't need to know everything. But that was beside the point. The point was, his own theory had been crazy. Now, with the wisdom of hindsight, he wondered why he had held on to it so tenaciously, for so long, and at such a terrible price. All known meteorites came from inside the solar system. His theory of interstellar meteorites, meteorites that originated outside, from other star systems, appeared ridiculous in hindsight. To think that a rock could wander across the vastness of the space between the stars and just happen to land on Earth. Mathematicians always said the probabilities were on the order of a quintillion to 1. So why hadn't he left it at that? His idea that someday someone, preferably himself, would find an interstellar meteorite had been fanciful, ridiculous, even arrogant. And what was more to the point, it had twisted his judgment and ultimately messed up his life almost beyond redemption. How strange it was to see Masanke bringing up the theory now in his journal. The reversed strata were to be expected. What was it that didn't make sense to him? What had been so puzzling? He closed the diary and stood up, returning to the window. He remembered Masanke's round face, the thick, scruffy black hair, the sarcastic grin, the eyes dancing with humor, vivacity, and intelligence. He remembered that last day outside the New York Museum, bright sunlight gilding everything to a painful brilliance, where Masanke had come rushing down the steps, glasses askew, shouting, "Sam! They've given us the green light! We're on our way to Greenland!" And, more painfully, he remembered that night after they actually found the Turnashuk meteorite, Masanke tilting the precious bottle of whiskey up, the firelight flickering in its amber depths as he took a long drink, his back against the dark metal. God, the hangover the next day. But they had found it, sitting right there, as if someone had carefully placed it on the gravel for all to see. Over the years they had found many meteorites together, but nothing like this. It had come in at an acute angle and had actually bounced off the ice sheet, tumbling for miles. It was a beautiful siderite, shaped like a seahorse. And now it sat in some Tokyo businessman's backyard garden. And it had cost him his relationship with Masanke. And his reputation. He stared out the window, returning to the present. Above the leafy maples and white oaks a structure was rising, incomprehensibly out of place in the upper Hudson Valley. An ancient, sun-weathered Egyptian pyramid. As he watched, a crane swung another block of limestone above the treetops and began lowering it gently onto the half-built structure. A finger of sand trailed off the block and feathered away into the wind. In the clearing at the base of the pyramid he could see Lloyd himself, oversized safari hat dappled by the leafy shade. The man had a weakness for melodramatic headgear. There was a knock on the door, and Glinn entered, a folder beneath one arm. He glided his way among the boxes to McFarlane's side and gazed at the scene below. "Did Lloyd acquire a mummy to accessorize it?" he asked. McFarlane grunted a laugh. "As a matter of fact, he did. Not the original. That was looted long ago, but another one. Some poor soul who had no idea he'd be spending eternity in the Hudson River Valley. Lloyd is having some of King Tut's golden treasures replicated for the burial chamber. Couldn't buy the originals, apparently." "Even 30 billion has its limits," said Glinn. He nodded out the window. "Shall we?" They left the building, descending a graveled path into the woods. Cicadas droned in the canopy over their heads. They soon struck the sandy clearing. Here the pyramid rose directly above them, stark yellow against the cerulean sky. The half-built structure gave off a smell of ancient dust and limitless desert wastes. Lloyd caught sight of them and came forward immediately, both hands extended. "Eli," he boomed good-naturedly, "you're late. One would think you were planning to move Mount Everest instead of a lump of iron." He took Glinn's elbow and steered him toward a set of stone benches on the far side of the pyramid. McFarland settled on a bench opposite Lloyd and Glinn. Here, in the shadow of the pyramid, it was cool. Lloyd pointed at the slim folder under Glinn's arm. "Is that all my $1 million bought me?" Glinn did not reply directly. He was gazing at the pyramid. "How high will it be when completed?" he asked. 77 feet, Lloyd replied proudly. "It's the tomb of an old kingdom pharaoh, Khafre II. A minor ruler in every way. Poor kid died at 13. I wanted a bigger one, of course. But it is the only pyramid outside of the Nile Valley. And the base, what does it measure? 140 feet on a side." Glinn was silent for a moment, his eyes veiled. "Interesting coincidence," he said. "Coincidence?" Glinn's eyes slid back to Lloyd. "We reanalyzed the data on your meteorite. We think it weighs closer to 10,000 tons. Same as your pyramid over there. Using standard nickel-iron meteorites as a basis, that would make your rock about 40 feet in diameter." "That's wonderful. The bigger the better." "Moving the meteorite will be like moving this pyramid of yours. Not block by block, but all together." "So?" "Take the Eiffel Tower, for instance," Glinn said. "I wouldn't want to. Ugly as hell. The Eiffel Tower weighs about 5,000 tons. Lloyd looked at him. "The Saturn V rocket, the heaviest land-based object ever moved by human beings, weighs 3,000 tons. Moving your meteorite, Mr. Lloyd, will be like moving 2 Eiffel Towers, or 3 Saturn V rockets." "What's the point?" Lloyd asked. "The point is that 10,000 tons, when you actually consider it, is a staggering weight. 20 million pounds. And we're talking about lugging it halfway around the world." Lloyd grinned. "The heaviest object ever moved by mankind. I like that. You couldn't ask for a better publicity hook. But I don't see the problem. Once it's on board the ship, you can bring it right up the Hudson practically to our doorstep." "Getting it on board the ship is the problem. Especially those last 50 feet from shore into the hold. The biggest crane in the world picks up less than 1,000 tons. So build a pier and slide it out to the boat. Off the coast of Isla Desolacion, the depth drops to 200 feet, a mere 20 feet from shore. So you can't build a fixed pier, and the meteorite would sink an ordinary floating pier. Find a shallower place." "We've checked. There is no other place. In fact, the only possible loading point is on the eastern coast of the island. A snowfield lies between that point and the meteorite. The snow is 200 feet deep in the center, which means we have to move your rock around the snowfield to get it to the ship." Lloyd grunted. "I'm beginning to see the problem. Why don't we just bring a big ship in there, back it up to shore, and roll the damn thing into the hold? The biggest supertankers hold 500,000 tons of crude. That's more than enough to spare. If you roll this meteorite into the hold of a ship, it will simply drop right through the bottom. This is not crude oil, which conveniently displaces its weight as it fills a hold. "What's all this dancing around, then?" Lloyd asked sharply. "Is this leading up to a refusal?" Glinn shook his head. "On the contrary, we're willing to take on the job." Lloyd beamed. "That's terrific. Why all the gloomy talk?" "I simply wanted to prepare you for the enormity of the task you want to accomplish, and for the commensurate enormity of our bill." Lloyd's broad features narrowed. "And that is?" $150 million, including chartering the transport vessel. FOB, the Lloyd Museum. Lloyd's face went pale. "My God. $150 million. His chin sank onto his hands. "For a 10,000-ton rock. That's $7.50 a pound," said Glinn. "Not bad," McFarland said, "when you consider that the going rate for a decent meteorite is about $100 a pound." Lloyd looked at him. "Is that so?" McFarland nodded. "In any case," Glinn continued, "because of the unusual nature of the job, our acceptance comes with 2 conditions." "Yes?" "The first condition is double overage. As you'll see in the report, our cost estimates haven't been especially conservative, but we feel that, to be absolutely safe, twice that amount must be budgeted for." "Meaning it's really going to cost $300 million. "No. We believe it's going to cost 150, or we wouldn't have presented you with that figure. But given all the unknown variables, the incomplete data, and the immense weight of the meteorite, we need some maneuvering room." "Maneuvering room." Lloyd shook his head. "And the second condition?" Glinn took the folder from under his arm and placed it on one knee. "A dead man's switch." "What's that?" "A special trapdoor built into the bottom of the transport vessel, so that in the direst emergency, the meteorite can be jettisoned." Lloyd seemed not to understand. "Jettison the meteorite?" "If it ever shook loose from its berth, it could sink the ship. If that happened, we'd need a way to get rid of it, fast." As Lloyd listened to this, the pallor that had come across his face gave way to a flush of anger. "You mean to say the first time we hit a rough sea, you dumped the meteorite overboard? Forget it!" "According to Dr. Amira, our mathematician, there's only a 1 in 5,000 chance of it being necessary." McFarland spoke. "I thought he was paying the big bucks because you guaranteed success. Dumping the meteorite in a storm sounds like a failure to me." Glinn glanced at him. "Our guarantee is that EES will never fail in our work, and that guarantee is unequivocal. But we can't guarantee against an act of God. Natural systems are inherently unpredictable. If a freak storm came out of nowhere and foundered the vessel, we wouldn't necessarily consider that a failure." Lloyd bounded to his feet. "Well, there's no way in hell I'm going to drop the meteorite to the bottom of the ocean, so there's no point in letting you build a dead man's switch." He took several steps away from them, then stopped, facing the pyramid, arms folded. "It's the price of the dance," Glinn said. He spoke quietly, but his voice carried total conviction. For a time Lloyd made no reply. The big man shook his head, clearly in the grip of an inner struggle. At last he turned. "All right," he said. "When do we start?" "Today, if you like." Glinn stood up, carefully placing his folder on the stone bench. "This contains an overview of the preparations we'll need to make, along with a breakdown of the associated costs. All we need is your go-ahead and a 50 million retainer. As you will see, EES will handle all the details." Lloyd took the folder. "I'll read it before lunch. I think you'll find it interesting. And now, I'd better get back to New York." Glinn nodded at the two men in turn. "Gentlemen, enjoy your pyramid." Then he turned, made his way across the sandy clearing, and disappeared into the tightly woven shade of the maple trees. Millburn, New Jersey, June 9th, 2:45 p.m. Eli Glinn sat motionless behind the wheel of a nondescript four-door sedan. By instinct, he had parked at an angle that maximized sun glare off the windshield, making it difficult for passers-by to observe him. He dispassionately took in the sights and sounds of the typical East Coast suburb: tended lawns, ancient trees, the distant hum of freeway traffic. 2 buildings down, the front door of a small Georgian opened and a woman appeared. Glinn straightened up with an almost imperceptible motion. He watched attentively as she descended the front steps, hesitated, then looked back over her shoulder. But the door had already shut. She turned away and began walking toward him briskly, head held high, shoulders straight, light yellow hair burnished by the afternoon sun. Glinn opened a manila folder lying on the passenger seat and studied a photograph clipped to the papers inside. This was her. He slipped the folder into the rear of the car and looked back through the window. Even out of uniform, the woman radiated authority, competence, and self-discipline. And nothing about her betrayed how difficult the last 18 months must have been. That was good. Very good. As she approached, he lowered the passenger window. According to his character profile, surprise offered the highest hope of success. "Captain Britton," he called out. "My name is Eli Glinn. Could I have a word with you?" She paused. He noted that already the surprise on her face was giving way to curiosity. There was no alarm or fear, merely quiet confidence. The woman stepped toward the car. "Yes." Automatically, Glinn made a number of mental notes. The woman wore no perfume, and she kept her small but functional handbag clasped tightly against her side. She was tall but fine-boned. Although her face was pale, tiny crinkles around the green eyes and a splash of freckles gave evidence of years spent in the sun and wind. Her voice was low. "Actually, what I have to say might take a while. Can I drop you somewhere?" "Unnecessary, thank you. The train station's just a few blocks away." Glinn nodded. "Heading home to New Rochelle. The connections are very inconvenient. I'd be happy to drive you." This time the surprise lingered a little longer, and when it died away, it left a look of speculation in the sea-green eyes. "My mother always told me never to get into a stranger's car." "Your mother taught you well. But I think what I have to say will be of interest to you." The woman considered this a moment. Then she nodded. "Very well," she said, opening the passenger door and taking a seat. Glinn noticed that she kept her purse in her lap, and her right hand, significantly, stayed on the door handle. He was not surprised she had accepted, but he was impressed by her ability to size up a situation, examine the options, and quickly arrive at a solution. She was willing to take a risk, but not a foolish one. This is what the dossier had led him to expect. "You'll have to give me directions," he said, pulling away from the curb. "I'm not familiar with this part of New Jersey." This was not precisely true. He knew half a dozen ways to get to Westchester County, but he wanted to see how she handled command, even one as small as this. As they drove, Britton remained collected, giving terse directions in the manner of someone accustomed to having her orders obeyed. A very impressive woman indeed, perhaps all the more impressive for her single, catastrophic failure. "Let me get something out of the way from the beginning," he said. "I know your past history, and it has no bearing on what I'm about to say. From the corner of his eye he saw her stiffen, but when she spoke, her voice was calm. I believe that at this point, a lady is supposed to say, "You have me at a disadvantage, sir." I can't go into details at the moment, but I'm here to offer you the captaincy of an oil tanker. They rode for several minutes in silence. At last she glanced over at him. If you knew my history as well as you say, I doubt you'd be making such an offer. Her voice remained calm, but Glinn could read many things in her face. Curiosity, pride, suspicion, perhaps hope. You're wrong, Captain Britton. I know the whole story. I know how you were one of the few female masters in the tanker fleet. I know how you were ostracized, how you tended to catch the least popular routes. The pressures you faced were immense. He paused. I know that you were found on the bridge of your last command in a state of intoxication. You were diagnosed an alcoholic and entered a rehabilitation center. As a result of rehab, you successfully retained your master's license. But since leaving the center over a year ago, you've had no new offers of command. Did I miss anything? He carefully waited for the reaction. No, she replied steadily. That about covers it. I'll be frank, Captain. This assignment is very unusual. I have a short list of other masters I could approach, but I think they might well turn down the command. While I, on the other hand, am desperate. Britton continued staring out the windshield, speaking in a low voice. If you had been desperate, you would have taken that tramp Panama steamer offered you last November, or that Liberian freighter, with its armed guards and suspicious cargo. He watched her eyes narrow slightly. You see, Captain Britton, in my line of work, I analyze the nature of failure. And just what is your line of work, Mr. Glinn? Engineering. Our analysis has shown that people who failed once are 90% less likely to fail again. I myself am a living example of the truth of this theory. Glinn did not actually utter this last sentence, but he had been about to. He allowed his eyes to sweep over Captain Britton for a moment. What had prompted him to almost drop a reserve as habitual as breathing? This merited later consideration. He returned his eyes to the road. We have evaluated your overall record thoroughly. Once you were a superb captain with a drinking problem. Now you are merely a superb captain, one on whose discretion I know I can rely. Britton acknowledged this with a slight nod of her head. Discretion, she repeated, with a faint sardonic note. If you accept the assignment, I will be able to say much more. But what I can tell you now is this. The voyage will not be a long one, perhaps 3 months at most. It will have to be conducted under great secrecy. The destination is the far southern latitudes, an area you know well. The financial backing is more than adequate, and you may hand-pick your crew as long as they pass our background checks. All officers and crew will draw triple the normal pay. Britton frowned. If you know I turned down the Liberians, then you know I don't smuggle drugs, run guns, or deal in contraband. I will not break the law, Mr. Glinn. The mission is legal, but it is unique enough to require a motivated crew. And there is something else. If the mission is successful, I should say, when the mission is successful, because my job is to make sure it is, there will be publicity, largely favorable. Not for me. I avoid that sort of thing. But for you. It could be useful in a number of ways. It could get you reinstated onto the list of active masters, for example, and it would carry some weight with your child custody hearings, perhaps making these long weekend visitations unnecessary. This last observation had the effect Glinn hoped for. Britton looked at him quickly, then glanced over her shoulder, as if at the swiftly retreating Georgian house, now many miles behind them. Then she looked back at Glinn. "I've been reading W.H. Auden," she said. "On the train coming out this morning, I came across a poem called Atlantis. The last stanza started out something like this. All the little household gods have started crying, but say goodbye now, and put to sea." She smiled, and if Glinn paid attention to such things, he would have insisted that the smile was distinctly beautiful. Port of Elizabeth, June 17th, 10 a.m. Palmer Lloyd paused before the windowless door, a grimy rectangle in the vast expanse of metal building that reared up before him. From behind, where his driver leaned against a limousine reading a tabloid, he could hear the roar of the New Jersey Turnpike echoing across the dead swamplands and old warehouses. Ahead, beyond the Marsh Street dry docks, the Port of Elizabeth glittered in the summer heat. Nearby, a crane nodded maternally above a container ship. Beyond the port, a brace of tugboats was pushing a barge burdened with cubed cars. And even farther beyond, poking above the blackened backside of Bayonne, the Manhattan skyline beckoned, gleaming in the sun like a row of jewels. Lloyd was momentarily swept by a feeling of nostalgia. It had been years since he was last here. He remembered growing up in iron-bound Rahway near the port. In his poverty-stricken boyhood, Lloyd had spent many days prowling the docks, yards, and factories. He inhaled the industrial air, the familiar acrid odor of artificial roses mingling with the smell of the salt marshes, tar, and sulfur. He still loved the feel of the place, the stacks trailing steam and smoke, the gleaming refineries, the thickets of power lines. The naked industrial muscle had a Sheeler-like beauty to it. It was places like Elizabeth, he mused, with their synergy of commerce and industry, that gave the residents of the suburbs and the phony boutique artiste towns the very wherewithal that allowed them to sneer at its ugliness from their own perches of comfort. Strange how much he missed those lost boyhood days, even though all his dreams had come true. And even stranger that his greatest achievement should be launched from here, where his own roots lay. Even as a boy, he had loved collecting. Having no money, he had to build up his natural history collection by finding his own specimens. He picked up arrowheads out of eroded embankments, shells from the grimy shoreline, rocks and minerals from abandoned mines. He dug fossils from the Jurassic deposits of nearby Hackensack and caught butterflies by the dozen from these very marshes. He collected frogs, lizards, snakes, and all manner of animal life, preserving them in gin swiped from his father. He had amassed a fine collection, until his house burned down on his 15th birthday, taking all his treasures with it. It was the most painful loss of his life. After that, he never collected another specimen. He'd gone to college, then into business, piling success upon success. And then one day, it dawned on him that he could now afford to buy the very best the world could offer. He could, in an odd way, erase that early loss. What started as a hobby became a passion, and his vision for the Lloyd Museum was born. And now here he was, back at the Jersey docks, about to set off to claim the greatest treasure of all. He took a deep breath and gripped the handle of the door, a tingle of anticipation coursing through him. Glinn's thin folder had been a masterpiece, well worth the $1 million he had paid for it. The plan it outlined was brilliant. Every contingency had been accounted for, every difficulty anticipated. Before he'd finished reading, His shock and anger at the price tag had been replaced by eagerness. And now, after 10 days of impatient waiting, he would see the first stage of the plan nearing completion. The heaviest object ever moved by mankind. He turned the handle and stepped inside. The building's facade, large as it was, only hinted at the vastness of its interior. Seeing such a large space without internal floors or walls, completely open to its high ceiling, temporarily defeated the eye's ability to judge distances, but it seemed at least a quarter-mile in length. A network of catwalks stretched through the dusty air like metal spiderwebbing. A cacophony of noise rolled through the cavernous space toward him, the chatter of riveting, the clang of steel, the crackle of welding. And there, at the center of furious activity, it lay. A stupendous vessel, propped up in dry dock by great steel buttresses, its bulbous bow towering above him. As oil tankers go, it was not the biggest, but out of the water it was just about the most gigantic thing Lloyd had ever seen. The name Rollvag was stenciled in white paint along the port side. Men and machines were crawling around it like a colony of ants. A smile broke out on Lloyd's face as he inhaled the heady aroma of burnt metal, solvents, and diesel fumes. A part of him enjoyed watching the flagrant expenditure of money, even his own. Glinn appeared, rolled up blueprints in one hand, an EES hard hat on his head. Lloyd looked at him, still smiling, and shook his head wordlessly in admiration. Glinn handed him a spare hard hat. "The view from the catwalks is even better," he said. "We'll meet Captain Britain up there." Lloyd fitted the hard hat to his head and followed Glinn onto a small lift. They ascended about 100 feet, then stepped out onto a catwalk that ran around all 4 walls of the dry dock. As he moved, Lloyd found himself unable to take his gaze off the immense ship that stretched away below him. It was incredible, and it was his. It was built in Stavanger, Norway, 6 months ago. Glinn's dry voice was almost lost in the din of construction that rose up to meet them. "Given everything we're doing to it, we couldn't opt for a spot charter, so we had to buy it outright." "Double overage," Lloyd murmured. "We'll be able to sell it later and recoup almost all the expense, of course. And I think you'll find the Rollvag worth it. It's state-of-the-art, double-hulled and deep-drafted for rough seas. It displaces 150,000 tons. Smallish when you consider that VLCCs displace up to 500,000. It's remarkable. If there was only some way of running my affairs remotely, I'd give anything to be able to go along. We'll document everything, of course. There will be daily conferences via satellite uplink. I think you'll share everything but the seasickness." As they continued along the catwalk, the entire port side of the vessel became visible. Lloyd stopped. "What is it?" Glinn asked. Lloyd paused, temporarily at a loss for words. "I just never thought it would look so credible." Amusement gleamed briefly in Glinn's eyes. "Industrial Light and Magic is doing a fine job, don't you think?" "The Hollywood firm?" Glinn nodded. "Why reinvent the wheel? They've got the best visual effects designers in the world. And they're discreet." Lloyd did not reply. He simply stood at the railing, gazing down. Before his very eyes, the sleek, state-of-the-art oil tanker was being transformed into a shabby ore carrier bound for its graveyard voyage. The forward half of the great ship presented beautiful, clean expanses of painted metal, welds and plates in crisp geometrical perfection, all the sparkling newness of a 6-month-old vessel. From amidships to the stern, however, the contrast could not have been more outrageous. The rear section of the ship looked like a wreck. The aft superstructure seemed to have been coated in 20 layers of paint, each flaking off at a different rate.
One of the bridge wings, a queer-looking structure to begin with, had been apparently crushed, then welded back together. Great rivers of rust cascaded down the dented hull. The railings were warped, and missing sections had been crudely patched with welded pipe, rebar, and angle iron. "It's a perfect disguise," said Lloyd. "Just like the mining operation." "I'm especially pleased with the radar mast," said Glinn, pointing aft. Even from this distance, Lloyd could see the paint was largely stripped off, and bits of metal dangled from old wires. A few antennae had been broken, crudely spliced, then broken again. Everything was streaked with stack soot. "Inside that wreck of a mast," Glinn went on, "you'll find the very latest equipment. P-code and differential GPS, Spiz 64, FLIR, LN66, Slick 32, passive ESM and other specialized radar equipment, Tiger Shark Loran C, Inmarsat, and Sperry GMD-SS communication stations. If we run into any, special situations, there are some mast electronics that can be raised at the push of a button." As Lloyd watched, a crane holding a huge wrecking ball swiveled toward the hull. With exquisite care, the ball was brought in contact with the port side of the ship once, twice, then 3 times, adding fresh indignities. Painters with thick hoses swarmed over the ship's midsection, turning the spotless deck into a storm of simulated tar, oil, and grit. "The real job will be cleaning all this up," Glinn said, "once we unload the meteorite and are ready to resell the ship." Lloyd tore his gaze away. Once we unload the meteorite. In less than 2 weeks, the ship would be heading to sea. And when it returned, when at last his prize could be unveiled, the whole world would be talking about what had been accomplished. "Of course, we're not doing much to the interior," Glinn said as they started along the catwalk again. "The quarters are quite luxurious. Large staterooms, wood paneling, computer-controlled lighting, lounges, exercise rooms, and so forth." Lloyd stopped once again as he noticed activity around a hole cut into the forward hull. A line of bulldozers, D-cats, front-end loaders, skidders with house-sized tires, and other heavy mining equipment snaked away from the hole, a heavyweight traffic jam waiting to be loaded onto the ship. There was a roar of diesel engines and the grinding of gears as one by one the equipment drove in and disappeared from view. "An industrial age Noah's Ark," said Lloyd. "It was cheaper and faster to make our own door than to position all the heavy equipment with a crane," Glinn said. "The Rollvag is designed like a typical tanker. The cargo oil spaces occupy 3/4 of the hull. The rest is taken up with general holds, compartments, machinery spaces, and the like. We've built special bays to hold the equipment and raw material we'll need for the job. We've already loaded 1,000 tons of the best Mansheim high-tensile steel, 250,000 board feet of laminated timbers, and everything from aircraft tires to generators." Lloyd pointed. "And those boxcars on the deck?" "They're designed to look like the Rollvag is making some extra bucks on the side, piggybacking containers. Inside are some very sophisticated labs." "Tell me about them." "The gray one closest to the bow is a hydro lab. Next to it is a clean room. And then we have a high-speed CAD workstation, a dark room, tech stores, a scientific freezer, electron microscope and X-ray crystallography labs, a diver's locker, and an isotope and radiation chamber. Below decks are medical and surgical spaces, a biohazard lab, and 2 machine shops. No windows for any of them, I'm afraid. That would give the game away." Lloyd shook his head. "I'm beginning to see where all my money is going. Don't forget, Eli, what I'm buying is basically a recovery operation. The science can wait." "I haven't forgotten. But given the high degree of unknowns, and the fact that we'll only get one chance at this recovery, we must be prepared for anything." "Of course. That's why I'm sending Sam McFarlane. But as long as things go according to plan, his expertise is for use with the engineering problem. I don't want a lot of time-wasting scientific tests. Just get the thing the hell out of Chile. We'll have all the time in the world to fuss with it later. Sam McFarlane, Glinn repeated. An interesting choice. Curious fellow. Lloyd looked at him. Now don't you start telling me I made a mistake. I didn't say that. I merely expressed surprise at your choice of planetary geologists. He's the best guy for the job. I don't want a crowd of wimpy scientists down there. Sam's worked both the lab and the field. He can do it all. He's tough. He knows Chile. The guy who found the thing was his ex-partner, for Christ's sakes, and his analysis of the data was brilliant. He leaned confidentially toward Glinn. So he made an error of judgment a couple of years back. And yes, it wasn't a small one. Does that mean nobody should trust him for the rest of his life? Besides, and here he placed a hand on Glinn's shoulder, you'll be there to keep an eye on him, just in case temptation comes his way. He released his hold and turned back to the ship. And speaking of temptation, where exactly will the meteorite go? Follow me, Glinn said. I'll show you. They climbed another set of stairs and continued along a high catwalk that bridged the ship's beam. Here a lone figure stood at the rail, silent, erect, dressed in a captain's outfit, looking every inch the ship's officer. As they approached, the figure detached itself from the railing and waited. Captain Britton, said Glinn. Mr. Lloyd. Lloyd extended his hand, then froze. A woman? He blurted involuntarily. Without a pause, she grasped his hand. Very observant, Mr. Lloyd. She gave his hand a firm, short shake. Sally Britton. Of course, said Lloyd. I just didn't expect... Why hadn't Glinn warned him? His eyes lingered on the trim form, the wisp of blonde hair escaping from beneath her cap. Glad you could meet us, said Glinn. I wanted you to see the ship before it was completely disguised. Thank you, Mr. Glinn, she said, the faint smile holding. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite so repulsive in my life. It's purely cosmetic. I intend to spend the next several days making sure of that. She pointed toward some large projections from the side of the superstructure. What's behind those forward bulkheads? Additional security equipment, Glinn said. We've taken every possible safety precaution, and then some. Interesting. Lloyd gazed at her profile curiously. Eli here has said nothing about you, he said. Can you fill me in on your background? I was a ship's officer for 5 years, and a captain for 3. Lloyd caught the past tense. What kind of ships? Tankers and VLCCs. I'm sorry? Very large crude carriers. Over 250,000 tons displacement. Tankers on steroids, basically. She's gone around the Horn on several occasions, said Glinn. Around the Horn? I didn't know that route was still used. The big VLCCs can't go through the Panama Canal, said Britton. The preferred route is around the Cape of Good Hope, but occasionally schedules require a Horn passage. That's one reason we hired her, said Glinn. The seas down there can be tricky. Lloyd nodded, still gazing at Britton. She returned the look calmly, unruffled by the pandemonium taking place below her. You know about our unusual cargo? He asked. She nodded. And you have no problem with it? She looked at him. I have no problem with it. Something in those clear green eyes told Lloyd a different story. He opened his mouth to speak, but Glinn interrupted smoothly. "Come on," he said. "I'll show you the cradle." He motioned them farther down the catwalk. Here the ship's deck lay directly below, wreathed in clouds of welding smoke and diesel exhaust. Deck plates had been removed, exposing a vast hole in the ship. Manuel Garza, chief engineer for EES, stood at its edge, holding a radio to his ear with one hand and gesturing with the other. Catching sight of them overhead, he waved. Peering down into the exposed space, Lloyd could make out an amazingly complex structure with the elegance of a crystal lattice. Strings of yellow sodium lights along its edges made the dark hold sparkle and glow like a deep, enchanted grotto. "That's the hold?" Lloyd asked. "Tank, not hold. Number 3 center tank, to be precise. We'll be placing the meteorite at the very center of the ship's keel to maximize stability. And we've added a passageway beneath the main deck, running from the superstructure forward to aid access. Note the mechanical doors we've installed on each side of the tank opening." The cradle was a long way down. Lloyd squinted against the glow of the countless lights. "I'll be damned," he said suddenly. "Half of it's made of wood." He turned to Glinn. "Cutting corners already?" The corners of Glinn's mouth jerked upward in a brief smile. "Wood, Mr. Lloyd, is the ultimate engineering material." Lloyd shook his head. "Wood? For a 10,000-ton weight? I can't believe it." "Wood is ideal. It gives ever so slightly, but never deforms. It tends to bite into heavy objects, locking them in place. The type of oak we're using, Greenheart laminated with epoxy, has a higher shear strength than steel, and wood can be carved and shaped to fit the curves of the hull. It won't wear through the steel hull in a heavy sea, and it doesn't suffer metal fatigue." "But why so complicated an arrangement?" "We had to solve a little problem," said Glinn. "At 10,000 tons, the meteorite must be absolutely locked into place, immobilized in the hold. If the Rollvag encounters heavy weather on the way back to New York, even a tiny shift of the meteorite's position could fatally destabilize the ship. That network of timbers not only locks the thing into place, but distributes its weight evenly throughout the hull, simulating the loading of crude oil." "Impressive," said Britton. "You took the internal frames and partitioning into account." "Yes. Dr. Amira is a computational genius. She worked up a calculation that took all of 10 hours on a Cray T3D supercomputer, but it gave us the configuration. We can't finish it, of course, until we get the exact dimensions of the rock. We've built this based on Mr. Lloyd's flyover data. But when we actually unearth the meteorite, we'll build a second cradle around it that we can plug into this one." Lloyd nodded. "And what are those men doing?" He pointed to the deepest depths of the hold, where a gaggle of workmen, barely visible, were cutting through the hull plates with acetylene torches. "The dead man's switch," said Glinn evenly. Lloyd felt a surge of irritation. "You're not really going through with that." "We've already discussed it." Lloyd struggled to sound reasonable. "Look, if you open up the bottom of the ship to dump the meteorite in the middle of some storm, the damn ship's going to sink anyway. Any idiot can see that." Glinn held Lloyd with his gray, impenetrable eyes. "If the switch is thrown, it will take less than 60 seconds to open the tank, release the rock, and reseal it. The tanker won't sink in 60 seconds, no matter how heavy the seas are. On the contrary, the inrush of water will actually compensate for the sudden loss of ballast when the meteorite goes. Dr. Amira worked that all out too. And a pretty little equation it was." Lloyd stared back at him. This man actually derived pleasure from having solved the problem of how to send a priceless meteorite to the bottom of the Atlantic. All I can say is, if anyone throws that dead man switch on my meteorite, he's a dead man himself." Captain Britain laughed, a high ringing sound that carried above the clangor below. Both men turned toward her. "Don't forget, Mr. Lloyd," she said crisply, "it's nobody's meteorite yet. And there's a long stretch of water ahead of us before it is." Aboard the Rollvag, June 26th, 12:35 a.m. McFarlane stepped through the hatchway, carefully closed the steel door behind him, and walked out onto the flydeck. It was the very highest point of the ship's superstructure, and it felt like the roof of the world. The smooth surface of the Atlantic lay more than 100 feet below him, dappled in faint starlight. The gentle breeze carried the distant cry of gulls, and smelled wonderfully of the sea. He walked over to the forward railing and wrapped his hands around it. He thought about the huge ship that would be his home for the next few months. Directly below his feet lay the bridge. Below that lay a deck left mysteriously empty by Glinn. Farther below lay the rambling quarters of the senior officers. And a full 6 stories down, the main deck, stretching ahead 1/6 of a mile to the bow. An occasional dash of starlit spray washed over the forecastle head. The network of piping and tank valves remained, and placed around it were a maze of old containers, the laboratories and workspaces, like a child's wood-block city. In a few minutes his presence would be required at the night lunch, which would be their first formal meal on board ship. But he had come up here first to convince himself that the voyage had really begun. He breathed in, trying to clear his head of the last frantic days, setting up labs and beta testing equipment. He gripped the railing tighter, feeling a swell of exhilaration. This is more like it, he thought. Even a jail cell in Chile seemed preferable to having Lloyd constantly looking over his shoulder, second-guessing, worrying over trivial details. Whatever lay at the end of their journey, whatever it was that Nestor Masanke had found, at least they were on their way. McFarlane turned and made the long walk across the deck to the aft rail. Although the thrum of engines came faintly from the depths of the ship, up here he could feel no hint of vibration. In the distance he could see the Cape May lighthouse winking, one short, one long. After Glinn secured their clearance papers through some private means of his own, they had left Elizabeth under cover of darkness, maintaining secrecy to the last. They would soon be in the main shipping lanes, beyond the continental shelf, and would then turn due south. 5 weeks from now, if all went as planned, they would see the same light again. McFarlane tried to imagine what it would be like if they did recover it successfully. The furious outcry, the scientific coup, and perhaps his own personal exoneration. Then he smiled cynically to himself. Life didn't work like that. It was so much easier to see himself back again in the Kalahari, a little more money in his pocket, a little chubby from ship's food, tracking down the elusive bushmen and renewing his search for the Okavango. And nothing would erase what he had done to Nestor, particularly now that his old friend and partner was dead. As he gazed out over the ship's stern, McFarlane became aware of another odor on the sea air. Tobacco. Looking around, he realized he wasn't alone. From the far side of the flydeck, a small pinpoint of red winked against the dark, then disappeared again. Someone had been quietly standing there, a fellow passenger enjoying the night. Then the red ember jerked and bobbed as the person rose to approach him. With surprise, he realized it was Rachel Amira, Glinn's physicist, and his own alleged assistant. Between the fingers of her right hand were the final inches of a thick cigar. McFarlane sighed inwardly at having his solitary reverie intruded upon, especially by this sardonic woman. "Ciao, boss. Any orders for me?" McFarlane remained silent, feeling a swell of annoyance at the word boss. He hadn't signed on to be a manager. Amira didn't need a nursemaid, and she didn't seem too pleased with the arrangement either. What could Glinn have been thinking? 3 hours at sea and I'm bored already. She waved the cigar. Want one? No, thanks. I want to taste my dinner. Ship's cooking? You must be a masochist. She leaned against the rail beside him with a bored sigh. This ship gives me the willies. How so? It's just so cold, so robotic. When I think of going to sea, I think of iron men running all over the decks, jumping at barked orders. But look at this. She jerked a finger over her shoulder. 800 feet worth of deck and nothing stirring. Nothing. It's a haunted ship, deserted. Everything's done by computer. She has a point, McFarlane thought. Even though by modern supertanker standards the Rollvag was only moderate-sized, it was still huge. Yet only a skeleton crew was necessary to man it. With all the ship's complement, the EES specialists and engineers and the construction crew, there were still fewer than 100 people aboard. A cruise ship half the Rollvag's size might carry 2,000. And it's so damn big, he heard her say, as if answering his own thoughts. Talk to Glinn about that. Lloyd would have been happier spending less money for less boat. Did you know, said Amira, that these tankers are the first man-made vessels big enough to be affected by the Earth's rotation? No, I didn't. Here was a woman who liked the sound of her own voice. Yeah, and it takes 3 sea miles to stop this baby with engines full astern. You're a regular fund of tanker trivia. Oh, I'm good at cocktail conversation. Amira blew a smoke ring into the darkness. What else are you good at? Amira laughed. I'm not too bad at math. So I've heard. McFarlane turned away, leaning over the rail, hoping she would take the hint. Well, we can't all be airline stewardesses when we grow up, you know. There was a moment of blessed silence as Amira puffed at the cigar. Hey, you know what, boss? I'd appreciate it if you didn't call me that. It's what you are, right? McFarlane turned to her. I didn't ask for an assistant. I don't need an assistant. I don't like this arrangement any more than you do. Amira puffed, a sardonic smile hovering, her eyes full of amusement. So I've got an idea, McFarlane said. What's that? Let's just pretend you're not my assistant. What? You firing me already? McFarlane sighed, suppressing his first impulsive reaction. We're going to be spending a lot of time together. So let's work together as equals, okay? Glinn doesn't need to know. And I think we'd both be happier. Amira examined the lengthening ash, then tossed the cigar over the rail into the sea. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little more friendly. The thing you did with the sandwich cracked me up. Rochefort's a control freak. It really pissed him off, getting covered with jelly. I liked that. I made my point. Amira giggled, and McFarlane glanced in her direction, at the eyes glinting in the half-light, at the dark hair disappearing into the velvet behind her. There was a complex person in there, hiding behind the tomboy, one of the guy's facade. He looked back out to sea. Well, I'm sure I'm not going to be Rochefort's good buddy. Nobody is. He's only half human. Like Glinn. I don't think Glinn would even take a leak without first analyzing all possible trajectories. There was a pause. He could tell his joke had displeased her. Let me tell you a little about Glinn, Amira said. He's only had 2 jobs in his life. Effective engineering solutions. And the military. There was something in her voice that made McFarlane glance back at her. Before starting EES, Glinn was an intelligence specialist in the Special Forces. Prisoner interrogation, photo recon, underwater demolition, that kind of stuff. Head of his A-team. Came up through Airborne, then the Rangers. Earned his bones in the Phoenix program during Vietnam. Interesting. Damn right. Amira spoke almost fiercely. They excelled in hot war situations. From what Garza tells me, the team's kill-loss ratio was excellent. Garza? He was engineer specialist on Glinn's team, second in command. Back then, instead of building things, he blew stuff up. Garza told you all this? Amira hesitated. Eli told me some of it himself. So what happened? His team got their asses kicked trying to secure a bridge on the Cambodian border. Bad intel on enemy placements. Eli lost his whole team. Everyone except Garza. Amira dug into her pocket, pulled out a peanut, shelled it. And now Glinn runs EES, and does all the intel himself. So you see, Sam, I think you've misread him. You seem to know a lot about him. Amira's eyes suddenly grew veiled. She shrugged, then smiled. The ardent look faded as quickly as it had appeared. It's a beautiful sight, she said, nodding out across the water toward the Cape May light. It wavered in the velvety night. Their last contact with North America. That it is, McFarlane replied. Care to bet how many miles away it is? McFarlane frowned. Excuse me? A small wager. On the distance to that lighthouse. I'm not a betting man. Besides, you probably have some arcane mathematical formula at your fingertips. You'd be right about that. Amira shelled some more peanuts, tossed the nuts into her mouth, then flung the shells into the sea. So? So what? Here we are, bound for the ends of the earth, out to snag the biggest rock anybody's ever seen. So, Mr. Meteorite Hunter, what do you really think? I think, McFarlane began. Then he stopped. He realized he wasn't allowing himself to hope that this second chance, which after all had come out of nowhere, might actually work out. I think, he said aloud, that we'd better get down to dinner. If we're late, that captain of ours will probably keel-haul us. And that's no joke on a tanker. Rolvag, June 26th, 12:55 a.m. They stepped out of the elevator. Here, 5 decks closer to the engines, McFarlane could feel a deep, regular vibration, still faint, yet always present in his ears and his bones. This way, Amira said, motioning him down the blue and white corridor. McFarlane followed, glancing around as they went. In dry dock he'd spent his days and even most nights in the container labs on deck, and today marked his first time inside the superstructure. In his experience, ships were cramped, claustrophobic spaces. But everything about the Rolvag seemed built to a different scale. The passages were wide, the cabins and public areas spacious and carpeted. Glancing into doorways, he noticed a large-screen theater with seats for at least 50 people and a wood-paneled library. Then they rounded a corner, Amira pushed open a door, and they stepped into the officers' mess. McFarlane stopped. He had been expecting the indifferent dining area of a working ship. But once again the Rolvag surprised him. The mess was a vast room, extending across the entire aft forecastle deck. Huge windows looked out onto the ship's wake, boiling back into the darkness. A dozen round tables, each set for 8 and covered with crisp linen and fresh flowers, were arranged around the center of the room, Dining stewards in starched uniforms stood at their stations. McFarlane felt underdressed. Already people were beginning to gravitate toward the tables. McFarlane had been warned that seating arrangements on board ship were regimented, at least at first, and that he was expected to sit at the captain's table. Glancing around, he spotted Glinn standing at the table closest to the windows. He made his way across the dark carpeting. Glinn had his nose in a small volume, which he quickly slipped into his pocket as they approached. Just before it vanished, McFarlane caught the title, Selected Poetry of W.H. Auden. Glinn had never struck him as a reader of poetry. Perhaps he had misjudged the man after all. Luxurious, McFarlane said as he looked around. Especially for an oil tanker. Actually, this is fairly standard, Glinn replied. On such a large vessel, space is no longer at a premium. These ships are so expensive to operate, they spend practically no time in port. That means the crews are stuck on board for many, many months. It pays to keep them happy. More people were taking their places beside the tables, and the noise level in the room had increased. McFarlane looked around at the cluster of technicians, ship's officers, and EES specialists. Things had happened so quickly that he only recognized perhaps a dozen of the 70-odd people now in the room. Then quiet fell across the mess. As McFarlane glanced toward the door, Britton, the captain of the Rovag, stepped in. He had known she was a woman, but he wasn't expecting either her youth— she couldn't be more than 35— or her stately bearing. She carried herself with a natural dignity. She was dressed in an impeccable uniform, naval blazer, gold buttons, crisp officer's skirt. Small gold bars were affixed to her graceful shoulders. She came toward them with a measured step that radiated competence and something else. Perhaps, he thought, an iron will. The captain took her seat, and there was a rustle as the rest of the room followed her lead. Britton removed her hat, revealing a tight coil of blonde hair, and placed it on a small side table that seemed specially set up for that purpose. As McFarlane looked closer, he noticed her eyes betrayed a look older than her years. A graying man in an officer's uniform came up to whisper something in the captain's ear. He was tall and thin, with dark eyes set in even darker sockets. Britton nodded, and he stepped back, glancing around the table. His easy, fluid movements reminded McFarlane of a large predator. Britton gestured toward him with an upraised palm. "I'd like to introduce the Rovag's chief mate, Victor Howell." There were murmured greetings, and the man nodded, then moved away to take his position at the head of a nearby table. Glinn spoke quietly. "May I complete the introductions?" "Of course," the captain said. She had a clear, clipped voice, with the faintest trace of an accent. "This is the Lloyd Museum meteorite specialist, Dr. Sam McFarlane." The captain grasped McFarlane's hand across the table. "Sally Britton," she said, her hand cool and strong. And now McFarlane identified the accent as a Scottish burr. "Welcome aboard, Dr. McFarlane." "And this is Dr. Rachel Amira, the mathematician on my team," Glinn continued, continuing around the table. "And Eugene Rochefort, chief engineer." Rochefort glanced up with a nervous little nod, his intelligent, obsessive eyes darting about. He was wearing a blue blazer that might have looked acceptable if it had not been made of polyester that shined under the dining-room lights. His eyes landed on McFarlane's, then darted away again. He seemed ill at ease. "And this is Dr. Patrick Bramble, the ship's doctor. No stranger to the high seas." Bramble flashed the table a droll smile and gave a little Japanese bow. He was a devious-looking old fellow with sharp features, fine parallel wrinkles tracing a high brow, thin stooped shoulders, and a head as glabrous as a piece of porcelain. "You've worked as a ship's doctor before?" Britton inquired politely. "Never set foot on dry land if I can help it," said Bramble, his voice wry and Irish. Britton nodded as she slipped her napkin out of its ring, flicked it open, and laid it across her lap. Her movements, her fingers, her conversation all seemed to have an economy of motion, an unconscious efficiency. She was so cool and poised it seemed to McFarlane a defense of some kind. As he picked up his own napkin, he noticed a card, placed in the center of the table in a silver holder with a printed menu. It read, Consommé Olga, lamb vindaloo, chicken lyonnaise, tiramisu. He gave a low whistle. "The menu not to your liking, Dr. McFarlane?" Britton asked. "Just the opposite. I was expecting egg salad sandwiches and pistachio ice cream." "Good dining is a shipboard tradition," said Britton. "Our chief cook, Mr. Singh, is one of the finest chefs afloat. His father cooked for the British Admiralty in the days of the Raj." "Nothing like a good vindaloo to remind you of your mortality," said Bramble. "First things first," Amira said, rubbing her hands and looking around. "Where's the bar steward? I'm desperate for a cocktail." "We'll be sharing that bottle," Glinn said, indicating the open bottle of Chateau Margaux that stood beside the floral display. "Nice wine. But there's nothing like a dry Bombay martini before dinner, even when dinner's at midnight." Amira laughed. Glinn spoke up. "I'm sorry, Rachel, but there are no spirituous liquors allowed on board the ship." Amira looked at Glinn. "Spirituous liquors?" she repeated with a brief laugh. "This is new, Eli. Have you joined the Christian Women's Temperance League?" Glinn continued smoothly. "The captain allows 1 glass of wine, taken before or with dinner. No hard liquor on the ship." It was as if a light bulb came on over Amira's head. The joking look was replaced by a sudden flush. Her eyes darted toward the captain, then away again. "Oh," she said. Following Amira's glance, McFarlane noticed that Britton's face had turned slightly pale under her tan. Glinn was still looking at Amira, whose blush continued to deepen. "I think you'll find the quality of the Bordeaux makes up for the restriction." Amira remained silent, embarrassment clear on her face. Britton took the bottle and filled glasses for everyone at the table except herself. Whatever the mystery was, McFarlane thought, it had passed. As a steward slipped a plate of consommé in front of him, he made a mental note to ask Amira about it later. The noise of conversation at the nearest tables rose once again, filling a brief and awkward silence. At the nearest table, Manuel Garza was buttering a slab of bread with his beefy paw and roaring at a joke. "What's it like to handle a ship this big?" McFarlane asked. It was not simply a polite question to fill the silence. Something about Britton intrigued him. He wanted to see what lay under that lovely, perfect surface. Britton took a spoonful of consommé. "In some ways, these new tankers practically pilot themselves. I keep the crew running smoothly and act as troubleshooter. These ships don't like shallow water. They don't like to turn, and they don't like surprises." She lowered her spoon. "My job is to make sure we don't encounter any." "Doesn't it go against the grain? Commanding, well, an old rust bucket?" Britton's response was measured. "Certain things are habitual at sea. The ship won't remain this way forever. I intend to have every spare hand working clean-up detail on the voyage home." She turned toward Glinn. "Speaking of that, I'd like to ask you a favor. This expedition of ours is rather unusual. The crew have been talking about it." Glinn nodded. "Of course. Tomorrow, if you'll gather them together, I'll speak to them." Britton nodded in approval. The steward returned, deftly replacing their plates with fresh ones. The fragrant smell of curry and tamarind rose from the table. McFarlane dug into the vindaloo, realizing a second or two later that it was probably the most fiery dish he had ever eaten. My, that's fine," muttered Bramble. "How many times have you been around the Horn?" McFarlane asked, taking a large swig of water. He could feel the sweat popping out on his brow. "5," said Britain. "But those voyages were always at the height of the southern summer, when we were less likely to encounter bad weather." Something in her tone made McFarlane uneasy. "But a vessel this big and powerful has nothing to fear from a storm, does it?" Britain smiled distantly. "The Cape Horn region is like no place else on Earth. Force 15 gales are commonplace. You've heard of the famed Williwaws, no doubt." McFarlane nodded. "Well, there's another wind far more deadly, although less well known. The locals call it a panteonero, a cemetery wind. It can blow at over 100 knots for several days without let-up. It gets its name from the fact that it blows mariners right into their graves." "But surely even the strongest wind couldn't affect the Rollvag?" McFarlane asked. "As long as we have steerage, we're fine, of course. But cemetery winds have pushed unwary or helpless ships down into the screaming 60s. That's what we call the stretch of open ocean between South America and Antarctica. For a mariner, it's the worst place on Earth. Gigantic waves build up, and it's the only place where both waves and wind can circle the globe together without striking land. The waves just get bigger and bigger, up to 200 feet high." "Jesus," said McFarlane. "Ever taken a boat down there?" Britain shook her head. "No," she said. "I never have, and I never will." She paused for a moment. Then she folded her napkin and gazed across the table at him. "Have you ever heard of a Captain Honeycutt?" McFarlane thought a moment. "English mariner?" Britain nodded. "He set off from London in 1607 with 4 ships, bound for the Pacific. 30 years before, Drake had rounded the Horn, but had lost 5 of his 6 ships in the process. Honeycutt was determined to prove that the trip could be made without losing a single vessel. They hit weather as they approached the Strait of Le Maire. The crew pleaded with Honeycutt to turn back. He insisted on pushing on. As they rounded the Horn, a terrible gale blew up. A giant breaking wave, the Chileans call them tigres, sank 2 of the ships in less than a minute. The other 2 were dismasted. For several days the hulks drifted south, borne along by the raging gale, past the ice limit." "The ice limit?" "That's where the waters of the southern oceans meet the sub-freezing waters surrounding Antarctica. Oceanographers call it the Antarctic Convergence. It's where the ice begins. At any rate, in the night, Honeycutt's ships were dashed against the side of an ice island." "Like the Titanic," Amira said quietly. They were the first words she had spoken for several minutes. The captain looked at her. "Not an iceberg, an ice island. The berg that wrecked the Titanic was an ice cube compared to what you get below the limit. The one that crushed Honeycutt's ships probably measured 20 miles by 40. "Did you say 40 miles?" McFarlane asked. "Much larger ones have been reported, bigger than some states. They're visible from space. Giant plates broken off the Antarctic ice shelves." "Jesus." "Of the 100-odd souls still alive, perhaps 30 managed to crawl up onto the ice island. They gathered some wreckage that had washed up and built a small fire. Over the next 2 days, half of them died of exposure. They had to keep shifting the fire because it kept sinking into the ice. They began to hallucinate. Some claimed a huge shrouded creature with silky white hair and red teeth carried away members of the crew." "Goodness gracious," said Bramble, arrested in the vigorous act of eating. "That's straight out of Poe's narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym." Britain paused to look at him. "That's exactly right," she said. In fact, it's where Poe got the idea. The creature, it was said, ate their ears, toes, fingers, and knees, leaving the rest of the body parts scattered about the ice. As he listened, McFarlane realized that conversation at the closest tables had fallen away. Over the next 2 weeks, the sailors died one by one. Soon their numbers had been reduced to 10 by starvation. The survivors took the only option left. Amira made a face and put down her fork with a clatter. "I think I know what's coming." Yes. They were forced to eat what sailors euphemistically call long pig, their own dead companions. "Charming," Bramble said. "I understand it's better than pork if cooked properly. Pass the lamb, please." Perhaps a week later, one of the survivors spotted the remains of a vessel approaching them, bobbing in the heavy seas. It was the stern of one of their own ships that had broken in two during the storm. The men began to argue. Honeycutt and some others wanted to take their chances on the wreck, but it was lying low in the water and most did not have the stomach to take to the seas on it. In the end, only Honeycutt, his quartermaster, and one common seaman braved the swim. The quartermaster died of the cold before he could clamber aboard the hulk. But Honeycutt and the seaman made it. Their last view of the massive ice island came that evening as it turned southward in the swells, heading slowly for Antarctica and oblivion. As it faded into the mists, they thought they saw a shrouded creature tearing apart the survivors. 3 days later, the wreck they were on struck the reefs around Diego Ramirez Island, southwest of the Horn. Honeycutt drowned, and only the seaman made it ashore. The man lived off shellfish, moss, cormorant guano, and kelp. He kept up a constant fire of turf, on the remote chance some vessel would pass by. 6 months later, a Spanish ship saw the signal and brought him aboard. "He must have been glad to see that ship," said McFarlane. "Yes and no," said Britain. England was at war with Spain at the time. He spent the next 10 years in a dungeon in Cadiz. But in time he was released, and he returned to his native Scotland, married a lass 20 years his junior, and lived out a life as a farmer, far, far from the sea. Britain paused, smoothing the thick linen with the tips of her fingers. "That common seaman," she said quietly, "was William Mickael Britain, my ancestor." She took a drink from her water-glass, dabbed at her mouth with the napkin, and nodded to the steward to bring on the next course. Rollvag, June 27th, 3:45 p.m. McFarlane leaned against the main deck railing, enjoying the lazy, almost imperceptible roll of the ship. The Rollvag was in ballast, its ballast tanks partially filled with seawater to compensate for a lack of cargo, and consequently rode high in the water. To his left rose the ship's aft superstructure, a monolithic white slab relieved only by roomy windows and the distant bridge wings. 100 miles to the west, over the horizon, lay Myrtle Beach and the low coastline of South Carolina. Assembled on the deck around him were the 50-odd souls who made up the crew of the Rollvag, a small group, considering the vastness of the ship. What struck him most was the diversity. Africans, Portuguese, French, English, Americans, Chinese, Indonesians, squinting in the late afternoon sunlight and murmuring to each other in 6 languages. McFarlane guessed they would not take well to bullshit. He hoped Glinn had also registered that fact. A sharp laugh cut across the group, and McFarlane turned to see Amira. The only EES staffer in attendance, she was sitting with a group of Africans who were stripped to the waist. They were talking and laughing animatedly. The sun was dropping into the semi-tropical seas, sinking into a line of peach-colored clouds that stood like mushrooms on the distant horizon. The sea was oily and smooth, with only the suggestion of a swell. A door in the superstructure opened and Glinn emerged. He walked slowly out along the central catwalk that ran arrow straight over 1,000 feet to the Rollvag's bows. Behind him came Captain Britton, followed by the first mate and several other senior officers. McFarlane watched the captain with renewed interest. A somewhat abashed Amira had told him the full story after dinner. 2 years earlier, Britain had run a tanker onto Three Brothers Reef off Spitzbergen. There had been no oil in the hold, but the damage to the ship had been considerable. Britain had been legally intoxicated at the time. Though there was no proof that her drinking caused the accident, it appeared to be an operational error by the helmsman. She had been without a command ever since. No wonder she agreed to this assignment, he thought, watching her step forward. And Glinn must have realized that no captain in good standing would have taken it. McFarlane shook his head curiously. Glinn would have left nothing to chance, especially the command of the Rollvag. He must know something about this woman. Amira had joked about it in a way that made McFarlane a little uncomfortable. It doesn't seem fair, punishing the whole ship for the weakness of one person, she'd said to McFarlane. You can bet the crew is none too pleased. Can't you just see them in the crew's mess, sipping a glass of wine with dinner? Lovely, with just a touch of oak, wouldn't you say? She had finished by making a wry face. Overhead, Glinn had now reached the assembly. He stopped, hands behind his back, gazing down at the main deck and the upturned faces. I am Eli Glinn, he began in his quiet, uninflected voice, President of Effective Engineering Solutions. Many of you know the broad outlines of our expedition. Your captain has asked me to fill in some of the details. After doing so, I'll be happy to take questions. He glanced down at the company. We are heading to the southern tip of South America to retrieve a large meteorite for the Lloyd Museum. If we're correct, it will be the largest meteorite ever unearthed. In the hold, as many of you know, there is a special cradle built to receive it. The plan is very simple. We anchor in the Cape Horn Islands. My crew, with the help of some of you, will excavate the meteorite, transport it to the ship, and place it in the cradle. Then we will deliver it to the Lloyd Museum. He paused. Some of you may be concerned about the legality of the operation. We have staked mining claims to the island. The meteorite is an ore body, and no laws will be broken. There is, on the other hand, a potential practical problem in that Chile does not know we are retrieving a meteorite. But let me assure you this is a remote possibility. Everything has been worked out in great detail, and we do not anticipate any difficulties. The Cape Horn Islands are uninhabited. The nearest settlement is Puerto Williams, 50 miles away. Even if the Chilean authorities learn what we are doing, we are prepared to pay a reasonable sum for the meteorite. So, as you can see, there is no cause for alarm, or even anxiety. He paused again, then looked up. Are there any questions? A dozen hands shot up. Glinn nodded to the closest man, a burly oiler wearing greasy overalls. So what is this meteorite? The man boomed. There was an immediate murmur of assent. It will probably be a mass of nickel iron weighing some 10,000 tons, an inert lump of metal. What's so important about it? We believe it to be the largest meteorite ever discovered by man. More hands went up. What happens if we get caught? What we are doing is 100% legal, Glinn replied. A man in a blue uniform stood up, one of the ship's electricians. I don't like it, he said in a broad Yorkshire accent. He had a mass of red hair and an unruly beard. Glinn waited politely. If the bloody Chileans catch us making off with their rock, Anything could happen. If everything's 100% legal, why not just buy the bloody stone from them?" Glinn looked at the man, his pale grey eyes unwavering. "May I ask your name?" "It's Lewis," came the reply. "Because, Mr. Lewis, it would be politically impossible for the Chileans to sell it to us. On the other hand, they don't have the technological expertise to get it out of the ground and off the island, so it would just sit there, buried, probably forever. In America it will be studied. It will be exhibited at a museum for all to see. It will be held in trust for mankind. This is not Chilean cultural patrimony. It could have fallen anywhere, even in Yorkshire." There was a brief laugh from Lewis's mates. McFarlane was glad to see that Glinn seemed to be gaining their confidence with his straightforward talk. "Sir," said one slight man, a junior ship's officer, "what about this dead man's switch?" "The dead man's switch," Glinn said smoothly, his voice steady, almost mesmerizing, "is a distant precaution. In the unlikely event that the meteorite comes loose from its cradle, in a huge storm, say, it is merely a way for us to lighten our ballast by releasing it into the ocean. It's no different from the 19th century mariners who had to throw their cargo overboard in severe weather. But the chances of having to jettison it are vanishingly small. The idea is to protect the ship and the crew above all, even at the expense of losing the meteorite." "So how do you throw this switch?" another shouted out. "I know the key. So does my chief engineer, Eugene Rochefort, and my construction manager, Manuel Garza." "What about the captain?" "It was felt advisable to leave that option in the hands of EES personnel," said Glinn. "It is, after all, our meteorite." "But it's our bloody ship!" The murmuring of the crew rose above the sound of the wind and the deep thrum of the engines. McFarlane glanced up at Captain Britton. She was standing behind Glinn, arms at her sides, stony-faced. "The captain has agreed to this unusual arrangement. We built the dead man's switch, and we know how to operate it. In the unlikely event that it is used, it must be done with great care, with precise timing, by those who are trained for it. Otherwise, the ship could sink with the rock." He looked around. "Any more questions?" There was a restless silence. "I realize this is not a normal voyage," Glinn went on. "Some uncertainty, even anxiety, is natural. As with any sea journey, there are risks involved. I told you what we are doing is completely legal. However, I would be deluding you if I said the Chileans would feel the same way. These are the reasons each of you will receive a $50,000 bonus if we are successful." There was a collective gasp from the crew and an eruption of talk. Glinn held up his hand and silence again descended. "If anyone feels uneasy about this expedition, you are free to go. We will arrange passage back to New York with compensation." He looked pointedly at Lewis, the electrician. The man stared back, then broke into a broad grin. "You sold me, mate." "We all have much to do," Glinn said, addressing the group. "If you have anything else to add, or anything else to ask, do so now." His eyes ranged inquiringly over them. Then, seeing the silence was absolute, he nodded, turned, and made his way back along the catwalk. Rollvag, 4:20 p.m. The crew had broken up into small groups, talking quietly among themselves as they began to move back toward their stations. A sudden breeze tugged at McFarlane's windbreaker. As he turned toward the shelter of the ship, he saw Amira. She was standing by the starboard railing, still talking to the group of deckhands. She made some comment, and the small knot around her suddenly erupted into laughter. McFarlane made his way to the officers' day room. Like most of the other ship's compartments he had seen, it was large and expensively, if sparsely, appointed. But it housed one great attraction for him: a coffee pot that was never empty. He poured himself a cup and sipped at it with a contented sigh. "Some cream with that," came a woman's voice from behind him. He turned to see Captain Britton. She closed the door to the day room, then walked toward him with a smile. The wind had loosened the severe braid of hair beneath her officer's hat, and a few errant strands hung down, framing a long and elegant neck. "No thanks. I prefer it black." McFarlane watched as Britton helped herself to a cup, adding a single teaspoon of sugar. They sipped together in silence for a moment. "I have to ask you," McFarlane said, more to make conversation than anything else. "This pot always seems to be full, and it always tastes perfectly fresh. Just how do you achieve that miracle?" "It's no miracle. The stewards bring a new pot every 30 minutes, needed or not. 48 pots a day." McFarlane shook his head. "Remarkable," he said. "But then it's a remarkable ship." Captain Britton took another sip of coffee. "Care for a tour?" she asked. McFarlane looked at her. Surely the master of the Rollvag had better things to do. Still, it would be a nice break. Life on board ship had quickly settled into a routine. He took a final swig of coffee and set down the cup. "Sounds great," he said. "I've been wondering what kind of secrets are hiding inside this big old hull." "Not many secrets," Britton said, opening the door to the day room and ushering him out into the wide hallway. "Just lots and lots of places to put oil." The door to the main deck opened, and the slight figure of Rachel Amira appeared. Seeing them, she paused. Britton gave her a cool nod, then turned away and started down the corridor. As they rounded the corner, McFarlane glanced backward. Amira was still watching them, a smirk on her lips. Opening a huge set of double doors, Britton led him into the ship's galley. Here Mr. Singh held sway over stewards, assistant chefs, and banks of gleaming ovens. There were massive walk-in freezers, full of sides of lamb, beef, chickens, ducks, and a row of red and white marbled carcasses McFarlane thought must be goats. "You've got enough to feed an army here," he said. "Mr. Singh would probably say you scientists eat like one." Britton smiled. "Come on, let's leave him to it." They passed the billiards room and swimming pool, then descended a level, where Britton showed him the crew's game room and mess. Down another staircase, and they arrived at the crew's quarters, large rooms with individual baths, sandwiched between galleries that ran up the port and starboard sides of the ship. They paused at the end of the port passageway. Here the noise of the engine was noticeably louder. The corridor seemed to stretch forward forever, portholes on the left, cabin doors on the right. "Everything's built to a giant scale," McFarlane said. "And it's so empty." Britton laughed. "Visitors always say that. The fact is, the ship's basically run by computers. We navigate by geophysical satellite data. Course is maintained automatically. Even collision detection is monitored electronically. 30 years ago, ship's electrician was a lowly position. Now, electronics specialists are critical." "It's all very impressive." McFarlane turned toward Britton. "Don't get me wrong, but I've always wondered why Glinn chose a tanker for this job. Why go to the trouble of disguising a tanker as an ore carrier? Why not just get a dry bulk carrier to begin with? Or a big container ship? God knows it would have been cheaper." "I think I can explain that. Follow me." Britton opened a door and ushered McFarlane forward. The carpeting and wood veneer gave way to stamped metal and linoleum. They descended yet another set of stairs to a door labeled Cargo Control Room. The room beyond was dominated by a vast electronic schematic of the ship's main deck, mounted on the far bulkhead. Countless small points of light blinked red and yellow across its surface. "This is the ship's mimic diagram," Britton said, motioning McFarlane toward the schematic. "It's the way we keep track of how and where cargo is loaded. We control the ballast, pumps, and cargo valves directly from the mimic area." She pointed to a series of gauges and switches arrayed beneath the diagram. "These controls regulate the pump pressures." She led the way across the room, where an officer watched an array of computer screens. "This computer calculates cargo distribution, and these computers are the ship's automatic gauging system. They monitor pressure, volume, and temperature throughout the ship's tanks." She patted the beige case of the nearest monitor. "This is why Glinn chose a tanker. This meteorite of yours is heavy. Loading it will be exceedingly tricky. With our tanks and computers, we can shift seawater ballast around from tank to tank, maintaining even trim and list no matter what weird lopsided thing goes inside. We can keep everything level. I don't think anybody would be happy if we turned belly up the moment you dropped that thing in the tank." Britton moved to the far side of the ballast control equipment. "Speaking of the computers, do you have any idea what this is?" She pointed to a tall, freestanding tower of black steel, featureless except for a keyhole and a small logo reading Secure Datametrics. It looked very different from the rest of the ship's electronics. "Glinn's people installed it back in Elizabeth. There's another, smaller one like it, up on the bridge. None of my officers can figure out what the thing does." McFarlane ran a curious hand over its beveled front. "No idea. Could it have something to do with the dead man's switch?" "That's what I assumed at first." She led him out of the room and along the metal-floored corridor to a waiting elevator. "But it seems to be tied into more than one of the ship's key systems." "Would you like me to ask Glinn?" "No, don't bother. I'll ask him sometime myself. But here I am, going on and on about the Rollvag," she said, punching an elevator button. "I'm curious how exactly one becomes a meteorite hunter." McFarlane looked at her as the elevator began to sink. She was a very poised woman. Her shoulders were straight, her chin held high. But it was not a military kind of stiffness. Rather, he thought, it was a kind of quiet pride. She knew he was a meteorite hunter. He wondered if she knew about Misanke and the Turnarshuk meteorite fiasco. "You and I have a lot in common," he thought. He could only imagine how tough it must have been for her to put on a uniform again and walk a bridge, wondering what people were saying behind her back. "I got caught in a meteorite shower in Mexico." "Incredible. And you survived." "Only once in recorded history has a meteorite ever struck anyone," McFarlane said. "A woman with a history of hypochondria, lying in bed. The rock had been slowed by going through the upper stories of her house, so it only made a massive bruise. Sure got her out of bed, though." Britton laughed. A lovely sound. "So I went back to school and became a planetary geologist. But I was never very good at playing the sober scientist." "What does a planetary geologist study?" "A long list of boring subjects, before you get to the really good stuff. Geology, chemistry, astronomy, physics, calculus." "Sounds more interesting than studying for a master's license." "And the good stuff?" "My high point was getting to study a Martian meteorite in graduate school. I was looking at the effect of cosmic rays on its chemical composition. Trying to find a way to date it, basically." The elevator door opened and they stepped out. "A real Martian rock," Britton said, opening a door and stepping out into yet another endless corridor. McFarlane shrugged. "I liked finding meteorites. It was a bit like treasure hunting. And I liked studying meteorites. But I didn't like rubbing elbows at faculty sherry hour, or going to conferences and chatting with rock jocks about collisional ejection and cratering mechanics. I guess the feeling was mutual. Anyway, my academic career lasted all of 5 years. Got denied tenure. I've been on my own ever since. He held his breath, thinking of his ex-partner, realizing this was a poor choice of words. But the captain did not pursue it, and the moment passed. All I know about meteorites is that they're rocks that fall out of the sky, Britain said. Where do they come from? Other than Mars, of course. Martian meteorites are extremely rare. Most of them are chunks of rock from the inner asteroid belt, small bits and pieces from planets that broke up soon after the formation of the solar system. The thing you're after isn't exactly small. Well, most of them are small, but it doesn't take a whole lot to make a big impact. The Tunguska meteorite, which hit Siberia in 1908, had an impact energy equal to a 10-megaton hydrogen bomb. 10 megatons. And that's small potatoes. Some meteoroids hit the Earth with a kinetic energy greater than 100 million megatons. That's the kind of blast that tends to end an entire geologic age, kill off the dinosaurs, and generally ruin everybody's day. Jesus. Britain shook her head. He laughed dryly. Don't worry. They're pretty rare. 1 every 100 million years. They had worked their way through another maze of corridors. McFarlane felt hopelessly lost. Are all meteorites the same? No. But most of the ones that hit the Earth are ordinary chondrites. Chondrites? Basically old gray stones. Pretty boring. McFarlane hesitated. There are the nickel-iron types, probably like the one we're snagging. But the most interesting type is called CI chondrites. He stopped. Britain glanced over at him. It's hard to explain. It might be boring for you. McFarlane remembered more than once putting a glaze over everyone's eyes at a dinner party in his younger, enthusiastic, innocent years. I'm the one that studied celestial navigation. Try me. Well, CI chondrites are clumped directly out of the pure, unadulterated dust cloud the solar system formed from, which makes them very interesting. They contain clues to how the solar system formed. They're also very old, older than the Earth. And how old is that? 4.5 billion years. He noticed a genuine interest shining in her eyes. Amazing. And it's been theorized that there's a type of meteorite even more incredible. McFarlane fell silent abruptly, checking himself. He did not want the old obsession to return. Not now. He walked on in the sudden stillness, aware of Britain's curious gaze. The corridor ended in a dogged hatch. Undogging the cleats, Britain pulled it open. A wall of sound flew out at them, the huge roar of endless horsepower. McFarlane followed the captain out onto a narrow catwalk. About 50 feet below, he could see 2 enormous turbines roaring in tandem. The huge space seemed completely deserted. Apparently it, too, was run by computer. He gripped a metal pole for support, and it vibrated wildly in his hand. Britain looked at him with a small smile as they continued along the catwalk. The Rollvag is driven by steam boilers, not diesel motors like other ships, she said, raising her voice over the roar. We do have an emergency diesel for electricity, though. On a modern ship like this, you can't afford to lose power, because if you do, you've got nothing. No computers, no navigation, no firefighting equipment. You're a drifting hulk. We call it DIW, dead in the water. They passed through another heavy door at the forward end of the engine space. Britain dogged it shut, then led the way down a hallway that ended at a closed elevator door. McFarlane followed, grateful for the quiet. The captain stopped at the elevator, looking back at him calculatingly. Suddenly he realized she had more on her mind than a tour of the jolly old Rollvag. "Mr. Glinn gave a good talk," Britain said at last. "I'm glad you think so. Crews can be a superstitious lot, you know. It's amazing how fast rumor and speculation can turn into fact below decks. I think that talk went a long way toward squelching any rumors." There was another brief pause. Then she spoke again. "I have the feeling Mr. Glinn knows a lot more than he said. Actually, no. That isn't the right way to put it. I think maybe he knows less than he let on." She glanced sidelong at McFarlane. "Isn't that right?" McFarlane hesitated. He didn't know what Lloyd or Glinn had told the captain, or more to the point, what they had withheld. Nevertheless, he felt that the more she knew, the better off the ship would be. He felt a sense of kinship with her. They'd both made big mistakes. They'd both been dragged behind the motorcycle of life a little longer than the average Joe. In his gut, he trusted Sally Britton. "You're right," he said. "The truth is we know almost nothing about it. We don't know how something so large could have survived impact. We don't know why it hasn't rusted away. What little electromagnetic and gravitational data we have about the rock seem contradictory, even impossible." "I see," said Britain. She looked into McFarlane's eyes. "Is it dangerous?" "There is no reason to think so." He hesitated. "No reason to think not, either." There was a pause. "What I mean is, will it pose a hazard to my ship or my crew?" McFarlane chewed his lip, wondering how to answer. "A hazard? It's heavy as hell. It'll be tricky to maneuver. But once it's safely secured in its cradle, I have to believe it'll be less dangerous than a hold full of inflammable oil." He looked at her. "And Glinn seems to be a man who never takes chances." For a moment Britain thought about this. Then she nodded. "That was my take on him, too. Cautious to a fault." She pressed the button for the elevator. "That's the kind of person I like on board. Because the next time I end up on a reef, I'm going down with the ship." Rollvag, July 3rd, 2:15 p.m. As the good ship Rollvag crossed the equator, with the coast of Brazil and the mouth of the Amazon far to the west, a time-honored ritual began on the ship's bow, as it had on ocean-going vessels for hundreds of years. 30 feet below deck and almost 900 feet aft, Dr. Patrick Bramble was unpacking his last box of books. For almost every year of his working life he had crossed the line at least once, and he found the concomitant ceremonies, the Neptune's tea made from boiled socks, the gauntlet of fish-wielding deckhands, the vulgar laughter of the shellbacks, distasteful in the extreme. He had been unpacking and arranging his extensive library ever since the Rollvag left port. It was a task he enjoyed almost as much as reading the books themselves, and he never allowed himself to hurry. Now he ran a scalpel along the final seam of packing tape, pulled back the cardboard flaps, and looked inside. With loving fingers he removed the topmost book, Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, and caressed its fine half-leather cover before placing it on the last free shelf in his cabin. Orlando Furioso came next, then Huysmans' Rebord, Coleridge's lectures on Shakespeare, Dr. Johnson's Rambler essays, Newman's Apologia Pro Vita Sua. None of the books was about medicine. In fact, of the 1,000-odd eclectic books in Bramble's traveling library, only a dozen or so could be considered professional references, and those he segregated in his medical suite to remove the vocational stain from his cherished library. For Dr. Bramble was first a reader, and second a doctor. The box empty at last, Bramble sighed in mingled satisfaction and regret, and stepped back to survey the ranks of books standing in neat rows on every surface and shelf. As he did so, there was the clatter of a distant door, followed by the measured cadence of footsteps. Bramble waited motionless, listening, hoping it was not for him, but knowing it was. The footsteps stopped, and a brief double rap came from the direction of the waiting room. Bramble sighed again, a very different sigh from the first. He glanced around the cabin quickly. Then, spying a surgical mask, he picked it up and slipped it over his mouth. He found it very useful in hurrying patients along. He gave the books a last loving glance, then slipped out of the cabin, closing the door behind him. He walked down the long hallway, past the rooms of empty hospital beds, past the surgical bays and the pathology lab to the waiting room. There was Eli Glinn, an expandable file beneath one arm. Glinn's eyes fastened on the surgical mask. "I didn't realize you were with someone." "I'm not," Bramble said through the mask. "You're the first to arrive." Glinn glanced at the mask a moment more. Then he nodded. "Very well. May we speak?" "Certainly." Bramble led the way to his consultation room. He found Glinn to be one of the most unusual creatures he had ever met, a man with culture who took no delight in it, a man with conversation who never employed it, a man with hooded grey eyes who made it his business to know everyone's weaknesses, save his own. Bramble closed the door to his consultation room. "Please sit down, Mr. Glinn." He waved a hand at Glinn's folder. "I assume those are the medical histories. They're late. Fortunately, I've had no need to call on them yet." Glinn slipped into the chair. "I've set aside some of the folders that might require your attention. Most are routine. There are a few exceptions." "I see." "We'll start with the crew. Victor Howell has testicular cryptorchidism." "Odd that he hasn't had it corrected." Glinn looked up. "He probably doesn't like the idea of a knife down there." Bramble nodded. Glinn leafed through several more folders. There were the usual complaints and conditions to be found in any random sampling of the population. A few diabetics, a chronic slipped disc, a case of Addison's disease. "Fairly healthy crew there," said Bramble, hoping faintly that the session was over. But no. Glinn was taking out another set of folders. "And here are the psychological profiles," Glinn said. Bramble glanced over at the names. "What about the EES people?" "We have a slightly different system," said Glinn. "EES files are available on a need-to-know basis only." Bramble didn't respond to that one. No use arguing with a man like Glinn. Glinn took 2 additional folders out of his briefcase and placed them on Bramble's desk, then casually leaned back in the chair. "There's really only one person here I'm concerned about." "And who might that be?" "McFarlane." Bramble tugged the mask down around his chin. "The dashing meteorite hunter?" he asked in surprise. The man did carry around a faint air of trouble, it was true. Glinn tapped the top folder. "I will be giving you regular reports on him." Bramble raised his eyebrows. "McFarlane is the one key figure here not of my choosing. He's had a dubious career, to say the least. That is why I would like you to evaluate this report, and the ones to follow." Bramble looked at the file with distaste. "Who's your mole?" he asked. He expected Glinn to be offended, but he was not. I would rather keep that confidential. Bramble nodded. He pulled the file toward him, leafing through it. Diffident about expedition and its chances for success, he read aloud. Motivations unclear. Distrustful of the scientific community. Extremely uncomfortable with managerial role. Tends to be a loner. He dropped the folder. I don't see anything unusual. Glinn nodded at the second, much larger folder. Here's a background file on McFarlane. Among other things, it contains a report here about an unpleasant incident in Greenland some years ago. Bramble sighed. He was a most incurious man, and this was, he suspected, a major reason why Glinn had hired him. I'll look at it later. Let's look at it now. Perhaps you could summarize it for me. Very well. Bramble sat back, folded his hands, and resigned himself to listening. Years ago, McFarlane had a partner named Msanke. They first teamed up to smuggle the Atacama tektites out of Chile, which made them infamous in that country. After that, they successfully located several other small but important meteorites. The two worked well together. McFarlane had gotten in trouble at his last museum job and went freelance. He had an instinctive knack for finding meteorites, but rock hunting isn't a full-time job unless you can get backers. Msanke, unlike McFarlane, was smooth at museum politics and lined up several excellent assignments. They grew very close. McFarlane married Msanke's sister Malou, making them brothers-in-law. However, over the years, their relationship began to fray. Perhaps McFarlane envied Msanke's successful museum career, or Msanke envied the fact that McFarlane was by nature the better field scientist. But most of all, it had to do with McFarlane's pet theory. And that was? McFarlane believed that someday an interstellar meteorite would be found, one that had traveled across vast interstellar distances from another star system. Everyone told him this was mathematically impossible. All known meteorites came from inside the solar system. But McFarlane was obsessed with the idea. It gave him the faint odor of quackery, and that didn't sit well with a traditionalist like Msanke. In any case, about 3 years ago there was a major meteorite fall near Ternashook, Greenland. It was tracked by satellites and seismic sensors, which allowed for good triangulation of its impact site. Its trajectory was even captured on an amateur videotape. The New York Museum of Natural History, working with the Danish government, hired Msanke to find the meteorite. Msanke brought in McFarlane. They found the Ternashook, but it took a lot more time and cost a lot more money than they anticipated. Large debts were incurred. The New York Museum balked. To make matters worse, there was friction between Msanke and McFarlane. McFarlane extrapolated the orbit of the Ternashook from the satellite data and became convinced that the meteorite was following a hyperbolic orbit, which meant it must have come in from far beyond the solar system. He thought it was the interstellar meteorite he had been looking for all his life. Msanke was worried sick over the funding, and this was the last thing he wanted to hear. They waited, guarding the site, for days, but no money came. At last Msanke went off to resupply and meet with Danish officials. He left McFarlane with the stone, and, unfortunately, a communications dish. As best I understand it, McFarlane had a kind of psychological break. He was there, alone, for a week. He became convinced that the New York Museum would fail to provide the extra funding, and that in the end the meteorite would be spirited off by somebody, broken up, and sold on the black market, never to be seen or studied again. So he used the satellite dish to contact a rich Japanese collector who he knew could buy it whole and keep it. In short, he betrayed his partner. When Masanke returned with the supplies, and, as it happened, the extra funding, the Japanese were already there. They wasted no time at all. They took it away. Masanke felt betrayed, and the scientific world was furious at McFarlane. They've never forgiven him. Bramble nodded sleepily. It was an interesting story. Might make for a good, if somewhat sensational novel. Jack London could have done it justice. Or better yet, Conrad. I worry about McFarlane, Glinn said, intruding on his thoughts. We can't have anything like that happening here. It would ruin everything. If he was willing to betray his own brother-in-law, he would betray Lloyd and EES without a second thought. Why should he? Bramble yawned. Lloyd has deep pockets, and he seems perfectly happy to write checks. McFarlane is mercenary, of course, but this goes beyond money. The meteorite we're after has some very peculiar properties. If McFarlane grows obsessed with it, as he did with the Turnarshuk— Glinn hesitated. For example, if we ever have to use the dead man switch, it would be in a time of extreme crisis. Every second would count. I don't want anybody trying to prevent it. And my role in this? You have a background in psychiatry. I want you to review these periodic reports. If you see any cause for concern, in particular, any incipient signs of a break like his last one, please let me know. Bramble flipped through the two files again, the old one and the new. The background file was strange. He wondered where Glinn had gotten the information. Very little, if any, was standard psychiatric or medical stuff. Many of the reports had no reporting doctors' names or affiliations. Indeed, some had no names at all. Whatever the source, it had a very expensive whiff about it. He finally looked up at Glinn and slapped the folder shut. I'll look this over, and I'll keep an eye on him. I'm not sure my take on what happened is the same as yours. Glinn rose to leave, his grey eyes as impenetrable as slate. Bramble found it unaccountably irritating. And the Greenland meteorite, Bramble asked. Was it from interstellar space? Of course not. It turned out to be an ordinary rock from the asteroid belt. McFarlane was wrong. And the wife? Bramble asked after a moment. What wife? McFarlane's wife. Malu Masanke. She left him, went back to the Philippines and remarried. In a moment, Glinn was gone, his carefully placed footfalls fading down the corridor. For a moment the doctor listened to the dying cadence, thinking. Then a line of Conrad's came to mind. He spoke it aloud. No man ever understands quite his own artful dodges to escape from the grim shadow of self-knowledge. With a sigh of returning contentment, he put aside the files and went back into his private suite. The torpid equatorial climate, as well as something about Glinn himself, made the doctor think of Mom. The short stories, to be exact. He ran his fingers over the nubbed spines, each rekindling a universe of memory and emotion as it passed by, found what he was looking for, settled into a large wing chair, and opened the cover with a shiver of delight. Rollvag, July 11th, 7:55 a.m. McFarlane advanced onto the parquet deck and looked around curiously. It was his first time on the bridge, and this was without question the most dramatic space on the Rollvag. The bridge was as wide as the ship itself, Three sides of the room were dominated by large square windows, slanting outward from bottom to top, each equipped with its own electric wiper. On either end, doors led out to the bridge wings. Other doors to the rear were labeled chart room and radio room in brass letters. Beneath the forward windows, a bank of equipment stretched the entire length of the bridge. Consoles, rows of telephones, links to control stations throughout the ship. Beyond the windows, a pre-dawn squall lay across stormy deserts of ocean. The only light came from the instrument panels and screens. A smaller row of windows gave a view aft, between the stacks and past the stern of the ship to the white double lines of the wake, vanishing toward the horizon. In the center of the room stood a command and control station. Here McFarlane saw the captain, a dim figure in the near darkness. She was speaking into a telephone, occasionally leaning over to murmur to the helmsman beside her, the hollows of his eyes illuminated a cold green by his radar screen. As McFarlane joined the silent vigil, the squall began to break up and a gray dawn crept over the horizon. A single deckhand moved ant-like across the distant forecastle, bound on obscure business. Above the creamy bow wake, a few persistent seabirds wheeled and screamed. It was a shocking contrast to the torrid tropics, which they had left behind less than a week before. After the Rollvag had crossed the equator, in sultry heat and heavy rains, a lassitude had fallen over the ship. McFarlane had felt it too, yawning over games of shuffleboard, lolling in his suite, staring at the butternut walls. But as they continued south, the air had grown crisper, the ocean swells longer and heavier, and the pearlescent sky of the tropics had given way to brilliant azure, flecked with clouds. As the air freshened, he sensed that the general malaise was being replaced by a mounting excitement. The door to the bridge opened once again, and two figures entered. A third officer, taking the morning 8 to 12, and Eli Glinn. He came silently up to McFarlane's side. "What's this all about?" McFarlane asked under his breath. Before Glinn could answer, there was a soft click from behind. McFarlane glanced back to see Victor Howell step out of the radio room and look on as the watch was relieved. The third officer came over and murmured something in the captain's ear. In turn, she glanced at Glinn. "Keep an eye off the starboard bow," she said, nodding out toward the horizon, which lay like a knife edge against the sky. As the sky lightened, the swells and hollows of the heaving sea became more clearly defined. A spear of dawn light probed through the heavy canopy of clouds off the ship's starboard bow. Stepping away from the helmsman, the captain strolled to the forward wall of windows, hands clasped behind her back. As she did so, another ray of light clipped the tops of the clouds. And then, abruptly, the entire western horizon lit up like an eruption of fire. McFarlane squinted, trying to understand what it was he was staring at. Then he made it out. A row of great snow-capped peaks, wreathed in glaciers, ablaze in the dawn. The captain turned and faced the group. "Land ho," she said dryly. "The mountains of Tierra del Fuego. Within a few hours we'll pass through the Strait of Le Maire and into the Pacific Ocean." She passed a pair of binoculars to McFarlane. McFarlane stared at the range of mountains through the binoculars. Distant and forbidding, like the ramparts of a lost continent, the peaks shedding long veils of snow. Glinn straightened his shoulders, turned away from the sight, and glanced at Victor Howell. The chief mate strolled over to a technician at the far end of the bridge, who quickly stood up and disappeared out the door onto the starboard bridge wing. Howell returned to the command station. "Give yourself 15 for coffee," he said to the third officer. "I'll take the con." The junior officer looked from Howell to the captain, surprised by this break from procedure. "Do you want me to enter it in the log, ma'am?" he asked. Britton shook her head. "Unnecessary. Just be back in a quarter of an hour." Once the man had disappeared from the bridge, the captain turned to Howell. "Is Banks ready with the New York hookup?" she asked. The chief mate nodded. "We've got Mr. Lloyd waiting." Very well. Patch him through. McFarlane stifled a sigh. Isn't once a day enough, he thought. He had almost grown to dread the noon video conference calls he made daily to the Lloyd Museum. Lloyd was always talking a mile a minute, desperate to learn of the ship's progress down to the nautical mile, grilling everyone at length, hatching schemes and questioning every plan. McFarlane marveled at Glinn's patience. There was a crackling noise in a loudspeaker bolted to a bulkhead. Then McFarlane heard Lloyd's voice, loud even in the spacious bridge. "Sam? Sam, are you there?" "This is Captain Britton, Mr. Lloyd," Britton said, motioning the others toward a microphone at the command station. "The coast of Chile is in sight. We're a day out of Puerto Williams." "Marvelous," Lloyd boomed. Glinn approached the microphone. "Mr. Lloyd, it's Eli Glinn. Tomorrow we clear Chilean customs. Dr. McFarlane, myself, and the captain will take a launch into Puerto Williams to present ship's papers." "Is that necessary?" Lloyd asked. "Why must you all go?" "Let me explain the situation. The first problem is that the customs people will probably want to come on board the ship." "Jesus," came Lloyd's voice. "That could give the whole game away." "Potentially. That is why our first effort will be to prevent a visit. The Chileans will be curious to meet the principals, the captain, the chief mining engineer. If we send underlings, they will almost certainly insist on coming aboard." "What about me?" McFarlane asked. "I'm persona non grata in Chile, remember? I'd just as soon keep a low profile." "Sorry, but you're our ace in the hole," Glinn replied. "And why is that?" "You're the only one of us who has actually been in Chile. You've got more experience in situations like this. In the very remote chance that events play out along an unexpected path, we need your instincts." "Great. I don't think I'm being properly compensated for taking such a risk." "Oh, yes, you are." Lloyd's voice sounded testy. "Look, Eli, what if they want to board her anyway?" "We've prepared a special reception room for the occasion." "Reception room? The last thing we want is them hanging about." "The room will not encourage any lingering. If they do come aboard, they will be escorted to the forward tank-washing control room. It's not a very comfortable place. We've fitted it with some metal chairs, not enough, and a formica table. The heat's been turned off. We've painted parts of the deck with a chemical wash smelling faintly of excrement and vomit." Lloyd's laugh, amplified and metallic, rang across the bridge. "Eli, God forbid you should ever direct a war. But what if they want to see the bridge?" "We have a strategy for that as well. Trust me, Palmer, when we get through with the customs people in Puerto Williams, it will be highly unlikely they will want to come aboard, and even less likely they will want to see the bridge." He turned. "Dr. McFarlane, from now on you speak no Spanish. Just follow my lead. Let me and Captain Britton do all the talking." There was a momentary silence. "You said that was our first problem," Lloyd spoke up at last. "Is there another one?" "There's an errand we must run while we're in Puerto Williams." "Dare I ask what that might be?" "I'm planning to engage the services of a man named John Pup-Up. We'll have to find him and get him on board." Lloyd groaned. "Eli, I'm beginning to think you enjoy springing these surprises on me. Who is John Pup-Up, and why do we need him?" "He's half Yagan, half English." "And what the hell is a Yagan?" "The Yagan Indians were the original inhabitants of the Cape Horn Islands. They are now extinct. Only a few mestizos are left. Pup-Up is old, perhaps 70. He basically witnessed the extinction of his people. He's the last to retain some local Indian knowledge. The overhead speaker fell silent a moment. Then it cracked back into life. Eli, this scheme sounds half-baked. You said you planned to engage his services? Does he know about this? Not yet. What if he says no? When we get to him, he won't be in any condition to say no. Besides, haven't you heard of the time-honored naval tradition of impressment? Lloyd groaned. So now we're going to add kidnapping to our list of crimes. This is a high-stakes game, said Glinn. You knew it when we began. Pop-Up will go home a rich man. We will have no trouble from that quarter. The only trouble will be locating him and getting him aboard. Any more surprises? At customs, Dr. McFarlane and myself will present counterfeit passports. This is the path with the highest certainty of success, although it entails some minor breaking of Chilean law. Wait a minute, McFarlane said. Traveling with fake passports is breaking American law. It will never be known. I have arranged for the passport records to be lost in transit between Puerto Williams and Punta Arenas. We will retain your real passports, of course, which have been marked with the correct visas, arrival, and departure stamps. Or so it will seem. He looked around, as if asking for objections. There were none. The chief officer was at the helm, steering the ship impassively. Captain Britton was looking at Glinn. Her eyes were wide, but she remained silent. Very well, Lloyd said. But I have to tell you, Eli, this scheme of yours makes me very nervous. I want an immediate update when you get back from customs. The speaker abruptly went dead. Britton nodded to Victor Howell, who disappeared into the radio room. Everyone who goes into port is going to have to look the part, Glinn said. Dr. McFarlane can go as he is. Glinn gave him a rather dismissive once-over. But Captain Britton will need to be several degrees less formal. You said we'll have fake passports, McFarlane said. I assume we'll have fake names to go with them? Correct. You'll be Dr. Sam Widmanstatten. Cute. There was a short silence. And yourself? Britton asked. For the first time McFarlane could remember, Glinn laughed, a low, small sound that seemed to be mostly breath. Call me Ishmael, he said. Chile, July 12th, 9:30 a.m. The following day the great ship Rollvag lay at rest in the gory roads, a broad channel between 3 islands rising out of the Pacific. A chill sunlight bathed the scene in sharp relief. McFarlane stood at the rail of the Rollvag's launch, a small decrepit vessel almost as rust-stained as its parent, and stared at the tanker as they slowly pulled away. It looked even bigger from sea level. Far above, on the fantail, he could see Amira, swaddled in a parka 3 sizes too large. "Hey, boss," she cried faintly as she waved. "Don't come back with the clap." The boat swung around in the chop and turned toward the desolate landscape of Isla Navarino. It was the southernmost inhabited landmass on Earth. Unlike the mountainous coast they had passed the prior afternoon, the eastern flanks of Navarino were low and monotonous, a frozen, snow-covered swamp descending to broad, shingled beaches pounded by Pacific rollers. There was no sign of human life. Puerto Williams lay some 20 miles up the Beagle Channel in protected waters. McFarlane shivered, drawing his own parka more tightly around him. Spending time on Isla Desolacion, remote even by the standards of this godforsaken place, was one thing. But hanging around a Chilean harbor made him nervous. 1,000 miles north of here there were still plenty of people who would remember his face. and would be happy to acquaint him with the business end of a cattle prod. There was always a chance, however small, that one of them would now be stationed down here. There was a movement by his side as Glinn joined him at the rail. The man was wearing a greasy quilted jacket, several layers of soiled woolen shirts, and an orange watch cap. He clutched a battered briefcase in one hand. His face, fastidiously clean-shaven under normal conditions, had been allowed to roughen. A bent cigarette dangled from his lips, and McFarlane could see he was actually smoking it, inhaling and exhaling with every indication of pleasure. "I don't believe we've met," McFarlane said. "I'm Eli Ishmael, Chief Mining Engineer." "Well, Mr. Mining Engineer, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were actually enjoying yourself." Glinn pulled the cigarette from his mouth, gazed at it a moment, then tossed it toward the frozen seascape. "Enjoyment is not necessarily incompatible with success." McFarlane gestured at his shabby clothes. "Where'd you get all this, anyhow? You look like you've been stoking coal." "A couple of costume consultants flew in from Hollywood while the ship was being fitted," Glinn answered. "We've got a few sea lockers full, enough to cover any contingency." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that. So what exactly are our marching orders?" "It's very simple. Our job is to introduce ourselves at customs, handle any questions about the mining permits, post our bond, and find John Popup. We're a wild-catting outfit, here to mine iron ore. The company is teetering on bankruptcy, and this is our last shot. If someone speaks English and questions you, insist belligerently that we are a first-class outfit. But as much as possible, don't speak at all. And if something untoward happens at customs, react as you would naturally." "Naturally?" McFarlane shook his head. "My natural instinct would be to run like hell." He paused. "How about the captain? You think she's up to this?" "As you may have noticed, she's not your typical sea captain." The launch cut through the chop, the carefully detuned diesels hammering violently from below. The door to the cabin thumped open and Britain approached them, wearing old jeans, a pea-jacket, and a battered cap with gold captain's bars. Binoculars swung from her neck. It was the first time McFarlane had seen her out of a crisp naval uniform, and the change was both refreshing and alluring. "May I compliment you on your outfit?" Glinn said. McFarlane glanced at him in surprise. He did not remember ever hearing Glinn praise anybody before. The captain flashed Glinn a smile in return. "You may not. I loathe it." As the boat rounded the northern end of Isla Navarino, a dark shape appeared in the distance. McFarlane could see it was an enormous iron ship. "God," said McFarlane, "look at the size of that. We'll have to give it a wide berth, or its wake will sink us." Britain raised her binoculars. After a long look, she lowered them again more slowly. "I don't think so," she replied. "She's not going anywhere fast." Despite the fact that the ship's bow was toward them, it seemed to take an eternity to draw nearer. The twin masts, gaunt and spidery, listed slightly to one side. Then McFarlane understood. The ship was a wreck, lodged on a reef in the very middle of the channel. Glinn took the binoculars Britain offered. "It's the Capitan Braxos," he said. "A cargo vessel by the looks of it. Must have been driven on a shoal." "It's hard to believe a ship that size could be wrecked in these protected waters," said McFarlane. "This sound is only protected during northeasterly winds, like we have today," said Britain, her voice cold. "When they shift to the west, they'd turn this place into a wind tunnel. Perhaps the ship had engine trouble at the time." They fell silent as the hulk drew nearer. Despite the brilliant clarity of the morning sun, the ship remained oddly out of focus, as if surrounded in its own cloak of mist. The vessel was coated, stem to stern, in a fur of rust and decay. Its iron towers were broken, one hanging off the side and caught among heavy chains, the other lying in a tangle on the deck. No birds perched on its rotting superstructure. Even the waves seemed to avoid its scabrous sides. It was spectral, surreal, a cadaverous sentinel, giving mute warning to all who passed. "Someone ought to speak to Puerto Williams Chamber of Commerce about that," McFarland said. The joke was greeted without laughter. A chill seemed to have fallen on the group. The pilot throttled up as if eager to be past the wreck, and they turned into the Beagle Channel. Here, knife-edged mountains rose from the water, dark and forbidding, snowfields and glaciers winking in their folds. The boat was buffeted by a gust of wind, and McFarland pulled his parka tighter around him. "To the right is Argentina," Glinn said. "To the left, Chile." "And I'm heading inside," said Britton, turning toward the pilot house. An hour later, Puerto Williams rose out of the gray light off the port bow, a collection of shabby wooden buildings, yellow with red roofs, nestled in a bowl between hills. Behind it rose a range of Hyperborean mountains, white and sharp as teeth. At the foot of the town stood a row of decaying piers. Wooden draggers and single-masted gaff sloops with tarred hulls were moored in the harbor. Nearby, McFarland could see the Barrio de los Indios, a crooked assortment of planked houses and damp huts, tendrils of smoke rising from makeshift chimneys. Beyond them lay the naval station itself, a forlorn row of corrugated metal buildings. What looked like 2 naval tenders and an old destroyer were moored nearby. Within the space of a few minutes, it seemed, the bright morning sky had darkened. As the launch pulled up to one of the wooden piers, a smell of rotting fish shot through with odors of sewage and seaweed washed over them. Several men appeared from nearby huts and came shambling down gangplanks. Shouting and gesturing, they tried to entice the launch to land at any of 6 places, each holding up a hawser or pointing at a cleat. The boat slid into the dock, and a loud argument ensued between the 2 nearest men, quieted only when Glinn passed out cigarettes. The 3 climbed out on the slippery dock and looked up at the dismal town. Stray flakes of snow dusted the shoulders of McFarland's parka. "Where is the Office of Customs?" Glinn asked one of the men in Spanish. "I will take you there," said 3 simultaneously. Now women were arriving, crowding around with plastic buckets full of sea urchins, mussels, and congrio colorado, jostling one another aside and shoving the ripe shellfish into their faces. "Sea urchin," said one woman in broken English. She had the wizened face of a septuagenarian and sported a single, remarkably white tooth. "Very good for man. Make hard. Muy fuerte." She gestured with a stiff upraised arm to indicate its results, while the men roared with laughter. "No gracias, senora," Glinn said, shoving his way through the crowd to follow his self-appointed guides. The men led the way up the pier and along the waterfront in the direction of the naval station. Here, beside another pier only slightly less shabby, they stopped at a low-planked building. Light streamed from its sole window into the darkening air, and the fragrant smoke of a wood fire billowed from a tin pipe in the far wall. A faded Chilean flag hung beside the door. Glinn tipped their guides and pushed open the door, Britton following behind him. McFarland came last. He took a deep breath of the ripe, chill air, reminding himself it was very unlikely anyone here would recognize him from the Atacama business. The inside was what he expected. The scarred table, the pot-bellied stove, the dark-eyed official. Walking voluntarily into a Chilean government office, even one as remote and provincial as this, made him nervous. His eyes strayed involuntarily to the tattered-looking sheaf of wanted posters hanging from a wall by a rusted metal clamp. "Cool it," he told himself. The customs official had carefully slicked back hair and an immaculate uniform. He smiled at them, revealing an expanse of gold teeth. "Please," he said in Spanish. "Sit down." He had a soft, effeminate voice. The man radiated a kind well-being that seemed extravagantly out of place in such a forlorn outpost. From a back room of the customs office, voices that had been raised in argument were suddenly hushed. McFarlane waited for Glinn and Britton to sit down, then followed their lead, lowering himself gingerly into a scuffed wooden chair. The pot-bellied stove crackled, giving off a wonderful glow of heat. "Por favor," the official said, pushing a cedar box full of cigarettes at them. Everyone declined except Glinn, who took two. He stuck one between his lips and popped the other into his pocket. "Más tarde," he said with a grin. The man leaned across the table and lit Glinn's cigarette with a gold lighter. Glinn took a deep drag on the unfiltered cigarette, then leaned over to spit a small piece of tobacco off his tongue. McFarlane glanced from him to Britton. "Welcome to Chile," the official said in English, turning the lighter over in his delicate hands before slipping it back in his jacket pocket. Then he switched back to Spanish. "You are from the American mining ship Rollwag, of course." "Yes," said Britton, also in Spanish. With seeming carelessness, she slipped some papers and a wad of passports out of a battered leather portfolio. "Looking for iron?" the man asked with a smile. Glinn nodded. "And you expect to find this iron on Isla Desolación?" His smile held a touch of cynicism, McFarlane thought. Or was it suspicion? "Of course," Glinn answered quickly, after stifling a wet cough. "We are equipped with all the latest mining equipment and a fine ore carrier. This is a highly professional operation." The slightly amused expression on the official's face indicated that he had already received information about the big rust bucket anchored beyond the channel. He drew the papers toward him and flipped through them casually. "It will take some time to process these," he said. "We will probably want to visit your ship. Where is the captain?" "I am the master of the Rollwag," said Britton. At this the official's eyebrows shot up. There was a shuffling of feet from the back room of the customs house, and two more officials of indistinct rank came through the door. Heading to the stove, they sat down on a bench beside it. "You are the captain," the official said. "Si." The official grunted, looked down at the papers, casually leafed through them, and looked up at her again. "And you, senor?" he asked, swiveling his gaze to McFarlane. Glinn spoke. "This is Dr. Widmanstatten, senior scientist. He speaks no Spanish. I am the chief engineer, Eli Ishmael." McFarlane felt the official's gaze linger on him. "Widmanstatten," the man repeated slowly, as if tasting the name. The two other officials turned to look at him. McFarlane's mouth went dry. His face hadn't been in the Chilean newspapers for at least 5 years, and he'd had a beard at the time. Nothing to worry about, he told himself. Sweat began to form at his temples. The Chilean stared at him curiously, as if detecting his agitation with some kind of professional sixth sense. "No speak Spanish," the official said to him. His eyes narrowed as he stared. There was a brief silence. Then, involuntarily, McFarlane blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Quiero una puta." There was sudden laughter from the Chilean officials. "He speaks well enough," said the man behind the table. McFarlane sat back and licked his lips, exhaling slowly. Glinn coughed again, a hideous, racking cough. "Pardon me," he said, pulling out a grimy handkerchief, wiping his chin, scattering yellow phlegm with a savage shake, and returning it to his pocket. The official glanced at the handkerchief, then rubbed his delicate hands together. "I hope you are not coming down with something in this damp climate of ours." "It is nothing," said Glinn. McFarlane looked at him with growing alarm. The man's eyes were raw and bloodshot. He looked ill. Britain coughed delicately into her hand. "A cold," she said. "It's been going around ship." "A mere cold?" asked the official, his eyebrows assuming an uneasy arch. "Well," Britain paused. "Our sick bay is overflowing." "It's nothing serious," Glinn interrupted, his voice thready with mucus. "Perhaps a touch of influenza. You know what it is like on board ship, everyone confined to small spaces." He let out a laugh that devolved into another cough. "Speaking of that, we would be delighted to receive you aboard our vessel today or tomorrow at your convenience." "Perhaps that won't be necessary," said the official, "provided these papers are in order." He leafed through them. "Where is your mining bond?" With a mighty clearing of the throat, Glinn leaned over the desk and pulled an embossed, sealed set of papers from his jacket. Receiving them with the edges of his fingers, the official scanned the top sheet, then flipped to the next with a jerk of his wrist. He laid the sheets on the worn tabletop. "I am desolated," he said with a sad shake of his head. "But this is the wrong form." McFarland saw the other two officials glance covertly at each other. "It is?" asked Glinn. There was a sudden change in the room, an air of tense expectation. "You will need to bring the correct form from Punta Arenas," the official said. "At that time, I can stamp it approved. Until then, I will hold your passports for safekeeping." "It is the correct form," said Britain, her voice taking a hard edge. "Let me take care of this." Glinn spoke to her in English. "I think they want some money." Britain flared. "What? They want a bribe?" Glinn made a suppressing motion with one hand. "Easy." McFarland looked at the two, wondering if what he was seeing between them was real or an act. Glinn turned back to the customs official, whose face was wreathed in a false smile. "Perhaps," Glinn said in Spanish, "we could purchase the correct bond here." "It is a possibility," said the official. "They are expensive." With a loud sniff, Glinn hefted his briefcase and laid it on the table. Despite its dirty, scuffed appearance, the officials glanced at it with ill-concealed anticipation. Glinn flicked open the latches and raised the top, pretending to hide its contents from the Chileans. Inside were more papers and a dozen bundles of American 20s, held together by rubber bands. Glinn removed half of the bundles and laid them on the table. "Will that take care of it?" he asked. The official smiled and settled back in his chair, making a tent of his fingers. "I'm afraid not, senor. Mining bonds are expensive." His eyes were fastidiously averted from the open briefcase. "How much, then?" The official pretended to do a quick mental calculation. "Twice that amount should be sufficient." There was a silence. Then wordlessly, Glinn reached into the briefcase, removed the rest of the bundles, and placed them on the table. To McFarland it was as if the tense atmosphere had suddenly dissipated. The official at the table gathered up the money. Britain looked annoyed but resigned. The two officials sitting on the bench beside the stove were smiling widely. The only exception was a new arrival, a striking figure who had slipped in from the back room at some point during the negotiation and was now standing in the doorway. He was a tall man with a brown face as sharp as a knife, keen black eyes, thick eyebrows, and pointed ears that gave him an intense, almost Mephistophelian aura. He wore a clean but faded Chilean naval uniform with a bit of gold thread on the shoulders. McFarland noted that while the man's left arm lay at his side with military rigidity, the right was held horizontally across his stomach, its atrophied hand curled into an involuntary brown comma. The man looked at the officials, at Glinn, at the money on the table, and his lips curled into a faint smile of contempt. The stacks of money had now been gathered into 4 piles.
"What about a receipt?"
asked Britain.
"Unfortunately, that is not our way."
The customs official spread his hands with another smile. Moving back quickly, he slipped one of the piles of money into his desk, then handed 2 of the other piles to the men on the bench.
"For safekeeping,"
he said to Glinn. Finally, the official picked up the remaining pile and offered it to the uniformed man. The man, who had been peering closely at MacFarlane, crossed his good hand over the bad but made no gesture for the money. The official held it there for a moment, and then spoke to him in a rapid undertone.
"Nada,"
answered the uniformed man in a loud voice. Then he stepped forward and turned to the group, his eyes glittering with hatred.
"You Americans think you can buy everything,"
he said in clear, uninflected English.
"You cannot. I am not like these corrupt officials. Keep your money."
The customs official spoke sharply, waggling the wad of bills at him.
"You will take it, fool."
There was a distinct click as Glinn carefully closed his briefcase.
"No,"
said the uniformed man, switching to Spanish.
"This is a farce, and all of you know it. We are being robbed."
He spat toward the stove. In the dread silence that followed, MacFarlane clearly heard the smack and sizzle as the gobbet hit the hot iron.
"Robbed?"
the official asked.
"How do you mean?"
"You think Americans would come down here to mine iron?" the man said. "Then you are the fool. They are here for something else."
"Tell me, wise Comandante, why they are here."
"There is no iron ore on Isla Desolacion. They can only be here for one thing: gold." After a pause, the official began to laugh, a low-throated, mirthless laugh. He turned to Glinn.
"Gold?"
he said, a little more sharply than before.
"Is that why you are here? To steal gold from Chile?"
MacFarlane glanced at Glinn. To his great dismay, he saw a look of guilt and naked fear writ large across Glinn's face, enough to arouse suspicion in even the dullest official. "We are here to mine iron ore," Glinn said, in a singularly unconvincing way.
"I must inform you that a gold mining bond will be much more expensive," said the official.
"But we are here to mine iron ore."
Come, said the official. "Let us speak frankly to each other and not create unnecessary trouble. This story of iron—"
He smiled knowingly. There was a long, expectant silence. Then Glinn broke it with another cough. "Under the circumstances, perhaps a royalty might be in order, provided that all paperwork is taken care of expeditiously." The official waited. Again Glinn opened the briefcase. He removed the papers and placed them in his pocket. Then he ran his hands across the base of the now empty briefcase, as if searching for something. There was a muffled click, and a false bottom sprang loose. A yellow radiance emerged, reflecting off the official's surprised face.
"Madre de Dios,"
the man whispered. "This is for you, and your associates, now," said Glinn. "On our disembarkation, when we clear customs, if all has gone well, you will receive twice that amount. Of course, if false rumors of a gold strike on Isla Desolacion get back to Punta Arenas, or if we receive unwelcome visitors, we won't be able to complete our mining operation. You will receive nothing more." He sneezed unexpectedly, spraying the back of the case with saliva. The official hastily shut it.
Yes. Everything will be taken care of.
The Chilean Comandante responded savagely.
Look at the lot of you, like dogs sniffing around a bitchin' heat.
The two officials rose from the bench and approached him, murmuring urgently and gesturing toward the briefcase. But the Commandante broke free.
I am ashamed to be in the same room. You would sell your own mothers.
The customs official turned in his seat and stared behind him.
I think you had better return to your vessel, Commandante Vallenar,
he said icily. The uniformed man glared at each person in the room in turn. Then, erect and silent, he walked around the table and out the door, leaving it to bang in the wind.
What of him? Glinn asked. You must forgive Commandante Vallenar, the official said, reaching into another drawer and pulling out some papers and an official stamp. He inked the stamp, then quickly impressed the papers, seemingly anxious to have the visitors gone. He is an idealist in a land of pragmatists. But he is nothing. There will be no rumors, no interruption of your work. You have my word.
He handed the papers and the passports back across the desk. Glinn took them and turned to go, then hesitated. One other thing. We have hired a man named John Popup. Do you have any idea where we might find him?
Popup?
The official was clearly startled.
That old man? Whatever for?
It was represented to us that he has an intimate knowledge of the Cape Horn Islands.
I cannot imagine who told you such a thing. Unfortunately for you, he received money from somewhere a few days ago. And that means only one thing. I would try El Picoroco first, on Callejon Barranca.
The official rose, flashing his gilded smile.
I wish you luck finding iron on Isla Desolacion.
Puerto Williams, 11:45 a.m. Leaving the customs office, they turned inland and began climbing the hill toward the Barrio de los Indios. The graded dirt road quickly gave way to a mixture of snow and icy mud. Wooden corduroys had been placed stairwise along the makeshift track to hold back erosion. The small houses lining the path were a ragtag assortment made with unmatched lumber, surrounded by crude wooden fences. A group of children followed the strangers, giggling and pointing. A donkey, carrying an enormous faggot of wood, passed them on the way downhill, almost jostling McFarlane into a puddle. He regained his balance with a backward curse.
Exactly how much of that little dog and pony show was planned? He asked Glinn in a low voice.
All except for Commandante Vallenar. And your little outburst? Unscripted, but successful.
Successful? Now they think we're illegally mining gold. I would call it a disaster.
Glinn smiled indulgently. It couldn't have gone better. If they gave it some thought, they would never believe that an American company would send an ore carrier to the ends of the earth to mine iron. Commandante Vallenar's flare-up was well timed. It saved me from having to plant the idea in their heads myself.
McFarlane shook his head. Think of the rumors it will start.
There already are rumors. The amount of gold we gave them will shut them up for life. Now our good customs people are going to scotch those rumors and order the island out of bounds. They're much more suited for the job than we are. And they have excellent incentive to do it.
What about that Commandante? Asked Britton. He didn't look like he was getting with the program.
Not everyone can be bribed. Fortunately, he has no power or credibility. The only naval officers who end up down here are the ones that have been convicted of crimes or disgraced in one way or another. Those customs officials will be extremely anxious to keep him in line. That will undoubtedly mean a payoff to the commanding officer of the naval base. We gave those officials more than enough to go around. Glinn pursed his lips. Still, we should learn a little more about this Comandante Vallenar. They stepped over a runnel of soapy water as the grade lessened. Glinn asked directions of a passer-by, and they turned off into a narrow side street. A dirty noon mist was settling on the village, and along with it came a hard freezing of the damp air. A dead mastiff lay swollen in the gutter. McFarlane breathed in the smell of fish and raw earth, noticed the flimsy wooden tienda advertising Fanta and local beers, and was irresistibly brought back 5 years in time. After twice trying unsuccessfully to cross into Argentina, burdened by the Atacama tektites, he and Nestor Masanque had ended up crossing into Bolivia near the town of Anquaque. So unlike this town in appearance, and yet so like it in spirit. Glinn came to a halt. At the end of the alley before them was a sagging, red-shingled building. A blue bulb blinked above a sign that read El Picoroco, Cerveza Más Fina. From an open door beneath, the faint throb of ranchera music spilled into the street. "I think I'm beginning to understand some of your methods," said McFarlane. "What was that the customs man said about somebody sending pop-up money? Was that you, by any chance?" Glinn inclined his head, but did not speak. "I think I'll wait out here," said Britton. McFarlane followed Glinn past the door and into a dim space. He saw a scuffed bar made out of deal, several wooden tables covered with bottle rings, and an English dartboard, its wire numbers blackened with tar and soot. The smoke-laden air tasted as if it had hung there for years. The bartender straightened up as they walked in, and the level of conversation dropped as the few patrons turned to stare at the newcomers. Glinn sidled up the bar and ordered 2 beers. The bartender brought them over, warm and dripping with foam. "We are looking for Senor Pop-Up," said Glinn. "Pop-Up?" The bartender broke into a broad, scant-toothed grin. "He is in the back." They followed the man through a beaded curtain into a little snug with a private table and an empty bottle of Dewar's. Stretched out on a bench along the wall was a skinny old man in indescribably dirty clothes. A pair of wispy Fu Manchu-style mustaches drooped from his upper lip. A thrum cap that looked like it had been sewn together from bits of old rags had slid from his head to the bench. "Sleeping or drunk?" asked Glinn. The bartender roared with laughter. "Both." "When will he be sober?" The man leaned down, rummaged through Pop-Up's pockets, and pulled out a small wad of dirty bills. He counted them, then shoved them back. "He will be sober on Tuesday next." "But he has been hired by our vessel." The bartender laughed again, more cynically. Glinn thought a moment, or at least gave the appearance of doing so. "We have orders to bring him on board. May I trouble you for the hire of 2 of your customers to help us?" The bartender nodded and walked back to the bar, returning with 2 burly men. A few words were spoken, money was exchanged, and the 2 lifted Pop-Up from the bench and slung his arms around their shoulders. His head lolled forward. In their grasp, he looked as light and fragile as a dry leaf. McFarlane took a deep, grateful breath of air as they stepped outside. It stank, but it was better than the stale atmosphere of the bar. Britton, who had been standing in the shadows on a far corner, came forward. Her eyes narrowed at the sight of Pop-Up. "He's not much to look at now," Glinn said, "but he'll make an excellent harbor pilot. He's been traversing the waters of the Cape Horn Islands by canoe for 50 years. He knows all the currents, winds, weather, reefs, and tides." Britton raised her eyebrows. "This old man?" Glinn nodded. "As I told Lloyd this morning, he's half Yagan. They were the original inhabitants of the Cape Horn Islands. He's practically the last one left who knows the language, songs, and legends. He spends most of his time roaming the islands, living off shellfish, plants, and roots. If you asked him, He'd probably tell you the Cape Horn Islands are his." "How picturesque," said MacFarlane. Glynn turned to MacFarlane. "Yes. And he also happens to be the one who found your partner's body." MacFarlane stopped dead. "That's right," Glynn continued in an undertone. "He's the one who collected the tomographic sounder and the rock samples and sold them in Punta Arenas. On top of everything else, his absence in Puerto Williams will be most helpful to us. Now that we have attracted attention to Isla Desolacion, he won't be around to gossip and spread rumor." MacFarlane looked again at the drunk. "So he's the bastard who robbed my partner." Glynn laid a hand on MacFarlane's arm. "He's extremely poor. He found a dead man with some valuable things. It's understandable and forgivable that he'd look to make a small profit. There was no harm in it. If not for him, your old friend might still be lying undiscovered, and you would not have the opportunity to finish his work." MacFarlane pulled away, even as he was forced to admit to himself that Glynn was right. "He will be most useful to us," Glynn said. "I can promise you that." Silently, MacFarlane followed the group as they made their way down the murky hillside toward the harbor. Rollvag, 2:50 p.m. By the time the launch exited the Beagle Channel and approached the Rollvag, a heavy, bitter fog had enveloped the sea. The small group remained inside the wheelhouse, huddled on flotation cushions, barely speaking. Pop-Up, who was propped upright between Glynn and Sally Britton, showed no signs of regaining consciousness. However, several times he had to be prevented from nodding to one side and snuggling himself against the captain's peacoat. "Is he shamming?" the captain asked, as she plucked the old man's frail-looking hand from her lapel and gently pushed him away. Glynn smiled. MacFarlane noticed that the cigarettes, the racking cough, the rheumy eyes had all vanished. The cool presence had returned. Ahead, the ghostly outline of the tanker now appeared above the heavy swell, its sides rising, rising above them, only to disappear again into the soupy atmosphere. The launch came alongside and was hoisted into its davits. As they went aboard, Pop-Up began to stir. MacFarlane helped him shakily to his feet in the swirling fog. Couldn't weigh more than 90 pounds, he thought. "John Pop-Up," Glynn said in his mild voice. "I am Eli Glinn." Pop-Up took his hand and gave it a silent shake. He then solemnly shook hands with everyone else around him, including the launch tender, a steward, and 2 surprised deckhands. He shook the captain's hand last and longest of all. "Are you all right?" Glynn asked. The man looked around with bright black eyes, stroking his thin mustache. He seemed to be neither surprised nor perturbed by the strange surroundings. "Mr. Pop-Up, you're probably wondering what you're doing here." Pop-Up's hand suddenly dove into his pocket and removed the wad of soiled money. He counted it, grunted with satisfaction that he hadn't been robbed, and replaced it. Glynn gestured toward the steward. "Mr. Davies here will see you to your cabin, where you can get washed up and put on a fresh change of clothes. Does that suit you?" Pop-Up looked at Glynn curiously. "Maybe he doesn't speak English," MacFarlane murmured. Pop-Up's eyes swiftly fixed on him.
"Speaks the king's own eye does."
His voice was high and melodious, and through it MacFarlane heard a complex fugue of accents, Cockney English strongly predominating. "I'll be happy to answer all your questions once you've had a chance to settle in," Glynn said. "We will meet in the library tomorrow morning." He nodded to Davies. Without another word, Pop-Up turned away. All eyes followed him as the steward led the way into the aft superstructure. Overhead, the ship's blower rasped into life. "Captain to the bridge," came the metallic voice of Victor Howell. "What's up?" McFarlane asked. Britton shook her head. "Let's find out." The bridge looked out into an all-enveloping cloud of gray. Nothing, not even the deck of the ship, was visible. As he stepped through the door, McFarlane caught the tense atmosphere within. Instead of the normal skeleton complement, there were half a dozen ship's officers on the bridge. From the radio room he could hear the high-speed clatter of a computer keyboard. "What do we have, Mr. Howell?" Britton asked calmly. Howell looked up from a nearby screen. "Radar contact." "Who is it?" McFarlane asked. "Unknown. They're not responding to our hails. Given its speed and radar cross-section, it's probably a gunboat." He peered back, throwing some switches. "Too far to get a good look on the flare." "Where away?" Britton asked. "They seem to be circling, as if searching for something." "Wait a moment." The course is steadied. 8 miles, bearing 160 true and closing. The ESM's picking up radar. We're being painted." The captain joined him quickly and peered into the radar hood. "There's CBDR. Estimated time to CPA?" 12 minutes at current speed and heading." "What does all that alphabet soup mean?" McFarlane asked. Britton glanced at him. "CBDR. Constant bearing and decreasing range." "Collision course," Howell murmured. Britton turned to the third officer who was manning the command station. "Are we underway?" The officer nodded. "Steam's up, ma'am. We're on dynamic positioning." "Tell the engine room to goose it." "Aye, aye." The officer picked up a black-handled telephone. There was a low shudder as the ship's engines revved. Anti-collision alarms began to sound. "Taking evasive action?" McFarlane asked. Britton shook her head. "We're too big for that, even with engine steering. But we're going to give it a shot." From far above on the radar mast, the ship's foghorn gave a deafening blast. "Course unchanged," Howell said, head glued to the radar hood. "Helm's answering," said the third officer. "Rudder amidships." Britton walked toward the radio room and opened the gray metal door. "Any luck, Banks?" No response. McFarlane walked to the forward bank of windows. The line of wipers was clearing the film of mist and sleet that seemed to constantly renew itself. Sunlight struggled to break through the heavy gauze beyond. "Can't they hear us?" he asked. "Of course they can," Glinn said quietly. "They know perfectly well we're here." "Course unchanged," Howell murmured, peering into the radar hood. "Collision in 9 minutes." "Fire flares in the direction of the ship," Britton said, back at the command station. Howell relayed the order and Britton turned to the watch officer. "How's she steer?" "Like a pig, ma'am, at this speed." McFarlane could feel a heavy strain shuddering through the ship. 5 minutes in closing, Howell said. "Fire some more flares. Fire them at the ship. Put me on ICM frequency." Britton picked up a transmitter from the command station. "Unidentified vessel 3,000 yards off my port quarter. This is the tanker Rollvag. Change your course 20 degrees to starboard to avoid collision. Repeat, change your course 20 degrees to starboard." She repeated the message in Spanish, then turned up the gain on the receiver. The entire bridge listened silently to the wash of static. Britton replaced the transmitter. She looked at the helmsman, then at Howell. 3 minutes to collision, Howell said. She spoke into the blower. "All hands, this is the master speaking. Prepare for collision at the starboard bow." The foghorn ripped once again through the thinning veils of mist. A klaxon was going off, and lights were blinking on the bridge. "Coming up on the starboard bow," Howell said. "Get damage and fire control ready," Britton replied. Then she pulled a bullhorn from the bulkhead, raced toward the door leading onto the starboard bridge wing, tore it open, and vanished outside. As if at a single thought, Glinn and McFarlane followed. The moment he stepped outside, McFarlane was soaked by the frigid, heavy haze. Below he could hear confused sounds of running and shouting. The foghorn, even louder here on the exposed deck, seemed to atomize the thick air that surrounded them. Britain had run to the far end of the wing and was leaning over the railing, suspended 100 feet above the sea, bullhorn poised. The fog was beginning to break up, streaming across the main deck. But off the starboard bow it seemed to McFarlane that the mist was thickening, growing darker again. Suddenly a forest of antennas solidified out of the gloom, forward anchor light glowing pale white. The foghorn once again blasted its warning, but the vessel came unrelentingly toward them at full speed, a creaming, snarling wake of foam cutting across its grey bows. Its outlines became clearer. It was a destroyer, its sides pitted and scarred and streaked with rust. Chilean flags fluttered from its superstructure and fantail. 4-inch guns, stubby and evil-looking, sat in housings on the fore and aft decks. Britain was screaming into the bullhorn. Collision alarms sounded, and McFarlane could feel the bridge wing shaking beneath him as the engines tried to pull away. But it was impossible to turn the big ship quickly enough. He planted his feet, grasping the railing, preparing for impact. At the last moment, the destroyer sheered to port, gliding past the tanker with no more than 20 yards to spare. Britain lowered the bullhorn. All eyes followed the smaller vessel. Every gun of the destroyer, from the big deck turrets to the 40-millimeter cannon, was trained on the bridge of the Rollvag. McFarlane stared at the ship in mingled perplexity and horror, and then his eyes fell on the destroyer's flying bridge. Standing alone, in full uniform, was the naval commandante they had met that morning in customs. Wind tugged at the gold bars on his officer's cap. He was passing so close beneath them that McFarlane could see the beads of moisture on his face. Vallenar paid them no mind. He was leaning against a .50-caliber machine gun mounted to the rail, but it was a posture of false ease. The barrel of the gun, its perforated snout heavy with sea salt and rust, was aimed directly at them, an insolent promise of death. His black eyes skewered them one at a time. His withered arm was clutched against his chest at a precise angle to his body. The man's gaze never wavered, and as the destroyer slid by, both he and the machine gun rotated slowly, keeping them in view. And then the destroyer fell astern of the Rollvag, slipping back into the mist, and the spectre was gone. In the chill silence that remained, McFarlane heard the destroyer's engines rumble up to full speed once again, and felt the faintest sensation of rocking as its wake passed beneath the tanker. It had the gentle up-and-down motion of a baby's cradle, and if it had not been terrifying, would have been distinctly comforting. Rollvag, July 13th, 6:30 a.m. McFarlane stirred in the pre-dawn darkness of his stateroom. The bed-sheets were twisted around him in a cyclone of linen, and the pillow beneath his head was heavy with sweat. He rolled over, still half asleep, instinctively reaching for Malou's comforting warmth. But save for himself, the berth was empty. He sat up and waited for his pounding heart to find its normal rhythm as the disconnected images of a nightmare, a ship tossed on a stormy sea, receded from his mind. As he passed a hand across his eyes, he realized that not everything had been a dream. The motion of the water was still with him. The ship's movement had changed. Instead of the usual gentle roll, it felt shuddery and rough. Throwing aside the sheets, he walked to the window and pulled the curtain back. Sleet splattered against the plexiglass, and there was a thick coating of ice along its lower edge. The dark set of rooms seemed oppressive, and he dressed hurriedly, eager for fresh air despite the nasty conditions. As he trotted down the 2 flights of stairs to the main deck, the ship rolled, and he was forced to steady himself on the railing for support. As he opened the door leading out of the superstructure, a blast of icy wind buffeted his face. It was bracing, and it drove the last vestiges of the nightmare from his mind. In the half-light he could see the windward vents, davits, and containers plastered with ice, the deck awash in slush. McFarlane could now hear clearly the boom of a heavy sea running the length of the ship. Out here, the roll of the vessel was more pronounced. The dark, moiling seas were periodically whitened with great combing waves, the faint hiss of the breaking water coming to his ears over the moaning of the wind. Someone was leaning up against the starboard railing, head sunk forward. As he approached, he saw it was Amira, bundled once again in the ridiculously oversized parka. "What are you doing here?" he asked. She turned toward him. Deep within the furred hood of the parka he made out a green-tinged face. A few tendrils of black hair escaped, whipped back by the wind.
"Trying to puke," she said. "What's your excuse?"
"Couldn't sleep." Amira nodded.
"I'm hoping that destroyer comes by again. I'd like nothing better than to unload the contents of my stomach on that ugly little Commandante."
McFarlane did not answer. The encounter with the Chilean vessel and speculation about Commandante Vallenar and his motives had dominated dinner-table talk the previous night. And Lloyd, when he heard of the incident, had become frantic. Only Glinn seemed unconcerned.
"Will you look at this?"
Amira said. Following her gaze, McFarlane saw the dark form of a jogger, clad only in grey warm-ups, making its way along the port rail. As he stared, he realized it was Sally Britton.
"Only she would be man enough to go jogging in this weather,"
Amira said sourly. "She's pretty tough."
"More like crazy."
Amira snickered.
"Look at that sweatshirt bouncing around."
McFarlane, who had been looking at it, said nothing.
"Don't get me wrong. I take a purely scientific interest. I'm thinking how one would calculate an equation of state for those rather impressive breasts."
"An equation of state?"
"It's something we physicists do. It relates all the physical properties of an object. Temperature, pressure, density, elasticity."
"I get the picture."
"Look,"
Amira said, abruptly changing the subject.
"There's another wreck."
In the bleak winter distance, McFarlane could see the outline of a large ship, its back broken on a rock.
"What is that, 4?"
Amira asked. 5, I think. As the Rollvague headed south from Puerto Williams toward Cape Horn, the sightings of giant shipwrecks had grown more frequent. Some were almost as large as the Rollvague. The area was a veritable graveyard of shipping, and the sight no longer brought any surprise. Britain had by now rounded the bow and was heading in their direction.
"Here she comes," said Amira.
As Britain drew up to them, she slowed, jogging in place. Britain's warm-up suit was damp with sleet and rain, and it clung to her body. Equation of state, McFarlane thought to himself.
"I wanted to let you know that at 9 o'clock I'm going to issue a deck safety harness order," she said.
"Why's that?" McFarlane asked.
"The squall is coming."
"Coming?" Amira said with a bleak laugh.
"It looks like it's already here. As we head out of the lee of Isla Navarino, we're going to be heading into a gale. Nobody will be allowed on deck without a harness."
Britain had answered Amira's question, but she was looking at McFarlane. "Thanks for the warning," McFarlane said. Britain nodded to him, then jogged away. In a minute she was gone. "What is it you have against her?" McFarlane said. Amira was silent a moment.
"Something about Britain bugs me. She's too perfect."
"I think that's what they call an air of command."
"And it seemed so unfair, the whole ship suffering because of her booze problem."
"It was Glinn's decision," said McFarlane. After a moment, Amira sighed and shook her head.
"Yeah, that's vintage, Eli, isn't it? You can bet there's an unbroken line of impeccable logic leading up to that decision.
He just hasn't told anybody what it is." McFarlane shivered under a fresh blast of wind. "Well, I've had enough sea air to last a while. Shall we get some breakfast?" Amira let out a groan. "You go ahead. I'll wait here a while longer. Sooner or later something's bound to come up." After breakfast, McFarlane headed to the ship's library, where Glinn had asked to meet him. The library, like everything about the vessel, was large. Windows, streaked with sleet, covered one wall. Beyond and far below he could see snow driving almost horizontally, whirling into the black water. The shelves contained a wide assortment of books. Nautical texts and treatises, encyclopedias, Reader's Digest condensations, forgotten bestsellers. He browsed through them, waiting for Glinn, feeling unsettled. The closer they got to Isla Desolacion, to the spot where Misanke died, the more restless he became. They were very close now. Today they would round the Horn and anchor in the Horn Islands at last. McFarlane's fingers stopped at the slender volume, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket. This was the Edgar Allan Poe title Britain mentioned at dinner that first night at sea. Curious, he took it to the nearest sofa. The dark leathery felt slippery as he settled into it and cracked the book. The pleasant smell of buckram and old paper rose to his nostrils. "My name is Arthur Gordon Pym. My father was a respectable trader in sea stores at Nantucket, where I was born. My maternal grandfather was an attorney in good practice. He was fortunate in everything and had speculated very successfully in stocks of the Edgarton New Bank, as it was formerly called." This was a disappointingly dry beginning, and it was with relief that he saw the door open and Glinn enter. Behind him followed Pup-Up, ducking and smiling, barely recognizable from the drunk they had brought on board the previous afternoon. His long gray hair was braided back from his forehead, and the neatly groomed but still wispy mustache drooped from his pendulous lip. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," Glinn said. "I've been speaking to Mr. Pup-Up. He seems content to assist us." Pup-Up grinned and shook hands all around again. McFarlane found his hand curiously cool and dry. "Come to the windows," Glinn said. McFarlane strolled over and gazed out. Through the torn and roiling mists he could now make out to the northeast, a barren island rising from the water, little more than the jagged top of a drowned mountain, white surf clawing and leaping at its base. "That," murmured Glinn, "is Isla Barnevelt." A distant squall line passed, like the drawing of a curtain from the storm-racked horizon. Another island came into view, black, rugged, its mountainous heights whirling with snow and fog. "And that is Isla Deceit, the easternmost of the Cape Horn Islands." Beyond it the fresh light exposed another wilderness of drowned mountain tops poking from the sea. As they watched, the light was extinguished as quickly as it had come. Midnight seemed to close around the vessel, and another squall struck them full on, its fury battering the windows, hail rattling off the ship like machine-gun fire. McFarlane felt the big ship lean. Glinn withdrew a folded piece of paper. "I received this message half an hour ago." He handed it to McFarlane. McFarlane unfolded it curiously. It was a brief cable. "On no account are you to make landfall on the target island without further instructions from me. Lloyd." McFarlane handed it back to Glinn, who returned it to his pocket. "Lloyd's told me nothing about his plans." "What do you think it means? And why not simply telephone or email?" "Because he may not be near a telephone." Glinn drew himself up. "The view from the bridge is even nicer. Care to come along?" Somehow McFarlane did not think the EES head was interested in the view. He followed. Glinn was correct, however. From the bridge, the fury of the seas was even more awe-inspiring. Angry black waves broke and fought among themselves, and the wind worried at their tops and ran deep runnels through their troughs. As McFarlane watched, the Rollvag's forecastle nodded downward into a massive sea, then struggled up again, sheets of seawater cascading from its flanks. Britain turned toward them, her face spectral in the artificial glow. "I see you've brought the pilot," she said, glancing a little dubiously toward Pup-Up. "Once we round the Horn, we'll see what advice he can give us for the approach." At her side, Victor Howell stirred. "There it is now," he said. Far ahead of the ship, a break in the storm threw a gleam of light upon a fissured crag, taller and darker than the others, rising from the frantic seas. "Cabo de Hornos," said Glinn. "Cape Horn. But I've come about something else. We should expect a visitor momentarily." "Captain," the third officer interrupted, bent over a screen. "The Slick 32 is picking up radar. I've got an air contact approaching from the northeast." "Bearing?" 040 true, ma'am. Directly for us." The air on the bridge grew tense. Victor Howell walked quickly to the third officer and peered over his shoulder at the screen. "Range and speed?" Britain asked. 40 miles, and approaching at about 170 knots, ma'am." "Reconnaissance aircraft?" Howell straightened up. "In this weather?" A wild gust of wind sent rain rattling against the windows. "Well, it sure isn't some hobbyist in a Cessna," Britain murmured. "Could it be a commercial aircraft straying off course?" "Unlikely. The only things that fly down here are chartered puddle jumpers, and they'd never be up in something like this." "Military?" Nobody answered. Except for the howl of the wind and the crash of the sea, the bridge remained completely silent for the space of a minute. "Bearing?" the captain asked again, more quietly. "Still dead on, ma'am." She nodded slowly. "Very well. Sound stations, Mr. Howell." Suddenly the communications officer, Banks, leaned out of the radio room. "That bird out there? It's a Lloyd Holdings helicopter." "Are you sure?" Britain asked. "I've verified the call sign." "Mr. Banks, contact that chopper." Glinn cleared his throat. As McFarlane watched, he replaced the folded sheet into his jacket. Throughout the sudden excitement he had shown neither alarm nor surprise. "I think," he said quietly, "you would better prepare a landing area." The captain stared at him. "In this weather?" Banks stepped back out of the radio room. "They're requesting permission to land, ma'am." "I don't believe it," Howell cried. "We're in the middle of a Force 8 gale." "I don't believe you have a choice," Glinn said. Over the next 10 minutes there was an explosion of activity as preparations were made for a landing. When McFarlane arrived at the hatchway leading out onto the fantail, Glinn at his side, a stern-looking crewman wordlessly issued them safety harnesses. McFarlane tugged the bulky thing on and snapped it into place. The crewman gave it a quick tug, grunted his approval, then undogged the hatch. As McFarlane stepped through, the blast of wind threatened to carry him over the railing. With an effort he snapped his harness to the external railing and moved toward the landing pad. Crewmen were stationed along the deck, their harnesses securely strapped to the metal railings. Even though the ship had throttled back her engines to just enough power to claw a steerage way through the seas, the deck pitched. A dozen flares were snapped on and placed around the perimeter, fitful sprays of crimson against the driving sleet and snow. "There it is!" somebody cried. McFarlane squinted into the storm. In the distance, the huge form of a Chinook helicopter hung in the air, running lights glowing. As he watched, the helicopter approached, yawing from left to right as gusts of wind hit it. An alarm suddenly screamed nearby, and a series of orange warning lights lit up the Rollvag superstructure. McFarlane could hear the beat of the chopper's engines straining against the fury of the storm. Howell shouted directions through a bullhorn even as he kept the radio plastered to his face. Now the chopper was banking into hover position. McFarlane could see the pilot in the nose, struggling with the controls. The sleet pelted them with the redoubled blast from the blades. The chopper's belly bucked from side to side as it gingerly approached the swaying deck. A violent gust sent it shearing to one side, and the pilot quickly banked away, coming around for a second attempt. There was a desperate moment where McFarlane felt sure the pilot would lose control, but then its tires settled onto the pad, and crewmen rushed to place wooden chocks beneath its wheels. The cargo door rolled open. A flurry of men, women, machines, and equipment tumbled out. And then McFarlane saw the unmistakable figure of Lloyd drop to the wet surface of the pad, larger than life in foul-weather gear and boots. He jogged from the underside of the aircraft, the sou'wester on his head whipping back in the storm. Catching sight of McFarlane and Glinn, he gave an enthusiastic wave. A crewman raced to secure a safety belt and harness to him, but Lloyd motioned him away. He walked up, wiping the rain from his face, and grasped McFarlane and Glinn by the hands. "Gentlemen," he boomed over the storm, a huge smile on his face, "the coffee's on me." Rollvag, 11:15 a.m. Glancing at his watch, McFarlane entered the elevator and punched a button for the middle bridge deck. He'd passed this empty deck many times, wondering why Glinn had always kept it off limits. Now, as the elevator rose smoothly, he realized what it had been reserved for. It was as if Glinn had known all along that Lloyd would be dropping in. The elevator doors opened to a scene of frantic activity. The ringing of phones, the whir of faxes and printers, and the bustle of people. There were several secretaries at desks ranged along one wall, men and women taking calls, typing at workstations, scuttling about on Lloyd Holdings' business. A man in a light-colored suit approached him, threading his way through the hubbub. McFarlane recognized the oversized ears, drooping mouth, and fat, pursed lips as belonging to Penfold, Lloyd's personal assistant. Penfold never seemed to walk toward anything, but instead approached from an angle, as if a direct approach would be too brazen. "Dr. McFarlane?" Penfold said in his high, nervous voice. "This way, please." He led McFarlane through a door, down a corridor, and into a small sitting room, with black leather sofas arranged around a glass and gold-leaf table. A door opened into yet another office, and from it McFarlane could hear Lloyd's basso profundo voice. "Please sit down," said Penfold. "Mr. Lloyd will be with you shortly." He vanished, and McFarlane settled back into the creaking leather sofa. There was a wall of television sets tuned to various news channels from around the world. The latest magazines lay on the table: Scientific American, The New Yorker, and The New Republic. McFarlane picked one up, began flipping through it absently, then put it down again. Why had Lloyd come down so abruptly? Had something gone wrong? "Sam!" Looking up, he saw the huge man standing in the doorway, filling it with his bulk, radiating power, good humor, and boundless self-confidence. McFarlane rose. Lloyd moved toward him, beaming, arms outstretched. "Sam, it's fine to see you again." He squeezed McFarlane's shoulders between his beefy palms and examined him, still gripping his shoulders. "I can't tell you how exciting it is to be here. Come in." McFarlane followed Lloyd's broad back, beautifully draped in Valentino. Lloyd's inner office was spare. A row of windows, the cold light of the Antarctic regions flooding in, 2 simple wing chairs, a desk with a phone, a laptop computer, and 2 wine glasses beside a freshly opened bottle of Chateau Margaux. Lloyd gestured at the wine. "Care for a glass?" McFarlane grinned and nodded. Lloyd poured the ruby liquid into a glass, filling another for himself. He settled his bulk into a chair and held his glass up. "Cheers!" They clinked, and McFarlane sipped the exquisite wine. He wasn't much of a connoisseur, but even the grossest palate could appreciate this. "I hate Glenn's habit of keeping me in the dark," Lloyd said. "Why wasn't I told about this being a dry ship, Sam? Or about Britain's history?
I can't fathom Glinn's thinking on this one. He should have briefed me back in Elizabeth. Thank God there's been no problem.
She's an excellent captain, McFarland said. She's handled the ship with great skill, knows it inside and out. Crew respects the hell out of her. Doesn't take guff from anybody either. Lloyd listened, frowning.
That's good to know.
The phone buzzed. Lloyd picked it up. Yes, he said impatiently. I'm in a meeting. There was a pause while Lloyd listened. McFarland watched him, thinking that what Lloyd had said about Glinn was true. Secretiveness was a habit with Glinn. Or perhaps an instinct.
I'll call the senator back, Lloyd said after a moment. And no more calls.
He strode over to the window and stood, hands clasped behind his back. Although the worst of the storm had passed, the panoramic windows remained streaked with sleet.
Magnificent, Lloyd breathed, something like reverence in his voice. To think we'll be at the island within the hour. Christ, Sam, we're almost there.
He swiveled away from the window. The frown was gone, replaced by a look of elation. I've made a decision. Eli needs to hear it too, but I wanted you to know first. He paused, exhaled. I'm going to plant the flag, Sam.
McFarland looked at Lloyd.
You're going to what?
This afternoon, I'm taking the launch to Isla Desolacion.
Just you? McFarland felt a strange sensation in the pit of his stomach.
Just me. And that crazy old pop-up, of course, to guide me to the meteorite.
But the weather...
The weather couldn't be better. Lloyd stepped away from the windows and paced restlessly between the wing chairs. This kind of moment, Sam, isn't given to many.
McFarland sat in his chair, the strange feeling growing. Just you, he repeated. You won't share the discovery?
No, I won't. Why the hell should I? Peary did the same thing on his last dash to the pole. Glinn's got to understand. He may not like it, but it's my expedition. I'm going in alone.
No, McFarland said quietly. No, you're not.
Lloyd stopped pacing.
You're not leaving me behind. Lloyd turned in surprise, his piercing eyes on McFarland. You? McFarland said nothing, maintaining eye contact. After a moment, Lloyd began to chuckle.
You know, Sam, you're not the man I first met hiding behind a bush in the Kalahari Desert. It never occurred to me you'd care about something like this.
His smile suddenly vanished.
What would you do if I said no?
McFarland stood up.
I don't know.
Something rash and ill-advised, probably. Lloyd's whole frame seemed to swell.
Are you threatening me?
McFarland held his eyes.
Yeah,
I guess I am. Lloyd continued looking at him steadily.
Well, well.
You sought me out. You knew what I'd dreamed of my entire life. McFarland carefully watched Lloyd's expression. This was a man unused to being challenged. I was out there trying to put the past behind me. And you arrived, dangling it like a carrot on a stick. You knew I'd bite. And now I'm here, and you can't leave me out. I won't miss this. There was a tense silence in which McFarland could hear the distant clatter of keys, the ringing of phones. Then, abruptly, Lloyd's hard features softened. He placed a hand on his bald head and smoothed his shiny pate. Then he ran his fingers down through his goatee,
If I bring you, then what about Glinn, or Amira, or Britain? Everyone's going to want a piece of this. No, it'll be just us two. I've earned it. You've earned it. That's all. You have the power to make it happen. Lloyd continued to stare at him. I think I like the new Sam McFarlane, he said at last. I never fully bought that tough guy cynic act anyway. But I have to tell you, Sam, this interest of yours had better be healthy. Do I have to speak more plainly? I don't want a repeat of that Turner Shook business. McFarlane felt a stab of anger. I'll just pretend I didn't hear that. You heard it. Let's not play coy. McFarlane waited. Lloyd dropped his hand with a deprecating smile. It's been years since someone stood up to me like that. It's bracing. God damn you, Sam, all right. We'll do it together. But you realize Glenn's gonna try to scotch everything. He walked back toward the bank of windows, checking his watch as he did so. He's going to be an old woman about this. As if he had timed the moment, and later McFarlane realized he probably had, Glinn came gliding into the office. Behind followed Pop-Up, silent and wraith-like, rapidly becoming a fixture in Glinn's shadow, his alert black eyes filled with some private amusement. Pop-Up covered his mouth, bowing and genuflecting in the strangest fashion. Right on time, as always, Lloyd boomed, turning toward Glinn and taking his hand. Listen, Eli, there's something I've decided. I'd like your blessing, but I know I'm not going to get it. So I want to warn you in advance there's no power on heaven or earth that's going to prevent me from carrying it out. Is that clear? Very clear, said Glinn, settling comfortably into one of the wing chairs and crossing his legs. There's no use arguing with me about this. The decision's made. Wonderful. I wish I could go along. For an instant, Lloyd appeared to be dumbfounded. Then his look turned into fury. You son of a bitch, you've got the ship wired. Don't be ridiculous. I knew from the very beginning you would insist on making the first visit to the meteorite. But that's impossible. Even I didn't know. Glinn waved his hand. Don't you think that in analyzing every possible path of failure and success, we had to take your psychological profile into account? We knew what you were going to do even before you knew yourself. He glanced at McFarlane. Did Sam here insist on going along too? Lloyd simply nodded. I see. The port stern launch will be your best bet. It's the smallest and most maneuverable. I've arranged for Mr. Howell to take you in. I've also ordered haversacks with food, water, matches, fuel, flashlights, and so forth. And, of course, a GPS unit and two-way radios. I assume you'll want Pop-Up to guide you. Delighted to be of assistance, sung out Pop-Up. Lloyd glanced from Glinn to Pop-Up and back again. After a moment he gave a rueful chuckle. Nobody likes to be predictable. Does anything surprise you? You didn't hire me to be surprised, Mr. Lloyd. You're only going to have a few hours of daylight, so you need to push off as soon as the ship arrives in the Franklin Channel. You might want to consider waiting until tomorrow morning. Lloyd shook his head. No, my time is short here. Glinn nodded, as if he had expected as much. Pop-Up tells me of a small half-moon beach on the lee end of the island. You can run the motor launch right up on the shingle. You'll need to be in and out of there fairly quickly. Lloyd sighed. You really know how to take the romance out of life. No, said Glinn, standing up. I only take out the uncertainty.
He nodded out the windows. "If you want romance, come take a look out there." They stepped forward. McFarlane could see a small island just coming into view, even darker than the black water around it. "That, gentlemen, is Isla Desolacion." McFarlane looked at it, mingled curiosity and trepidation quickening within him. A single shaft of light moved across the brutal rocks, vanishing and reappearing at the caprice of the enshrouding fogs. Immense seas tore at its rocky shore. At its northern end he made out a cloven volcanic plug, a double spire of rock. Snaking through the central valley was a deep snowfield, its icy center exposed and polished by the wind, a turquoise jewel in the monochromatic seascape. After a moment, Lloyd spoke.
"By God, there it is," he said. "Our island, Eli, at the edge of the world. Our island. And my meteorite."
There was a strange, low giggle behind them. McFarlane turned to see Pup-Up, who had remained silent throughout the entire conversation, covering his mouth with narrow fingers. "What is it?" Lloyd asked sharply. But Pup-Up did not answer, and continued to giggle as he backed and bowed and scraped his way out of the office, unwavering black eyes fixed on Lloyd. Isla Desolacion, 12:45 p.m. Within an hour the tanker had eased its bulk into Franklin Channel, which was less a channel than an irregular bay, circled by the craggy peaks of the Cape Horn Islands. Now McFarlane sat in the center of the open launch, his hands gripping the gunwales, aware of the awkward bulk of the life-preserver strapped over his heavy jacket and slicker. The seas that caused the Rollvag to roll uncomfortably were now tossing the launch around like a child's paper boat. The chief mate, Victor Howell, stood at the helm, his face furrowed with concentration as he fought to keep his heading. John Pup-Up had scrambled into the bow and was flopped down like an excited boy, each hand gripping a cleat. Over the last hour he had acted as an impromptu harbor pilot for the Rollvag, and his infrequent murmured words had turned what would have been a harrowing approach into one that was merely nail-biting. Now his face was turned to the island, light snow settling on his narrow shoulders. The launch bucked and twisted, and McFarlane clung tighter. The chop eased as the launch approached the lee of Isla Desolacion. The island reared up before them, true to its name, black rocks poking up like broken knuckles through wind-blown patches of snow. A cove came into sight, dark under the shadow of a ledge. Following Pup-Up's signal, Howell turned the launch toward it. At 10 yards out he cut the engine, raising the propeller shaft simultaneously. The boat glided in, crunching lightly onto the shingle beach. Pup-Up sprang out like a monkey, and McFarlane followed. He turned to offer Lloyd a hand. "I'm not that old, for Christ's sakes," Lloyd said as he grabbed a pack and hopped out. Howell backed the boat off with a roar. "I'll be back at 3 o'clock, he called. McFarlane watched the boat slap its way from shore. Beyond he could make out a zinc-colored wall of bad weather coming toward them. McFarlane hugged himself against the cold. Although he knew the Rollvag was less than a mile away, he nevertheless wished it was within eyesight. Nestor was right, he thought. This is the very edge of the world. "Well, Sam, we've got 2 hours, Lloyd said with a broad grin. "Let's make the best of it." He dug into his pocket and pulled out a small camera. "Let's get Pup-Up to take a picture of our first landfall." He glanced around. Now where did he get to? McFarlane looked around the small beach. Pup-Up was nowhere to be seen. "Pup-Up!" Lloyd cried.
"Up here, Gov,"
came a faint cry from above. Looking up, McFarlane made out his silhouette at the top of the ledge, framed by the darkening sky. One skinny arm was waving, the other pointing at a nearby ravine that bisected the cliff face. "How did he get up there so fast?" McFarlane asked. "He's a queer little fellow, isn't he?" Lloyd shook his head. I hope to hell he remembers the way. They walked up the shingles to the base of the ledge. Chunks of ice, washed ashore by storms, littered the strand. The air smelled sharply of moss and salt. McFarlane squinted at the black basalt cliff. He took a deep breath, then started up the narrow crevasse. It was a tougher climb than it looked. The ravine was slick with packed snow, and the last 15 feet was a treacherous scramble over icy boulders. Beneath him he could hear Lloyd puffing as he followed. But he kept a good pace, fit for a man of 60, and they soon found themselves clambering onto the top of the cliff.
"Good,"
cried Papa, bowing and applauding.
"Very good."
McFarlane bent forward, resting his palms on his knees. The cold air seared his lungs, while the rest of him sweated beneath the parka. Beside him he could hear Lloyd catching his breath. Nothing more was said about the camera. Straightening up, McFarlane saw they were standing on a rock-strewn plain. A quarter-mile beyond lay the long snowfield that stretched back into the center of the island. Clouds now covered the sky, and the falling snow grew heavier. Without a word, Pop-Up turned and set off at a brisk pace. Lloyd and McFarlane scrambled to keep up as they climbed the steady rise. With remarkable speed, the snow developed into a flurry, shutting their world down into a circle of white. Pop-Up was barely visible 20 feet ahead, a bobbing specter. As they gained altitude, the wind picked up, driving the snow horizontally across McFarlane's field of vision. Now he was glad that Glinn had insisted on the sub-zero boots and Arctic parkas. They crested the rise. The snow flurries swept aside, giving McFarlane a glimpse into the valley beyond. They were on the edge of a saddle overlooking the snowfield. It looked much larger from up here, a great blue-white mass, almost glacial in its irresistibility. It ran down the center of the valley, surrounded by low hills. Beyond, the twin volcanic peaks thrust up like fangs. McFarlane could see another snow squall boiling up toward them from the valley, an unrelieved wall of white that swallowed the landscape as it approached.
"Grand view up here, eh?"
said Pop-Up. Lloyd nodded. The fringe of his parka was dusted with snow, and his goatee was flecked with ice. "I've been wondering about that large central snowfield. Does it have a name?"
"Oh, yes,"
said Pop-Up, bobbing his head several times, his wispy mustache swaying in time.
"They call it the Vomit of Hanukkah."
"How picturesque. And those 2 peaks?"
"The Jaws of Hanukkah."
"Makes sense," said Lloyd. "Who is Hanukkah?"
"A Yaghan Indian legend,"
Pop-Up replied. He did not offer more. McFarlane looked sharply at Pop-Up. He remembered the mention of the Yaghan legends in Masankei's journal. He wondered if this was the legend that had led Masankei down there. "I'm always interested in old legends," he said casually. "Will you tell us about it?" Pop-Up shrugged, nodding his head again cheerfully.
"I don't believe any of those old superstitions," he said. "I'm a Christian."
Once again he turned suddenly and began walking, setting a rapid pace down the hillside toward the snowfield. McFarlane almost had to jog to keep up. He could hear Lloyd laboring behind him. The snowfield lay in a deep fold of the land, mounds of broken boulders and debris lining its edges. As they came up to it, the fresh squall fell about them. McFarlane bowed under the wind.
"Come on, you lot!"
cried Pop-Up out of the storm. They walked parallel to the snowfield, which rose steeply above them like the flank of a huge beast. Now and then Pop-Up stopped to examine it more closely.
"Here,"
he said at last, kicking at the vertical wall to make a toehold, pulling himself up and kicking again. Cautiously, McFarlane crawled up behind him, using Pop-Up's toeholds, keeping his face turned away from the wind. The steep sides of the snowfield gradually leveled out, but the wind swirled around them ever more violently. "Tell Pop-Up to slow down!" Lloyd shouted from behind. But if anything, Pop-Up walked faster.
"Hanukkah,"
he suddenly began in his strange sing-song accent.
was the son of Yekahith, god of the night sky. Yekahith had 2 children, Hanuxa and his twin brother Haruxa. Haruxa was always the favourite of the father, the apple of his eye like. As time went on, Hanuxa grew more and more jealous of his brother, and he wanted his brother's power for himself.
"Ah, the old story of Cain and Abel," Lloyd said. The snow in the center of the field had been scoured away, leaving blue ice. It seemed impossibly strange, somehow, McFarlane thought, to be trudging through the center of this nothingness, this child's snow globe of white, toward a huge mysterious rock and the grave of his former partner, while listening to this old man relate the legend of Isla Desolacion.
The Yagans believe that blood is the source of life and power, Pup-Up continued. So one day, Hanuxa killed his brother, slit Haruxa's throat and drank his blood, he did, and his own skin turned the colour of blood, and he got the power. But Yekahith, the father, found out. He imprisoned Hanuxa inside the island, entombing him below the surface. And sometimes, if people approach too close to the island after dark, on windy nights when the surf is up, they can see flashes of light and hear howls of rage when Hanuxa tries to escape.
"Will he ever escape?" Lloyd asked.
"Dunno, Gov. Bad news if he does."
The snowfield began to slope downward, ending at last in a 6-foot cornice. One at a time they lowered themselves over the edge, sliding down onto harder ground. The wind was gradually abating, and the snow falling more softly now, big fat flakes that spun and fluttered to earth like ash. Even so, the wind kept the barren plains scoured almost clean. A few 100 yards ahead, McFarlane could see a large boulder. He watched as Pup-Up began to jog toward it. Lloyd strode over, McFarlane following more slowly. A wrinkled piece of hide lay in the lee of the boulder. Nearby was a scattering of animal bones and 2 skulls, a rotting halter still wrapped around one of them. A frayed halter rope was tied around the boulder. There were some scattered tin cans, a large piece of canvas, a sodden bedroll, and 2 broken pack saddles. Something was underneath the canvas. McFarlane felt a sudden chill.
"My God," said Lloyd. "These must be your old partner's mules. They starved to death right here, tied to this rock."
He began to reach forward, but McFarlane raised a gloved hand and stayed him. Then he slowly approached the boulder himself. He leaned over and gently grasped the edge of the frozen piece of canvas. He gave it a shake to clear it of snow, then tossed it aside. But it did not uncover Msanke's body, only a welter of decaying belongings. He could see old packs of ramen noodles and tin cans of sardines. The tins had burst, spewing pieces of fish across the frozen surface. Nestor always did favor sardines, he thought with a pang. Suddenly, an old memory came back. It was 5 years earlier, and several thousand miles to the north. He and Nestor had been crouched in a deep culvert next to a dirt road, their packs stuffed to bursting with the Atacama tektites. Armored trucks passed by just a few feet away, showering the culvert with pebbles. And yet they were giddy with success, slapping each other and chortling. They were ravenous, but did not dare light a fire for fear of being discovered. Msanke had reached into his pack and, pulling out a tin of sardines, offered it to McFarlane.
"Are you kidding?" McFarlane had whispered. "That stuff tastes even worse than it smells." "That's why I like it," Msanke whispered back. "Amoy ek yong kamai mo." McFarlane had given him a blank look, but instead of explaining, Msanke began to laugh, softly at first, and then more and more violently. Somehow, in the supercharged atmosphere of danger and tension, his laughter was irresistibly infectious.
And without knowing why, McFarlane too dissolved into silent convulsions of laughter, clutching the precious bags as the very trucks that hunted them crossed and recrossed overhead. Then McFarlane was back in the present, crouching in the snow, the frozen tins of food and rags of clothing scattered around his feet. A queer sensation had come over him. It seemed like such a pathetic collection of trash. This was a horrible place to die, all alone. He felt a tickling at the corners of his eyes. "So where's the meteorite?" he heard Lloyd ask. "The what?" said Pop-Up. "The hole, man. Where's the hole Msanke dug?" Pop-Up pointed vaguely into the swirling snow. "Damn it, take me there!" McFarlane looked first toward Lloyd, then at Pop-Up, who was already trotting ahead. He rose and followed them through the falling snow. Half a mile, and Pop-Up stopped, pointing. McFarlane took a few steps forward, staring at the scooped-out depression. Its sides were slumped in, and a drift of snow lay at its bottom. Somehow, he had thought the hole would be bigger. He felt Lloyd grip his arm, squeezing it so tightly it was painful even through the layers of wool and down. "Think of it, Sam," Lloyd whispered. "It's right here, right beneath our feet." He tore his eyes away from the hole and looked at McFarlane. "I wish the hell we could see it." McFarlane realized that he should be feeling something other than a profound sadness and a creeping, eerie silence. Lloyd slipped off his pack, unfastened the top, and pulled out a thermos and 3 plastic cups. "Hot chocolate?" "Sure." Lloyd smiled wistfully. "The goddamn Eli. He should have supplied a bottle of cognac." "Well, at least it's hot." He unscrewed the cap and poured out the steaming cups. Lloyd held his up, and McFarlane and Pop-Up followed suit. "Here's to the desolation meteorite." Lloyd's voice sounded small and muffled in the silent snowfall. "Msanke," McFarlane heard himself say, after a brief silence. "I'm sorry?" "The Msanke meteorite." "Sam, that's not protocol. You always name the meteorite after the place where—" The empty feeling inside McFarlane vanished. "Screw protocol," he said, lowering his cup. "He found it, not you. Or me. He died for it." Lloyd looked back at him. "It's a little too late now for an attack of ethics," his gaze seemed to say. "We'll talk about this later," he said evenly. "Right now, let's drink to it, whatever the hell its name." They tapped their plastic cups and drank the hot chocolate down in a single gulp. A gull passed by unseen, its forlorn cry lost in the snow. McFarlane felt the welcome creep of warmth in his gut, and the sudden anger eased. Already the light was beginning to dim, and the borders of their small world were ringed with a graying whiteness. Lloyd retrieved the cups and placed them and the thermos back in his pack. The moment had a certain awkwardness. Perhaps, McFarlane thought, all such self-consciously historic moments did. And there was another reason for awkwardness. They still hadn't found the body. McFarlane found himself afraid to lift his eyes from the ground, for fear of making the discovery, afraid to turn to Pop-Up and ask where it was. Lloyd took another long look at the hole before his feet, then glanced at his watch. "Let's get Pop-Up to take a picture." Dutifully, McFarlane stepped up beside Lloyd as the older man passed his camera to Pop-Up. As the shutter clicked, Lloyd stiffened, his eyes focusing in the near distance. "Look over there," he said, pointing over Pop-Up's shoulder toward a dun-colored jumble up a small rise about 100 yards from the hole. They approached it. The skeletal remains lay partially covered in snow, the bones shattered, almost unrecognizable save for a grinning, lopsided jaw. Nearby was a shovel blade, its handle missing. One of the feet was still wearing a rotten boot. "Misanke," Lloyd whispered. Beside him, McFarlane was silent. They had been through so much together. His former friend, former brother-in-law, reduced now to a cold jumble of broken bones at the bottom of the world. How had he died? Exposure? Freak heart attack? Clearly it hadn't been starvation. There was plenty of food back at the mules. And what had broken up and scattered the bones? Birds? Animals? The island seemed devoid of life. And Pop-Up had not even bothered to bury him. Lloyd swiveled toward Pop-Up. "Do you have any idea what killed him?" Pop-Up simply sniffed. "Let me guess. Hanuxa."
"If you believe the legends, Gov," Pop-Up said. "And as I said, I don't."
Lloyd looked hard at Pop-Up for a moment. Then he sighed and gave McFarlane's shoulder a squeeze. "I'm sorry, Sam," he said. "This must be tough for you." They stood in silence a moment longer, huddled over the pathetic remains. Then Lloyd stirred. "Time to get moving," he said. "Howell said 3 p.m., and I'd rather not spend the night on this rock."
"In a moment,"
McFarlane said, still staring down.
"We need to bury him first."
Lloyd hesitated. McFarlane steeled himself, waiting for the protest. But the big man nodded. "Of course." While Lloyd collected the bone fragments into a small pile, McFarlane hunted up boulders in the deepening snow, prying them loose from the frozen ground with numb fingers. Together they made a cairn over the remains. Pop-Up stood back, watching. "Are you going to help?" Lloyd asked.
"Not me. Like I said, I'm a Christian, I am. It says in the book, 'Let the dead bury the dead.'"
"Weren't too Christian to empty his pockets, though, were you?" McFarlane said. Pop-Up folded his arms, a silly, guilty-looking smile on his face. McFarlane went back to work, and within 15 minutes they were done. He fashioned a rough cross from 2 sticks and planted it carefully atop the low pile of rocks. Then he stepped back, dusting the snow from his gloves.
"Canticum graduum de profundis clamavi ad te domine,"
he said under his breath.
"Rest easy, partner."
Then he nodded to Lloyd, and they turned east, heading for the white bulk of the snowfield, as the sky grew still darker, and another squall gathered at their backs. Isla Desolación, July 16th, 8:42 a.m. McFarlane looked out over the new gravel road, cut through the brilliant expanse of fresh snow like a black snake. He shook his head, smiling to himself in grudging admiration. In the 3 days since his first visit, the island had been transformed almost beyond recognition. There was a rough lurch, and half of McFarlane's coffee splashed from his cup onto his snow pants. "Christ!" he yelped, holding the cup at arm's length and swatting at his pants. From inside the cab, the driver, a burly fellow named Evans, smiled. "Sorry," he said. "These cats don't exactly ride like Eldorados." Despite its massive yellow bulk and tires almost twice as tall as a man, the Cat 785's cab held only 1 person, and McFarlane had ended up sitting cross-legged on the narrow platform beside it. Directly beneath him, the huge diesel engine snarled. He didn't mind. Today was the day. Today they were going to uncover the meteorite. He thought back over the last 72 hours. The very night they arrived, Glinn had initiated an astonishing process of unloading. It had all happened with ruthless speed and efficiency. By morning, the most incriminating equipment had been moved by heavy equipment to prefab hangars on the island. At the same time, EES workers under Garza and Rochefort had blasted and leveled the beach site, built jetties and breakwaters with riprap and steel, and graded a broad road from the landing site around the snowfield to the meteorite area. The road he was now on. The EES team had also offloaded some of the portable container labs and workspaces and moved them to the staging area, where they had been arranged among rows of Quonset huts. But as the Caterpillar 785 hauler rounded the snowfield and approached the staging area, McFarland saw that the most astonishing change of all had taken place on an escarpment about a mile away. There an army of workers with heavy equipment had begun gouging out an open pit. A dozen huts had sprouted up along its verge. Periodically, McFarland could hear an explosive shudder, and clouds of dust would rise into the sky over the pit. A tailings pile was growing to one side, and a leach pond had been built nearby. "What's going on over there?" McFarland shouted to Evans over the roar of the engine, pointing to the escarpment. "Mining." "I can see that. But what are they mining?" Evans broke into a grin. "Nada." McFarland had to laugh. Glinn was amazing. Anyone looking at the site would think the activity on the escarpment was their real business. The staging area around the meteorite looked like a minor supply dump. He turned his gaze from the ersatz mine back to the road that lay ahead. The Hanukkah snowfield coruscated, seeming to grab the light and draw it into its depths, turning it to infinite hues of blue and turquoise. The jaws of Hanukkah stood beyond, their grimness softened by a dusting of fresh snow. McFarland hadn't slept at all the night before, and yet he felt almost too wakeful. In less than an hour, they would know. They would see it. They would touch it. The truck lurched again, and McFarland tightened his grip on the metal railing with one hand while quickly downing his coffee with the other. It might be sunny for a change, but it was also hellishly cold. He crushed the foam cup and slid it into a pocket of his parka. The big cat was only slightly less shabby-looking than the Rollwagen itself, but McFarland could see that this, too, was an illusion. The interior of the cab was brand new. "Quite a machine," he yelled over to Evans. "Oh, yeah," the man replied, his breath smoking. The roadbed grew smoother and the cat sped up. As they trundled along, they passed another hauler and a bulldozer headed back toward the shore, and the drivers waved cheerfully at Evans. McFarland realized he knew nothing about the men and women wielding all the heavy equipment, who they were, what they thought about such a strange project. "You guys work for Glinn?" he asked Evans. Evans nodded. "To a man." He seemed to wear a perpetual smile on his craggy face, overhung with two bristly eyebrows. "Not full-time, though. Some of the boys are roughnecks on oil rigs. Some build bridges, you name it. We even have a crew from the big dig in Boston. But when you get the call from EES, you drop everything and come running." "Why's that?" Evans's smile widened. "The pay is 5 times scale, that's why." "Guess I'm working the wrong end of the job, then." "Oh, I'm sure you're doing all right for yourself, Dr. McFarland." Evans throttled down to let a grader pass them, its metal blades winking in the brilliant sunshine. "Is this the biggest job you've seen EES take on?" "Nope." Evans goosed the engine, and they lurched forward once again. "Small to middling, actually." The snowfield fell behind them. Ahead, McFarland could now see a broad depression covering perhaps an acre that had been scraped into the frozen earth. An array of 4 huge infrared dishes surrounded the staging area, pointing down. Nearby stood a row of graders, lined up as if at attention. Engineers and other workers were scattered around, huddled together over plans, taking measurements, speaking into radios. In the distance, a snowcat, a large trailer-like vehicle with monstrous metal treads, was crawling toward the snowfield, wielding high-tech instruments held out on booms. Off to one side, small and forlorn, was the cairn he and Lloyd had built over Nestor Masanke's remains. Evans came to an idle at the edge of the staging area. McFarlane hopped off and made for the hut marked commissary. Inside, Lloyd and Glinn sat at a table near a makeshift kitchen, deep in discussion. Amira was standing by a griddle, loading a plate with food. Nearby, John Pup-Up was curled up napping. The room smelled of coffee and bacon. "About time you got here," Amira said as she returned to the table, her plate heaped with at least a dozen slices of bacon. "Wallowing in your bunk until all hours? You should be making an example for your assistant." She poured a cup of maple syrup over the mound of bacon, stirred it around, picked up a dripping piece, and folded it into her mouth. Lloyd was warming his hands around a cup of coffee. "With your eating habits, Rachel," he said good-humoredly, "you should be dead by now." Amira laughed. "The brain uses more calories per minute thinking than the body does jogging. How do you think I stay so svelte and sexy?" She tapped her forehead. "How soon until we uncover the rock?" McFarlane asked. Glinn sat back, slid out his gold pocket watch, and flicked it open. "Half an hour. We're just going to uncover enough of the surface to allow you to perform some tests. Dr. Amira will assist you with testing and analyzing the data." McFarlane nodded. This had already been carefully discussed, but Glinn always went over everything twice. Double overage, he thought. "We'll have to christen it," Amira said, thrusting another piece of bacon into her mouth. "Anybody bring the champagne?" Lloyd frowned. "Unfortunately, it's more like a temperance meeting around here than a scientific expedition." "Guess you'll have to break one of your thermoses of hot chocolate over the rock," McFarlane said. Glinn reached down, drew out a satchel, removed a bottle of Perrier Jouet, and placed it carefully on the table. "Fleur de champagne," Lloyd whispered almost reverentially. "My favorite." "Eli, you old liar. You never told me you had bottles of champagne aboard." Glynn's only reply was a slight smile. "If we're going to christen this thing, has anybody thought up a name?" Amira asked. "Sam here wants to call it the Masanke meteorite," Lloyd said. He paused. "I'm inclined to go with the usual nomenclature and call it the Desolation." There was an awkward silence. "We've got to have a name," Amira said. "Nestor Masanke made the ultimate sacrifice finding this meteorite," said McFarlane in a low voice, looking hard at Lloyd. "We wouldn't be here without him. On the other hand, you financed the expedition, so you've won the right to name the rock." He continued gazing steadily at the billionaire. When Lloyd spoke, his voice was unusually quiet. "We don't even know if Nestor Masanke would have wanted the honor," he said. "This isn't the time to break with tradition, Sam. We'll call it the Desolation meteorite, but we'll name the hall it's in after Nestor. We'll erect a plaque detailing his discovery. Is that acceptable?" McFarlane thought a moment. Then he gave the briefest of nods. Glinn passed the bottle to Lloyd, then rose. They all went out into the brilliant morning sun. As they walked, Glinn came up to McFarlane's side. "Of course, you realize that at some point we're going to have to exhume your friend," he said, nodding in the direction of the stone cairn. "Why?" McFarlane asked, surprised. "We need to know the cause of death. Dr. Bramble must examine the remains." "What for?" "It's a loose end. I'm sorry." McFarlane began to object, then stopped. As usual, there was no arguing with Glynn's logic. Soon they were standing along the edge of the graded area. Nestor's old hole was gone, filled in by the graders. "We've scraped the earth down to within about 3 feet of the top of the rock," Glinn said, taking samples of each layer. "We'll grade off most of the rest, and then switch to trowels and brushes for the last foot. We don't want to so much as even bruise the meteorite." "Good man," Lloyd answered. Garza and Rochefort were standing together by the line of graders. Now Rochefort came over to join them, his face purple with windburn. "Ready?" Glinn asked. Rochefort nodded. The graders were manned and idling, their exhausts sending up plumes of smoke and steam. "No problems?" Lloyd asked. "None." Glinn glanced over toward the graders and gave a thumbs up to Garza. The engineer, wearing his usual athletic warm-ups, turned, held up his fist and cranked it in a circle, and the graders rumbled to life. They moved forward slowly, diesel smoke fouling the air, lowering their blades until they bit into the ground. Behind the lead grader, several white-jacketed workers walked, sample bags in their hands. They picked up pebbles and dirt exposed by the graders and dropped them in the bags for later examination. The line of graders made a pass over the area, removing 6 inches of dirt. Lloyd grimaced as he watched. "I hate to think of those big blades passing so close to my meteorite." "Don't worry," Glinn said. "We've factored in elbow room. There's no chance of them damaging it." The graders made another pass. Then Amira came slowly through the center of the graded area, wheeling a proton magnetometer across the ground. At the far end she stopped, punched some buttons on the machine's front panel, and tore off the narrow piece of paper that emerged. She came up to them, trundling the magnetometer behind her. Glinn took the paper. "There it is," he said, handing it to Lloyd. Lloyd grasped the paper and McFarlane leaned over to look. A faint erratic line represented the ground. Beneath, much darker, was the top edge of a large semicircular shape. The paper shook in Lloyd's powerful hands. McFarlane thought, God, there really is something down there. He hadn't quite believed it, not until now. 15 inches to go, said Amira. Time to switch to archaeological mode, Glinn said. We're sinking our hole in a slightly different place from where Masanke dug, so we can sample undisturbed earth above. The group followed him across the freshly exposed gravel. Amira took some more readings, tapped a few stakes into the ground, gridded it off, and snapped some chalk strings to make a square 2 meters on a side. The group of laborers came forward and began carefully troweling dirt from the square. "How come the ground's not frozen?" asked McFarlane. Glinn nodded upward at the 4 towers. "We've bathed the area in far infrared." "You've thought of everything," said Lloyd, shaking his head. "You're paying us to do just that." The men proceeded to trowel out a neat cube, descending bit by bit, occasionally taking samples of minerals, gravel, and sand as they went. One of them stopped and held up a jagged object, sand adhering to its surface. "That's interesting," said Glinn, stepping forward quickly. "What is it?" "You got me," said Amira. "Strange. Looks almost like glass." "Fulgurite," said McFarlane. "What?" "Fulgurite. It's what happens when a powerful bolt of lightning hits wet sand. It fuses a channel through the sand, turning it to glass." "That's why I hired him," said Lloyd, looking around with a grin. "Here's another," said a workman. They carefully dug around it, leaving it sticking up in the sand like a tree branch. "Meteorites are ferromagnetic," McFarlane said, dropping down and carefully plucking it from the sand with his gloved hands. "This one must have attracted more than its share of lightning." The men continued to work, uncovering several more fulgurites, which were wrapped in tissue and packed in wooden crates. Amira swept her instrument over the ground surface. 6 more inches, she said. "Switch to brushes," said Glinn. 2 men now crouched around the hole, the rest of the workers taking up positions behind them. At this depth, McFarlane could see that the dirt was wet, almost saturated with water, and the workers were not so much sweeping away sand as they were brushing mud. A hush fell on the group as the hole deepened, centimeter by centimeter. "Take another reading," murmured Glinn. "1 more inch," Amira said. McFarlane leaned forward. The two laborers were using stiff plastic brushes to carefully whisk the mud into pans, which they passed to the men behind them. And then a brush swept across a hard surface. The two workmen stepped out of the hole and gingerly troweled away the heavy mud, leaving a shallow layer covering the hard surface below. "Rinse it off," said Glinn. McFarlane thought he heard a note of anticipation in the voice. "Hurry, man!" Lloyd cried. One of the workmen came running up, unrolling a thin hose. Glinn himself took the nozzle, aimed it toward the mud-covered meteorite, and squeezed. For several seconds there was no sound except the gentle hiss of water as the last of the mud was rinsed from the surface. Then Glinn jerked the nozzle shut. The water drained away from the naked surface of the meteorite. A sudden paralysis, an electric moment of suspension, gripped the company. And then there was the sound of the champagne bottle, heedlessly dropped, landing on the damp earth with a heavy thud. Isla Desolación, 9:55 a.m. Palmer Lloyd stood at the edge of the precise cut in the earth, his eyes locked on the naked surface of the meteorite. For a moment his mind went blank at the astonishing sight, and then gradually he became aware of himself again, felt the blood pounding in his temples, the air filling his chest, the cold air freezing his nose and cheeks. And yet the overpowering surprise remained. He was looking at it. He was seeing it. But he couldn't believe it. "Margot," he murmured, his voice small in the snowy vastness. The silence around him was complete. Everyone had been shocked mute. Lloyd had made pilgrimages to most of the great iron meteorites in the world. The Hoba, the Aniguito, the Willamette, the Woman. Despite their widely varying shapes, they all had the same pitted, brownish-black surface. All iron meteorites looked alike. But this meteorite was scarlet. But no, he thought, as his brain began to pick up speed again, the word scarlet did not do it justice. It was the deep, pure, velvety color of polished carnelian, yet even richer. It was, in fact, precisely the color of a fine Bordeaux wine, like the parsimonious drams of Chateau Margaux with which he had been forced to content himself on the Rollwagen. Now one voice cut through the shocked silence. It had a note of authority that Lloyd recognized as Glynn's. "I would like everyone to please step back from the hole." Distantly, Lloyd was aware that nobody was moving. "Step back," Glinn repeated more sharply. This time the tight circle of onlookers reluctantly shuffled back a few steps. As the shadows fell away, sunlight lanced through the crowd, illuminating the pit. Once more Lloyd felt the breath snatched from him. In the sunlight, the meteorite revealed a silky, metallic surface that resembled nothing so much as gold. Like gold, this scarlet metal seemed to collect and trap the ambient light, darkening the outside world while giving itself an ineffable interior illumination. It was not only beautiful, but unutterably strange. And it was his. He felt flooded by a sudden, powerful joy. For this amazing thing that lay at his feet, and for the astonishing trajectory of his life that had given him the opportunity to find it. Bringing the largest meteorite in human history back to his museum had always seemed goal enough. But now the stakes were higher. It was no accident that he, perhaps the only person on earth with the vision and the resources, would be here, at this time and in this place,
staring at this ravishing object. "Mr. Lloyd," he heard Glinn say, "I said step back." Instead, Lloyd leaned forward. Glinn raised his voice. "Palmer, do not do it!" But Lloyd had already dropped into the hole, his feet landing squarely on the surface of the meteorite. He immediately fell to his knees, allowing the tips of his gloved fingers to caress the smoothly rippled metallic surface. On impulse, he leaned down and placed his cheek against it. Above, there was a brief silence. "How does it feel?" he heard McFarlane ask. "Cold," Lloyd replied, sitting up. He could hear the quaver in his voice as he spoke, feel the tears freezing on his numb cheek. "It feels very cold." Isla Desolación, 1:55 p.m. McFarlane stared at the laptop on his knees. The cursor blinked back reproachfully from a nearly blank screen. He sighed and shifted in the metal folding chair, trying to get comfortable. The lone window of the commissary hut glittered with frost, and the sound of wind came through the walls. Outside, the clear weather had given way to snow. But within the hut, a coal stove threw out a wonderfully intense heat. McFarlane moused a command, then closed the laptop with a curse. On a nearby table, a printer began to hum. He shifted again restlessly. Once again he replayed the events of the morning. The moment of awe-struck silence, Lloyd jumping so impulsively into the hole, and Glinn calling out to him. By his Christian name, for the first time McFarlane remembered. The triumphant christening, the torrent of questions that followed, and, overlaying everything, an overpowering sense of incomprehension. He felt that the breath had been knocked out of him, that he was struggling for air. He, too, had felt a sudden urge to jump in, to touch the thing, to reassure himself that it was real. But he was also slightly afraid of it. It had such a rich color, so out of place in the monochromatic landscape. It reminded him of an operating table, a vast expanse of snowy white sheets with a bloody incision at their center. It repelled and fascinated simultaneously, and it excited in him a hope that he thought had been dead. The door to the hut opened, admitting a howl of snow. McFarlane glanced up as Amira stepped in. "Finish the report?" she asked, removing her parka and shaking off the snow. In response, McFarlane nodded toward the printer. Amira walked to it and grabbed the emerging sheet. Then she barked a laugh. "The meteorite is red," she read aloud. She tossed the sheet into McFarlane's lap. "Now that's what I like in a man. Succinctness. Why fill up paper with a lot of useless speculations? Until we get a piece of it for study, how can I possibly say what the hell it is?" She pulled up a chair and sat down beside him. It seemed to McFarlane that, beneath a forced casualness, she was eyeing him very carefully. "You've been studying meteorites for years. I doubt your speculations would be useless." "What do you think?" "I'll show you mine, if you show me yours." McFarlane glanced down at the pattern of ripples on the plywood table, tracing his finger along them. It had the fractal perfection of a coastline, or a snowflake, or a Mandelbrot set. It reminded him how complicated everything was. The universe, an atom, a piece of wood. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Amira draw a metal cigar tube from her parka and upend it, letting a half-burnt stogie drop into her hand. "Please don't," he said. "I'd rather not be driven out into the cold." Amira replaced the cigar. "I know something is running through that head of yours." McFarlane shrugged. "Okay," she said. "You want to know what I think?" "You're in denial." He turned to look at her again, That's right. You had a pet theory once. Something you believed in, despite the razzing of your peers. Isn't that right? And when you thought you'd finally found evidence for that theory, it got you into trouble. In all the excitement, you lost your usual good judgment and shafted a friend. And in the end, your evidence turned out to be worthless. McFarlane looked at her. I didn't know you had a degree in psychiatry along with everything else. She leaned closer, pressing. Sure, I heard the story. The point is, now you've got what you've been looking for all these years. You've got more than evidence. You've got proof. But you don't want to admit it. You're afraid to go down that road again. McFarlane held her gaze for a minute. He felt his anger drain away. He slumped in his chair, his mind in turmoil. Could she be right? He wondered. She laughed. Take the color, for example. You know why no metals are deep red? No. Objects are a certain color because of the way they interact with photons of light. Amira shoved a hand in her pocket and took out a crumpled paper bag. Jolly Rancher? What the hell's a Jolly Rancher? She tossed him a candy and shook another one into her hand. She held the green lozenge up between thumb and forefinger. Every object, except for a perfect black body, absorbs some wavelengths of light and scatters others. Take this green candy. It's green because it scatters the green wavelengths of light back at our eye while absorbing the rest. I've run a few pretty little calculations, and I can't find a single theoretical combination of alloyed metals that will scatter red light. It seems to be impossible for any known alloy to be deep red. Yellow, white, orange, purple, gray, but not red. She popped the green candy in her mouth, bit down with a loud crunch, and began to chew. McFarlane placed his candy on the table. So what are you saying? You know what I'm saying. I'm saying it's made of some weird element we've never seen before. So stop being coy. I know that's what you've been thinking. This is it. This is an interstellar meteorite. McFarlane raised his hand. All right, it's true. I have been thinking about it. And? All the meteorites ever found have been made from known elements. Nickel, iron, carbon, silicon. They all formed here, in our own solar system, out of the primordial cloud of dust that once surrounded our sun. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Obviously, you know I used to speculate about the possibility of meteorites coming from outside the solar system. A chunk of something that just happened to wander past and get caught in the sun's gravitational field. An interstellar meteorite. Amira smiled knowingly. But the mathematicians said it was impossible. A quintillion to one. McFarlane nodded. I ran some calculations back on the ship. The mathematicians were wrong. They were working from faulty assumptions. It's only about 1 billion to 1. McFarlane laughed. Yeah, billion, quintillion, what's the difference? It's 1 billion to 1 for any given year. McFarlane stopped laughing. That's right, said Amira. Over billions of years, there's a better than even chance that one did land on Earth. It's not only possible, it's probable. I resurrected your little theory for you. You owe me big time. A silence fell in the commissary hut, broken only by the rattle of wind. Then McFarlane began to speak. You mean you really believe this meteorite is made of some alloy or metal that doesn't exist anywhere in the solar system? Yup. And you believe it too. That's why you haven't written your report.
McFarlane went on slowly, almost to himself.
If this metal did exist somewhere, we'd have found at least some trace of it. After all, the sun and the planets formed from the same dust cloud. So it must have come from beyond. He looked at her. It's inescapable. She grinned. My thoughts exactly. He fell silent, and the two sat, absorbed for the moment. We need to get our hands on a piece of it, Amira said at last. I've got the perfect tool for the job, too. A high-speed diamond corer. I'd say 5 kilos would be a nice chunk to start with, wouldn't you?
McFarlane nodded. But let's just keep our speculations to ourselves for now. Lloyd and the rest are due here any minute. As if on cue, there was a stomping outside the hut, and the door opened to reveal Lloyd, even more bear-like than usual in a heavy parka, framed against the dim blue light. Glinn followed, then Rochefort and Garza. Lloyd's assistant Penfold came last, shivering, his thick lips blue and pursed.
Cold as a witch's tit out there, Lloyd cried, stamping his feet and holding his hands near the stove. He was bubbling over with good humor. The men from EES, on the other hand, simply sat down at the table, looking subdued. Penfold took up a position in the far corner of the room, radio in hand.
Mr. Lloyd, sir, we have to get to the landing site, he said. Unless the helicopter leaves within the hour, you'll never get back to New York in time for the shareholders' meeting.
Yes, in a minute. I want to hear what Sam here has to say.
Penfold sighed and murmured into the radio. Glinn glanced at McFarlane with his gray, serious eyes. Is the report ready?
Sure.
McFarlane nodded at the piece of paper. Glinn glanced at it. I'm not much in the mood for drollery, Dr. McFarlane. It was the first time McFarlane had seen Glinn show irritation, or any strong emotion for that matter. It occurred to him that Glinn, too, must have been shocked by what they found in the hall. This is a man who hates surprises, he thought. Mr. Glinn, I can't base a report on speculation, he said. I need to study it.
I'll tell you what we need, Lloyd said loudly. We need to get it the hell out of the ground and into international waters before the Chileans get wind of this. You can study it later. It seemed to McFarlane that this was the latest salvo in a continuing argument between Glinn and Lloyd.
Dr. McFarlane, perhaps I can simplify matters, Glinn said. There's one thing I'm particularly interested in knowing. Is it dangerous? We know it's not radioactive. It might be poisonous, I suppose. Most metals are, to one degree or another. How poisonous? McFarlane shrugged. Palmer touched it, and he's still alive. He'll be the last one to do that, Glinn replied. I've given orders that nobody is to come into direct contact with the meteorite under any circumstances. He paused. Anything else? Could it be harboring viruses? It's been sitting there for millions of years, so any alien microbes would have dispersed long ago. It might be worth taking soil samples and collecting moss, lichen, and other plants from the area to see if anything's unusual. What would one look for? Mutations, perhaps, or signs of low-level exposure to toxins or teratogens. Glinn nodded. I'll speak to Dr. Bramble about it. Dr. Amira, any thoughts on its metallurgical properties? It is a metal, isn't it? There was another crunch of candy. Yes, very likely, since it's ferromagnetic. Like gold, it doesn't oxidize. However, I can't figure out how a metal can be red. Dr. McFarlane and I were just discussing the need to take a sample." "Sample?" Lloyd asked. The room fell silent at the change in his voice. "Of course," said McFarlane after a moment. "It's standard procedure." "You're going to cut a piece off my meteorite?" McFarlane looked at Lloyd and then at Glinn. "Is there a problem with that?" "You're damn right there's a problem," Lloyd said. "This is a museum specimen. We're putting it on display. I don't want it chopped up or drilled." "There isn't a major meteorite found that hasn't been sectioned. We're only talking about coring out a 5-kilogram piece. That'll be enough for all the tests anyone could conceivably think of. A piece that large could be worked on for years." Lloyd shook his head. "No way." "We must do it," McFarlane said with vehemence. "There's no way to study this meteorite without vaporizing, melting, polishing, etching. Given the size of this thing, the sample would be a drop in the bucket." "It ain't the Mona Lisa," Amira murmured. "That's an ignorant comment," Lloyd said, rounding on her. Then he sank back with a sigh. "Cutting it up seems like such a sacrilege. Couldn't we just leave it a mystery?" "Absolutely not," said Glinn. "We need to know more about it before I'll authorize moving it. Dr. McFarlane is right." Lloyd stared at him, his face reddening. "Before you'll authorize it?" "Listen to me, Eli. I've gone along with all your little rules. I've played your game. But let's get one thing straight. I'm paying the bills. This is my meteorite. You signed a contract to get it for me. You like to brag that you've never failed. If this ship returns to New York without that meteorite, you will have failed. Am I right?" Glinn looked at Lloyd. Then he spoke calmly, almost as one might speak to a child. "Mr. Lloyd, you will get your meteorite. I merely want to see you have it without anyone getting unnecessarily hurt. Isn't that what you want, too?" Lloyd hesitated. "Of course it is." McFarlane was amazed at how quickly Glinn had put the man on the defensive. "Then all I am asking is that we proceed with care." Lloyd licked his lips. "It's just that everything's come to a grinding halt." "Why?" "The meteorite's red. So I ask you, what's wrong with red? I think it's great. Has everybody forgotten about our friend in the destroyer? Time is the one thing we don't have here." "Mr. Lloyd," Penfold said, holding up the radio appealingly, like a beggar might hold up an alms cup. "The helicopter, please." "God damn it!" Lloyd cried. After a moment he spun away. "All right, for Christ's sakes, take your sample. Just cap the hole so it isn't visible. And do it fast. By the time I get back to New York, I want that son of a bitch on the move." He stomped out of the hut, Penfold at his heels. The door banged shut behind them. For a minute, maybe two, the room was still. Then Amira rose to her feet. "Come on, Sam," she said. "Let's drill this sucker." Isla Desolación, 2:15 p.m. After the warmth of the hut, the wind felt keen as a knife. McFarlane shivered as he followed Amira to tech stores, thinking longingly of the dry heat of the Kalahari. The container was longer and wider than the rest, dingy on the outside, clean and spacious on the inside. Monitors and rack-mounted diagnostic tools, powered by the central generator in a neighboring hut, glowed in the dim light. Amira made for a large metal table which held a collapsed tripod and a high-speed portable mining drill. If it weren't for the leather sling around the drill, McFarlane would never have suspected it of being particularly portable. It looked like a 21st century bazooka. Amira patted the drill affectionately. "Don't you just love high-tech toys that break things? Look at this, Mother. Ever seen one of these before?"
"Not one so big." McFarlane watched as she expertly broke the drill down and examined its components. Satisfied, she slapped it back together, plugged the end of a heavy cord into a socket, and ran the machine through its diagnostics. "Check this out." She hefted a long, cruel-looking shaft of metal, one end bulbous and pocked like a club with a hollow core. 10 carats of industrial diamond in the bit alone. She pressed a button and the electronic chuck loosened with a snap. She slung the drill over her shoulder with a grunt and pressed its trigger, filling the room with a deep-throated growl. "Time to make a hole," she said, grinning. They left the equipment hut and headed out into the gloom, McFarlane playing out the electrical cord behind them. A shoddy-looking maintenance shack had been erected over the exposed meteorite, concealing it from view. Inside, banks of halogen lights bathed the shallow cut in a cool glow. Glinn was already standing at the edge of the hole, peering down, radio in one hand, his small frame set into sharp relief by the light. They joined Glinn at the edge of the hole. In the white light, the meteorite below their feet glowed almost purple, like a fresh bruise. Pulling off her gloves, Amira took the tripod from McFarlane, quickly set its legs, and fitted the drill into its housing. "This thing has a terrific vacuum system," she said, pointing to a narrow manifold that curved beneath the bit. "Sucks up every particle of dust. If the metal is poisonous, it won't matter." "Even so, I'm evacuating the area," said Glinn, who raised the radio and spoke rapidly into it. "And remember, keep well back. Do not touch it." He motioned for the workmen to leave. McFarlane watched as Amira snapped on the power switch, checked the indicator lights along the drill's flank, and deftly positioned the bit above the meteorite. "Looks like you've done this before," he said. "Damn right. Eli here put me through this 12 times. McFarlane looked at Glinn. "You rehearsed this?" "Every step," Amira said, as she pulled a large remote from her pocket and began calibrating it. "And not just this. Everything. He plans all our projects like an invasion. D-Day. You practice your ass off because you only get one shot at the real thing." She stepped back and blew on her hands. "Man, you should have seen the big ball of iron Eli made us dig up and schlep all over creation again and again. We called it Big Bertha. I really learned to hate that damn rock." "Where did you do this?" "Up at the Bar Cross Ranch near Bozeman, Montana." "You didn't really think this was a first run, did you?" With the remote calibrated and the drill fixed into position over the naked surface of the meteorite, Amira turned to a nearby case and snapped its hinges open. Pulling out a small metal can, she tore off its lid and, keeping well back, upended it over the meteorite. A black, gluey substance poured out, spreading over the red surface in a viscous layer. With a small brush, she applied the remainder to the end of the diamond bit. Then, reaching into the case again, she pulled out a thin sheet of rubber and gingerly pressed it down over the sealant. "We'll give that a moment to get tacky," she explained. "We don't want even the slightest speck of meteorite dust escaping into the air." She fumbled in her parka, extracted the cigar tube, glanced at the expressions on Glinn's and McFarlane's faces, sighed, and began cracking peanuts instead. McFarlane shook his head. "Peanuts, candy, cigars. What else do you do that your mother would disapprove of?" She looked at him. "Hot monkey sex, rock and roll, extreme skiing, and high-stakes blackjack." McFarlane laughed. Then he asked, "Are you nervous?" "Not so much nervous as incredibly excited. You?" McFarlane thought about this for a moment.
It was almost as if he was allowing himself to become excited, to grow used to the idea that this was, after all, the very thing he had hunted for all those years. "Yeah," he said. "Excited." Glinn pulled out his gold pocket watch, flicked open its cover, and glanced at its face. "It's time." Amira returned to the drill and adjusted a dial. A low rumble began to fill the close air of the shack. She checked the position of the bit, then took a step back, making an adjustment with the remote. The rumble rose to a whine. She maneuvered a small hat switch on the remote, and the whirling bit obediently descended, then retracted. 5 by 5, she said, glancing at Glinn. Glinn reached into the open case, pulled out 3 respirators, and tossed 2 of them to McFarlane and Amira. "We'll step outside now and work from the remote." McFarlane snugged the respirator onto his head, seating the cold rubber around his jaws, and stepped outside. Without a hood, the wind cut cruelly around his ears and the nape of his neck. From inside, the angry, hornet-like whine of the idling drill was still clearly audible. "Farther," Glinn said. "Minimum distance 100 feet." They stepped back from the building. Snow was tumbling into the air, turning the sight into a filmy sea of white. "If this turns out to be a spaceship," Amira said, her voice muffled, "somebody inside's gonna be mighty pissed when Mr. Diamond Head pokes through." The shack was barely visible through the snow, the open door a dim rectangle of white in the swirling gray. "All ready." "Good," Glinn replied. "Cut through the sealant. We'll pause at 1 millimeter below the surface of the meteorite to scan for outgassing." Amira nodded and aimed the remote, fingering the hat switch. The whine grew louder for a moment, then suddenly became muffled. A few seconds went by. "Funny. I'm not making any progress," said Amira. "Raise the drill." Amira pulled back on the hat, and the whine grew louder again, settling down quickly to a steady pitch. "Seems fine." "RPM?" 12,000. "Raise it to 16 and lower again." The whine increased in pitch. As McFarlane listened, it grew muffled once again. There was a sharp grinding noise, then nothing. Amira glanced at a small LED readout on the remote, its red numbers stark against the black casing. "It stopped," she said. "Any idea why?" "Seems to be running hot. Maybe there's something wrong with the motor. But the internals all checked out." "Retract and let it cool. Then double the torque and lower again." They waited while Amira fiddled with the remote. McFarlane kept his eyes on the open door of the shack. After a few moments, Amira grunted to herself and nosed the hat switch forward. The whine returned, throatier now. Suddenly the note grew lower as the drill labored. "Heating up again," Amira said. "Damn this thing!" Her jaw set, and she gave the hat switch a jab. The pitch changed abruptly. There was a sharp ripping sound, and a dull flicker of orange light burst from the doorway. It was followed by a loud crackle, then another, much quieter. And then all was silent. "What happened?" Glinn asked sharply. Amira peered out, frowning through her respirator. "I don't know." She took an impulsive step toward the shack, but Glinn put out a hand to stop her. "No. Rachel, determine what happened first." With a heavy sigh, Amira turned back to the remote. "There's a lot of gibberish I've never seen before," she said, scrolling back through the LED readout. "Wait, here's something. It says failure code 47. She looked up and snorted. "That's just great. And the manual's probably back in Montana." A small booklet appeared, as if by sleight of hand, in Glinn's right glove. He turned the pages. Then he stopped short. "Failure code 47, you said?" "Yep." "Impossible." There was a pause. "Eli, I don't think I've ever heard you use that word before, Amira replied. Glinn looked up from the manual, alien in his parka and goon-like respirator. The drill's burned out. Burned out? With the kind of horsepower that thing's sporting? I don't believe it. Glinn slipped the manual back into the folds of his parka. Believe it. They looked at each other as the snowflakes curled around them. But that could only happen if the meteorite was harder than diamond, Amira said. In answer, Glinn simply moved toward the hut. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of burnt rubber. The drill was half obscured by smoke, the LED lights along its flank dark, its underside scorched. It's not responding at all, Amira said, manipulating its controls by hand. Probably tripped the circuit breakers, said Glinn. Retract the bit manually. McFarlane watched as, inch by inch, the huge bit rose out of the acrid smoke. When the tip at last came into view, he saw that its serrated end was now an ugly, circular scar of metal, fused and burnt. Jesus, said Amira. That was a $5,000 diamond carborundum bit. McFarlane looked over at Glinn, half hidden by the curls of smoke. The man's eyes were not on the drill bit. Instead, they seemed to be contemplating something in the distance. As McFarlane watched, he unclipped his respirator and pulled it free. The wind rose suddenly, slamming the door shut, rattling its hinges and worrying the knob. What now? Amira asked. We take the bit back to the Rollvog for a thorough examination, Glinn said. Amira turned to the drill, but Glinn's expression had lost none of its distance. And it's time we took something else back with us as well, he added quietly. Isla Desolacion, 3:05 p.m. Outside the shack, McFarlane pulled off the respirator and snugged the hood of his parka tightly around his face. Wind gusted through the staging area, sending skeins of snow whirling across the frozen ground. By now Lloyd must be well on his way back to New York. Already what little light the heavy clouds permitted was fading from the sky. It would be dark in half an hour. There was a crunch of snow, and Glinn and Amira appeared, returning from the store's hut. Amira held a fluorescent storm lantern in each hand, and Glinn was pulling a long, low aluminum sled behind him. "What's that?" McFarlane asked, pointing to a large blue trunk of molded plastic that lay on the sled. "Evidence locker," Glinn said. "For the remains." McFarlane felt a mounting queasiness in his gut. "Is this absolutely necessary?" "I know it can't be easy for you," Glinn replied. "But it's an unknown. And at EES, we dislike unknowns." As they approached the pile of rocks that marked Masanke's grave, the snow flurries began to draw away. The jaws of Hanukkah came into view, dark against an even darker sky. Beyond, McFarlane caught the merest patch of storm-flecked bay. On the distant horizon, the sharp peaks of Isla Wollaston clawed their way skyward. It was incredible how quickly the weather changed down here. Already the wind had stuffed snow and ice into the crevices of the makeshift cairn, mortaring the grave in white. Without ceremony, Glinn pulled out the cross, laid it down, and began prying frozen rocks from the pile and rolling them aside. He glanced back at McFarlane. "It's fine, if you'd rather hang back a bit." McFarlane swallowed. There were very few things he could imagine less pleasant than this particular job. But if it had to be done, he wanted to be part of it. "No," he said. "I'll help." It was much easier to pull the grave apart than it had been to assemble it. Soon Masanke's remains began to come into view. Glinn slowed his pace, working more gingerly. McFarlane stared at the broken bones, the split skull and broken teeth, the ropey pieces of gristle, the partly mummified flesh. It was hard to believe that this had once been his partner and friend. He felt his gorge rise, his breath come fast. Darkness was falling quickly. Putting aside the last of the rocks, Glinn lit the lanterns and placed one on either side of the grave. With a pair of forceps he began placing the bones into the plastic-lined compartments of the locker. A few of the bones still adhered to each other, held together by strips of cartilage, skin, and desiccated gristle, but most looked as if they had been violently torn asunder. "I'm no forensic pathologist," said Amira, "but this guy looks like he had a close encounter with a Peterbilt." Glinn said nothing, forceps moving again and again from the ground to the locker, his face hidden by the folds of his hood. Then he stopped. "What is it?" Amira asked. Reaching out with the forceps, Glinn carefully pried something out of the frozen dirt. "This boot isn't just rotten," he said. "It's been burned. And some of these bones appear to have been burned too." "Do you suppose he was murdered for his equipment?" Amira asked. "And they burned the body to conceal the crime? It would be a hell of a lot easier than digging a grave in this soil." "That would make Pup-Up a murderer," said McFarlane, feeling the hardness in his own voice. Glinn held up a distal phalanx, examining it in the light like a small jewel. "Very unlikely," he said. "However, that's a question for the good doctor to answer." "About time he had something to do," Amira said, "instead of reading his books and wandering around the ship like a ghoul." Glinn placed the bone into the evidence locker. Then he turned back to the graveside and picked up something else with his forceps. "This was underneath the boot," he said. He held the object up to the light, brushed off the clinging ice and dirt, and held it up again. "A belt buckle," said Amira. "What?" McFarlane asked. He pushed his way forward, staring. "It's some kind of purple gemstone, placed in a silver setting," Amira said. "But look, it's been melted." McFarlane sank back. Amira looked at him. "Are you all right?" McFarlane merely passed a gloved hand across his eyes and shook his head. "To see that here, of all places." Years ago, after they had scored big with the Atacama Tektites, he had had a pair of belt buckles made, each with a sectioned Tektite to celebrate their coup. He'd lost his long ago. But despite everything, Nestor had still been wearing his at his death. It surprised McFarlane how very much that meant to him. Without speaking, they gathered up the prospector's meager effects. Then Glinn fastened the locker, Amira gathered up the lights, and the two began trudging back. McFarlane remained a moment longer, staring at the cold jumble of rocks. Then he turned to follow. Punta Arenas, July 17th, 8 a.m. Comandante Vallenar stood over the tiny metal sink in his cabin, smoking the bitter end of a puro and lathering his face with sandalwood-scented shaving cream. He detested the fragrant shaving cream, just like he detested the razor that lay on the basin, a two-bladed disposable of bright yellow plastic. Typical American throwaway trash. Who else would build such a wasteful thing? 2 blades when just a single blade would do. But naval stores were capricious, especially for ships that spent most of their time in the far south. He stared at the little disposable in disgust, one of a pack of 10 that the quartermaster had issued him that morning. It was either that or a straight razor, and on board ship, straight razors could be dangerous. He rinsed the blade, then raised it to his left cheekbone. He always started with the left side of his face. He had never been comfortable shaving with his left hand, and this side was easier, somehow. At least the shaving cream hid the smell of the ship. Almirante Ramirez was the oldest destroyer in the fleet, purchased from the UK in the 50s. Decades of poor sanitation, vegetable peelings rotting in bilge water, chemical solvents, faulty sewage disposal, and spilled diesel fuel had suffused the vessel with a stench that nothing short of sinking would eradicate. The sudden blat of an air horn chased away the noise of crying birds and distant traffic. He glanced through the rusted porthole toward the piers and the city beyond. It was a brilliant day, with crystal skies and a brisk, cold wind from the west. The Comandante returned to his shaving. He never liked anchoring in Punta Arenas. It was a poor place for a ship, especially in a westerly wind. He was surrounded as usual by fishing boats taking advantage of the destroyer's lee. It was typical South American anarchy. No discipline, no sense of the dignity due a military vessel. There was a rap on the door. "Comandante," came the voice of Timmer, the signal officer. "Enter," the Comandante said without turning. In the mirror he could see the door open and Timmer enter with another man in tow, a civilian, well-fed, prosperous, satisfied with himself. Vallenar ran the blade a few times along his chin. Then he rinsed the blade in the metal basin and turned. "Thank you, Mr. Timmer," he said with a smile. "You may go. If you would be so kind as to post a man outside." After Timmer left, Vallenar took a moment to examine the man before him. He stood before the desk, a slight smile on his face, no trace of apprehension. And why should he be afraid? Vallenar thought, without malice. Vallenar was a commander in name only. He had the oldest warship in the fleet, with the worst posting. So who could blame the man who stood here before him now for sticking out his chest ever so slightly, for feeling like a big man who could stare down the powerless Comandante of a rusting vessel? Vallenar took one last deep drag on the puro, then flicked it out the open porthole. He laid down the razor and pulled the cigar box from a desk drawer with his good hand, offering the box to the stranger. The man glanced at the cigars with disdain and shook his head. Vallenar took one for himself. "I apologize for the cigars," the Comandante said, replacing the box. "They are of very poor quality. Here in the Navy, you must take what you are given." The man smiled condescendingly, staring at his withered right arm. Vallenar eyed the heavy sheen of pomade in the man's hair and the clear polish on his fingernails. "Sit down, my friend," he said, placing the cigar in his mouth. "Forgive me if I continue shaving while we talk." The man took a seat in front of the desk, daintily propping one leg over the other. "I understand you are a dealer in used electronic equipment. Watches, computers, photocopiers, that sort of thing." Vallenar paused while drawing the razor across his upper lip. "Yes?" "New and used equipment," the man said. "I stand corrected," Vallenar said. "About 4 or 5 months ago, it would have been in March, I believe, you purchased a certain piece of equipment. A tomographic sounder. It is a tool used by prospectors, a set of long metal rods with a keyboard at its center. Did you not?" "Mi Comandante, I have a large business. I cannot remember every piece of junk that crosses my door." Vallenar turned. "I did not say it was junk. You said you sell new and used equipment, did you not?" The merchant shrugged, raised his hands, and smiled. It was a smile that the Comandante had seen countless times before from petty bureaucrats, officials, businessmen. It was a smile that said, "I won't know anything, and I won't help you until I get la mordida, the bribe." It was the same smile he had seen on the faces of the customs officials in Puerto Williams a week before. And yet, today, instead of rage, he felt only a great pity for this man. A man like this wasn't born polluted. He had been corrupted by degrees. It was a symptom of a greater sickness, a sickness that manifested itself all around him. Sighing deeply, Vayanar came around the desk and perched on the edge closest to the merchant. He smiled at the man, feeling the shaving cream drying on his skin. The merchant nodded his head with a conspiratorial wink. As he did so, he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in the universal gesture, laying the other manicured palm on the table. As quick as a striking snake, the Commandante's hand shot forward. With a sharp, digging movement, he sank the twin blades of the razor into the moon end of the merchant's middle fingernail. The man drew in his breath sharply. Terrified eyes stared up at the Commandante, who met his gaze with perfect impassivity. Then the Commandante gave a brutal tug, and the man shrieked as the fingernail was torn away. Vayanar shook the razor, flicking the bloody nail out the porthole. Then he turned to the mirror and resumed shaving. For a moment the only sounds in the small cabin were the scrape of the blades against skin and the loud moaning of the merchant. Vayanar noticed with faint interest that the razor was leaving an unshaven stripe on his face. A piece of matter must have remained stuck between the blades. He rinsed the blade again and finished shaving. Then, patting and drying his face, he turned to the merchant. The man had risen to his feet and was standing before the desk, swaying and moaning, and clutching his dripping finger. Vayanar leaned over the desk, tugged a handkerchief out of his pocket, and gently wrapped it around the man's wounded finger. "Please, sit down," he said. The merchant sat, whimpering softly, his jowls quivering with fright. "You will do us both a service if you answer my questions quickly and precisely. Now, did you purchase a device such as I described?"
"Yes, I did," the man said instantly. "I did have an instrument like that, Commandante."
"And who bought it from you?"
"An American artist."
He cradled his wounded finger. "An artist?"
"A sculptor. He wanted to make a modern sculpture out of it to show in New York. It was rusted, useless for anything else."
Vayanar smiled. "An American sculptor. What was his name?"
"He did not give me his name."
Vayanar nodded, still smiling. The man was now so very eager to tell the truth. "Of course not. And now tell me, senor, but I realize I have not asked your name. How inconsiderate of me."
"Tornero, mi comandante, Rafael Tornero Perea."
"Senor Tornero, tell me, from whom did you purchase the instrument?"
"A mestizo."
Vayanar paused. "A mestizo? What was his name?"
"I am sorry. I do not know."
Vayanar frowned. "You don't know his name? There are very few mestizos left, and fewer still come to Punta Arenas."
"I can't remember, Commandante. Truly, I can't."
The man's eyes grew frantic as he searched his memory in desperation. Sweat trickled from the pomaded brow.
"He was not from Punta Arenas. He was from the south. It was a strange name."
Suddenly, a flash came over Vayanar. Was it Pop-Up? Juan Pop-Up?
"Yes. Thank you, Commandante, for refreshing my memory. Pop-Up, that was the name."
"Did he say where he found it?"
"Yes. He said he found it on Las Islas de Hornos." I didn't believe him. Why would anything of value be found down there?
The man was babbling urgently now, speaking as if he could not get the words out fast enough.
"I thought he was trying to get a better price."
His face brightened.
"And now I remember, there was a pick, and a strange-looking hammer, too."
"A strange-looking hammer?"
"Yes. One end was long and curved, and there was a leather bag of rocks. The American bought all those things, too."
Vayanar leaned eagerly across the desk. "Rocks. Did you look at them?"
"Yes, sir, I certainly did. I looked at them."
"Were they gold?"
"Oh, no. They had no value."
"Ah. And you must be a geologist, of course, to know that they had no value." Though Vayanar's tone was mild, the man cringed in the chair.
"Comandante, I showed them to Senor Alonso Torres, who owns the rock shop on Calle Colinas. I thought they might be valuable ores, but he said they were worthless. He said I should throw them away."
"And how would he know?"
"He knows, Comandante. He is an expert in rocks and minerals."
Vayanar walked toward the single porthole, limed and rusted from years of salt water. "Did he say what they were?"
"He said they were nothing."
Vayanar turned back to the merchant. "What did they look like?"
"They were just rocks. Ugly rocks."
Vayanar closed his eyes, trying hard to stem the anger rising within him. It would be unseemly to lose his temper, here in front of a guest on his own ship.
"I may have one more in my shop, Comandante."
Vayanar opened his eyes again. "You may?"
"Senor Torres kept one to do further tests. I got it back after the American bought the instrument. For a time, I used it as a paperweight. I too hoped it might be valuable, despite what Senor Torres said. Perhaps I can still locate it."
Comandante Vayanar suddenly smiled. He removed the unlit cigar from his mouth, examined the tip, and lit it from a box of wooden matches on his desk. "I should like to purchase this rock you mention."
"You are interested in this rock? It would be my privilege to give it to you. Let us not talk of purchase, Comandante."
Vayanar bowed slightly. "Then I would be pleased to accompany you, senor, to your place of business, to accept this kind gift." Then he took a deep drag on the cigar, and with the greatest of courtesy ushered the merchant out of the cabin and into the foul central corridor of the Almirante Ramirez. Rollvog, 9:35 a.m. The drill bit was laid out on an examination table, its scorched head resting on a bed of white plastic. A bank of overhead lights bathed the hulk in blue. Sampling instruments were lined up beside it, individually sealed in plastic. McFarlane, dressed in scrubs, fitted a surgical mask into position over his head. The channel was unusually calm. In the windowless lab, it was hard to believe they were on board a ship. "Scalpel, Doctor?" Amira asked, her voice muffled by her mask. McFarlane shook his head. "Nurse, I think we lost the patient." Amira clucked in sympathy. Behind her, Eli Glinn watched, arms folded. McFarlane moved to an electronic stereo zoom microscope and swiveled it into position over the table. A highly magnified picture of the drill head flickered into view on a nearby workstation screen. A landscape of Armageddon, fused canyons and melted ridges. "Let's burn one," he said. "Sure thing, Doc," Amira said, sliding a writable CD into the drive bay of the machine. McFarlane pulled the swivel chair toward the table, sat down at the microscope, and snugged the twin eyepieces to his head. Slowly he moved the eyepieces, scanning the crevasses, hoping the drill bit might have removed something, no matter how small, from the surface of the meteorite. But no telltale particles of red gleamed in the lunar landscape, even when he switched to UV light. As he searched, he was aware that Glinn had come forward and was staring at the video screen. After several fruitless minutes, McFarlane sighed. "Go to 120X." Amira adjusted the machine. The landscape leapt forward, looking even more grotesque. Again McFarlane scanned it, sector by sector. "I can't believe it," said Amira, staring at the screen. "It should have picked up something." McFarlane sat back with a sigh. "If it did, it's beyond the power of this microscope to see it." "That suggests the meteorite must be one tenacious crystal lattice." "It sure as hell isn't a normal metal." McFarlane slapped the two eyepieces together and folded them back into the machine. "What now?" said Glinn, his voice low. McFarlane swiveled in his chair. He pulled down the mask and thought for a moment. "There's always the electron microprobe." "And that is?" "The planetary geologist's favorite tool. We've got one here. You put a sample of material in a vacuum chamber, shoot a high-speed beam of electrons at it. Normally you analyze the X-rays it produces, but you can heat up the electron beam to the point where it'll vaporize a tiny amount of the material, which will condense as a thin film on a gold plate. Voila, your sample. Small, but viable." "How do you know the electron beam will be able to vaporize a bit of the rock?" Glinn asked. "The electrons are ejected from a filament at extremely high speed. You can ramp it up almost to the speed of light and focus it down to a micrometer. Believe me, it'll knock off at least a few atoms." Glinn was silent, clearly weighing in his mind the possible danger against the need for more information. "Very well," he said. "Proceed. But remember, no one is to touch the meteorite directly." McFarlane frowned. "The tricky part is how to do it. Normally you bring the sample to the microprobe. This time we'll have to bring the microprobe to the sample. But the thing isn't portable. It weighs about 600 pounds. And we'll have to jury-rig some sort of vacuum chamber over its surface." Glinn removed a radio from his belt. "Garza, I want 8 men up on the main deck immediately. We'll need to get a sling and vehicle big enough to move a 600-pound instrument on the first morning transport." "Tell him we need a major power source, too," McFarlane added. "And have a cable with a ground fault interrupt able to carry up to 20,000 watts." McFarlane gave a low whistle. "That'll do it. You have 1 hour to get your samples. We have no more time." These words were spoken very slowly and very clearly. "Garza will be here shortly. Be ready." Glinn rose abruptly and left the lab, the door sucking in a gust of frigid air as it shut behind him. McFarlane looked at Amira. "He's getting touchy." "He hates not knowing," said Amira. "Uncertainty drives him around the bend." "It must be hard to live life like that." A distant look of pain crossed her face. "You haven't any idea." McFarlane looked at her curiously, but Amira merely pulled down her mask and removed her gloves. "Let's break down the microprobe for transport," she said. Isla Desolación, 1:45 p.m. By early afternoon, the staging area had been prepped for the test. Inside the little shack, the light was brilliant, the air suffocatingly warm. McFarlane stood over the hole, looking down on the rich, deep red surface. Even in the harsh light, it had a soft luster. The microprobe, a long cylinder of stainless steel, lay on a padded cradle. Amira was arranging the other equipment McFarlane had ordered: an inch-thick bell jar containing a filament and plug, a set of gold discs sealed in plastic, and an electromagnet for focusing the electron beam. "I need 1 square foot of the meteorite cleaned to absolute perfection," McFarlane said to Glinn, who was standing nearby. "Otherwise we'll get contaminants." "We'll make it happen," said Glinn. "Once we get the samples, what's your plan?" "We'll run a series of tests on them. With any luck, we'll be able to determine its basic electrical, chemical, and physical properties. How long will that take? 48 hours. More if we eat and sleep. Glinn's lips compressed together. We can't afford more than 12 hours. Confine yourself to the most essential tests. He checked his massive gold pocket watch. Another hour and all was in readiness. The bell jar had been tightly sealed to the surface of the meteorite, an excruciatingly cautious operation. Inside the bell jar, 10 tiny sample discs lay on pieces of glass, arrayed in a circle. A ring of electromagnets surrounded the jar. The electron microprobe lay nearby, partially open, its complex guts exposed. Multicolored wires and tubes streamed from it. "Rachel, please turn on the vacuum pump," McFarland said. There was a whir as air was sucked from the bell jar. McFarland monitored a screen on the microprobe. "What do you know?" "The seal's holding. Vacuum's down to 5 microbars." Glinn moved closer, watching the small screen intently. "Turn on the electromagnets," McFarland said. "You've got it," said Amira. "Douse the lights." The room went dark. The only light came from cracks in the walls of the ill-made shack and from the LEDs arranged along the microprobe's controls. "I'm turning the beam on at low power," McFarland whispered. A faint bluish beam appeared in the bell jar. It flickered and rotated, casting a spectral light across the meteorite's surface, turning the crimson surface almost black. The walls of the shack danced and wavered. McFarland carefully turned 2 sets of dials, altering the magnetic fields around the jar. The beam stopped rotating and began to narrow, becoming brighter. Soon it looked like a blue pencil, its point resting on the meteorite's surface. "We're there," he said. "Now I'm going to bring it to full power for 5 seconds. He held his breath. If Glinn's concerns were justified, if the meteorite was somehow dangerous, this was when they might find out. He pressed the timer. There was a sudden, much brighter beam inside the jar. Where it touched the meteorite's surface, there was an intense violet pinpoint of light. 5 seconds ticked off, and then everything went dark again. McFarland felt himself relax involuntarily. "Lights." As the lights came on, McFarland knelt above the meteorite's surface, staring eagerly at the gold discs. He caught his breath. Each disc was now marked with the faintest blush of red. Not only that, but at the spot where the electron beam had touched the meteorite, he saw, or thought he saw, the tiniest pit, a gleaming speck on the smooth surface. He straightened up. "Well?" asked Glinn. "What happened?" McFarland grinned. "This baby isn't so tough after all." Isla Desolación, July 18th, 9 a.m. McFarland crunched across the staging area, Amira at his side. The site looked the same rows of containers and Quonset huts, the same raw, frosted earth. Only he was different. He felt bone-tired, yet exhilarated. As they walked in silence, the crisp air seemed to magnify everything. The sound of his boots creaking in the fresh snow, the clatter of distant machinery, the rasp of his own breath. It helped clear his head of all the strange speculations that the night's experiments had aroused. Reaching the bank of containers, he approached the main lab and held open the door for Amira. Inside, in the dim light, he could see Stonecipher, the project's second engineer, working on an open computer box, disks and circuit boards spread out fan-wise. Stonecipher straightened up his short, narrow body at their arrival. "Mr. Glinn wants to see you on the double," he said. "Where is he?" asked McFarland. "Underground. I'll take you." Not far from the shack that covered the meteorite, a second shack had been erected, even more dilapidated than its cousin. The door to this shack opened and Garza emerged, wearing a hard hat beneath his hood and carrying several others in his hands. He tossed one to each of them. "Come on in," he said, ushering them into the smaller shack. McFarlane looked around the dim space, wondering what was going on. The shack held nothing but some old tools and several nail kegs. "What's this?" McFarlane asked. "You'll see," said Garza with a grin. He rolled the nail kegs away from the center of the shack, exposing a steel plate, which he hooked open. McFarlane drew in his breath in astonishment. The open trapdoor revealed a descending staircase in a tunnel, cut into the ground and heavily reinforced with steel. White light blazed upward. "Pretty cloak and dagger," he said. Garza laughed. "I call it the King Tut method. They hid the tunnel into King Tut's treasure chamber by locating it beneath the shack of an insignificant worker." They descended the narrow staircase, single file, to a narrow tunnel illuminated by dual lines of fluorescent lights. The tunnel was so massively cribbed with I-beams that it seemed made entirely of steel. The group proceeded single file, their breath leaving fog trails in the frosty air. Icicles hung from the overhead struts, and hoarfrost grew in sheets and spikes along the walls. McFarlane caught his breath as he saw a patch of unmistakable color ahead of them, bright red against the shine of ice and steel. "You're looking at a small section of the meteorite's underside," Garza said, stopping beside it. Underneath the lustrous red surface, a row of jacks, each a foot in diameter, sat like squat pillars on fat, claw-like feet, bolted to the metal cribbing on the floor and walls. "There they are," said Garza affectionately. "The bad boys who will be doing the lifting." He patted the closet with a gloved hand. "At go-ahead, we'll lift the rock exactly 6 centimeters. Then we'll wedge it, reposition the jacks, and lift again. As soon as we get enough clearance, we'll start building the cradle underneath. It'll be cramped and cold as hell, but it's the only way." "We've placed 50% more jacks than we need," added Rochefort. His face had turned mottled in the cold, and his nose was blue. "The tunnel was designed to be stronger than the matrix of the Earth itself. It's completely safe." He spoke very rapidly, his thin lips compressed in a disapproving frown, as if he felt any questioning of his work would be a waste of time, as well as an affront. Garza turned away from the meteorite and led the group down a tunnel that branched away at right angles. Several smaller tunnels curved away from its right-hand wall, heading to other exposed areas of the meteorite's underside and additional banks of jacks. After about 100 feet, the tunnel opened into a huge subterranean storage room. It had a packed dirt floor and was roofed with caisson plates. Inside, I-beams, laminated timbers, and structural steel were stacked in orderly rows, along with a variety of construction equipment. Glinn stood at the far end of the space, talking quietly to a technician. "Jesus," breathed McFarlane. "This place is huge. I can't believe you built it in a couple of days." "We don't want anyone nosing around our warehouse," said Garza. "If an engineer saw all this, he'd know immediately we weren't mining iron. Or gold. This will be used to build the cradle, bit by bit, as we jack up the meteorite and get a better understanding of its contours. Over there are precision arc welders, acetylene torches, hot riveting equipment, and some good old-fashioned woodworking tools." Glinn came over, nodding first at McFarlane, then at Amira. "Rachel, please sit down. You look tired." He indicated a pile of I-beams as a seat. "Tired?" She gave a wan smile. "And amazed." "I'm eager to hear your report." McFarlane squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them again. "Nothing's written up yet. If you want a briefing, you'll have to settle for a verbal one." Glinn tented his gloved fingers together, nodding as McFarlane removed a dog-eared lab notebook from his jacket. Every breath was sending up a plume of frost. He opened it and flipped briefly through many pages of scribbled notes. "I want to say up front that this is just the beginning. 12 hours gave us barely enough time to scratch the surface." Glinn nodded again, silently. I'll describe the results of the tests, but I warn you, they don't make a whole lot of sense. We started by trying to determine the metal's basic properties: melting point, density, electrical resistance, atomic weight, valence, that sort of thing. First off, we heated a sample to find its melting point. We brought it up to over 50,000 degrees K, vaporizing the gold substrate. It still remained solid. Glinn's eyes were half-lidded. He murmured, "So that's how it survived the impact." "Exactly," said Amira. "Then we tried to use a mass spectrometer to find its atomic weight. Because of the high melting point, the experiment didn't fly. Even with the microprobe, we couldn't get it to remain a gas long enough to run the test." McFarlane flipped some pages. "Likewise with specific gravity. The microprobe didn't give us a large enough sample to determine that. It appears to be chemically inactive. We hit it with every solvent, acid, and reactive substance we could find in the lab at room temperature and pressure, as well as at high temperatures and pressures. Totally inert. It's like a noble gas, except it's solid. No valence electrons." "Go on." "Then we wired it up to test its electromagnetic properties. And that's when we hit pay dirt. Basically, the meteorite seems to be a room-temperature superconductor. It conducts electricity without resistance. You put a current into it, and it will circulate forever unless something breaks it out." If he was surprised at this, Glinn did not show it. "Then we hit it with a beam of neutrons. It's a standard test on an unknown material. The neutrons cause the material to emit X-rays, which tell you what's inside it. But in this case, the neutrons just disappeared. Swallowed up. Gone. It did the same thing with a beam of protons." Now, Glinn raised his eyebrows. "That would be like shooting a .44 Magnum at a piece of paper and having the bullet vanish into the paper," said Amira. Glinn looked at her. "Any explanation?" She shook her head. "I tried to do a quantum mechanical analysis of what might be happening. No luck. It appears to be impossible." McFarlane continued to flip through his notes. "The last test we did was X-ray diffraction." "Explain," Glinn murmured. "You shine X-rays through the material, then you make a picture of the diffraction pattern that results. A computer reverse engineers those patterns and tells you what kind of crystal lattice generated them. Well, we got a seriously weird diffraction pattern. Virtually fractal. Rachel wrote a program that tried to calculate what kind of crystal structure would produce such a pattern." "I'm still trying," Amira said. "It's probably gagged on it by now. It's one hell of a computation, if it can be done at all." "One other thing," said McFarlane. "We used fission track analysis to date the cosite from the staging area. We've now got a date on when the meteorite struck. 32 million years ago." As he listened, Glinn's gaze had slowly dropped to the frozen dirt floor. "Conclusions," he said at last, very quietly. "They're very preliminary," McFarlane said. "Understood." McFarlane took a deep breath. "Have you heard of the hypothetical island of stability on the periodic table?" "No." For years, scientists have been searching for heavier and heavier elements higher on the periodic table. Most of the ones they've found are very short-lived. They last only a few billionths of a second before they decay into some other element. But there's a theory that way, way up on the periodic table might be a group of elements that are stable, that don't decay. An island of stability. Nobody knows what kind of properties these elements would have, but they would be extremely strange and very, very heavy. You couldn't synthesize them even with the largest of today's particle accelerators. And you think this might be such an element? I'm fairly sure of it, actually. How would such an element be created? Only in the most violent event in the known universe. A hypernova. A hypernova? Yes, it's much bigger than a supernova. It occurs when a giant star collapses into a black hole, or when two neutron stars collide to form a black hole. For about 10 seconds, a hypernova produces as much energy as the rest of the known universe put together. Such a thing just might have enough energy to create these strange elements. It also might have had enough energy to accelerate this meteorite into space at a speed that would carry it across the vast distances between stars, to land on Earth. An interstellar meteorite, Glinn said in a flat tone. McFarlane noticed with surprise a brief but significant exchange of glances between Glinn and Amira. He tensed immediately, but Glinn merely nodded. You've given me more questions than answers. You gave us only 12 hours. There was a brief silence. Let's return to the most basic question, Glinn said. Is it dangerous? We don't have to worry about it poisoning anybody, said Amira. It's not radioactive or reactive. It's totally inert. I believe it's safe. I wouldn't, however, mess around with it electrically. Being a room-temperature superconductor, it has powerful and strange electromagnetic properties. Glinn turned. Dr. McFarlane. It's a mass of contradictions, McFarlane said, keeping his voice neutral. We haven't discovered anything specifically dangerous. But then again, we haven't shown it to be completely safe either. We've got a second set of tests running now, and if that sheds any more light, we'll let you know. But it will take years to really answer these questions, not 12 hours. I see. Glinn sighed, a small hissing sound that in anybody else would have been irritation. As it happens, we have discovered something about the meteorite that may be of interest to you. What's that? We'd originally estimated it to be about 1,200 cubic meters in size, or about 42 feet in diameter. Garza and his crew have been mapping the external contours of the meteorite as they prepare these tunnels. It turns out the meteorite is a lot smaller than we believed. It's only about 20 feet in diameter. McFarlane's mind tried to fit this fact in. In an odd way, he felt disappointment. It wasn't much bigger than the Aniguito at the museum in New York. It's difficult to measure its mass at this point, Glinn said, but all indications are that the meteorite still weighs at least 10,000 tons. McFarlane suddenly forgot his disappointment. That means it has a specific gravity of... Jesus! At least 75, said Amira. Glinn raised an eyebrow. And what does that signify? The two heaviest known elements are osmium and iridium, Amira said. They each have a specific gravity of around 22. With a specific gravity of 75, this meteorite is more than 3 times denser than any known element on Earth. There's your proof, murmured McFarlane. He felt his heart pounding. I'm sorry, said Glinn. It was as if a weight was suddenly plucked from McFarlane's shoulders. He looked Glinn in the face. There can't be any doubt now. It's interstellar. Glinn remained inscrutable. There's no way anything that dense originated in our solar system. It must have come from somewhere else. A place in the universe very different from our own. The region of a hypernova. There was a very long moment of silence. McFarlane could hear workmen shouting in the distant tunnels, and the muffled sound of jackhammers and welding. Finally Glinn cleared his throat. Dr. McFarlane, he began quietly, Sam, I apologize if I seem doubtful. Understand that we are operating outside the parameters of any conceivable model. There's no precedent to guide us. I realize you haven't had adequate time for your tests, but our window of opportunity is about to close. I want your best guess, as a scientist and as a human being, whether it's safe to proceed, or whether we should close down the operation and go home. McFarland took a deep breath. He understood what Glinn was asking, but he also knew quite clearly what Glinn had left unsaid. As a scientist, and as a human being. Glinn was asking him to look at the question objectively, not as the man who betrayed his friend over this precise thing 5 years before. Several pictures flashed through his mind. Lloyd, pacing before his pyramid, the glittering black eyes of the destroyer Commandante, the broken weathered bones of his dead partner. McFarland began slowly. It's been lying here for 32 million years without apparent problems. But the truth is, we don't know. All I can say is, this is a scientific discovery of the highest importance. Are the risks worth it? Nothing truly great is ever accomplished without risk. Glinn's eyes seemed to go very far away. His expression was as unreadable as always, but McFarland sensed he had articulated the man's own thoughts. Glinn pulled out his pocket watch, opening it with a smart snap of his wrist. He had made a decision. We'll lift the rock in 30 minutes. Rachel, if you and Jean will test the servo connections, we'll be ready. McFarland felt a sudden flood of emotion, excitement or anticipation. He couldn't be precisely sure. We have to be topside for those tests, Garza said, glancing at his watch. Nobody is allowed down here. The feeling ebbed quickly. I thought you said it was completely safe, McFarland said. Double overage, Glinn murmured. Then leading the way, he walked out of the storage vault and led the way down the narrow tunnel. Rollvag, 9:30 a.m. Dr. Patrick Bramble lay snug in his bunk, reading Spencer's The Fairy Queen. The tanker rode peacefully in the Sound, and the mattress was delightfully soft. The temperature in the medical suite had been cranked up to 86 degrees, exactly the way he liked it. Everyone but a skeleton crew was ashore, preparing to lift the meteorite, and the ship was quiet. He was aware of no discomfort, no annoyance in the world, save perhaps that his arm, which had been propping up the book in front of his nose for the last half-hour, had begun to fall asleep. And that was a problem easily remedied. With a sigh of contentment, he transferred the book to his other hand, turned the page, and immersed himself again in Spencer's elegant verse. Then he stopped. There was, in fact, one other annoyance. His glance fell reluctantly through the open doorway, past the hall and into the medical laboratory beyond. On a gleaming metal gurney sat the blue evidence locker, clasps loosened but lid unopened. There was something forlorn, almost reproachful about it. Glinn wanted the examination by the end of the day. Bramble stared at it for a moment. Then he laid the book aside, rose regretfully from his bunk, and straightened his surgical smock. Though he rarely practiced medicine, and even more rarely performed surgery, he delighted in wearing a surgical smock and never took one off while awake. As a uniform, he found it vastly more intimidating than a policeman's, and only a little less so than the Grim Reaper's. Surgical smocks, especially when flecked with blood, tended to hurry office visits along and speed unnecessary conversations. He stepped out of his cabin and paused in the long hallway of the medical suite, surveying the parallel lines of open doorways. Nobody in the waiting room. 10 beds, all empty. It was most satisfactory. Entering the medical laboratory, he washed his hands in the oversized sink, then flicked the water from his fingers while turning in a small circle in an irreverent imitation of a priest. Nudging the hot air dryer with his elbow, he rubbed his knobbed old hands before the gush of air. As he did so, he gazed around at the neat rows of well-worn books. Overflow from his cabin. Above them he had hung 2 pictures. A depiction of Jesus Christ, with the fire and thorns of the Sacred Heart, and a small faded photograph of 2 identical babies in sailor suits. The picture of Christ reminded him of many things, some self-contradictory but always interesting. The picture of himself and his twin brother Simon, who had been murdered by a mugger in New York City, reminded him of why he had never married or had children. He pulled on a pair of latex gloves, snapped on the ring light, and swiveled the magnifying glass into place over the gurney. Then he opened the evidence locker and stared disapprovingly at the jumble of bones. He could see right away that several were missing, and the rest had been tossed in higgledy-piggledy with no regard for anatomy. He shook his wizened head at the general incompetence of the world. He began removing the bones, identifying them, and arranging them in their proper places on the gurney. Not much sign of animal damage, beyond the nibblings of rodents. Then his brow furrowed. The number of perimortem breaks was unusual, even remarkable. He paused, a nugget of bone suspended halfway between locker and gurney. Then, more slowly, he placed it on the metal surface. There was a stillness in the medical suite as Bramble stepped back, folded his green-suited arms, and stared at the remains. Ever since his Dublin childhood, his mother had entertained dreams of her twin lads growing up to be doctors. Ma Bramble had been an irresistible natural force, and so, like his brother Simon, Patrick had gone to medical school. While Simon had relished the job and gone on to great acclaim as a medical examiner in New York, Patrick found himself resenting the time away from literature. Over the years he had gravitated to ships, most recently to large tankers, where the crews were small and the accommodations comfortable. And so far the Rollvag had lived up to his expectations. No parade of broken bones, raging fevers, or dripping cases of clap. Aside from a few bouts of seasickness, a sinus infection, and of course Glinn's preoccupation with the meteorite hunter, he had been left to read his books. Until now. But as he stared at the collection of broken bones, Bramble felt an uncharacteristic curiosity stirring within him. The silence of the medical lab was broken by the whistled strains of the Sprig of Shillelagh. More quickly now, Bramble, whistling merrily, finished laying out the skeleton. He examined the effects: buttons, bits of clothing, an old boot. Of course there was only one boot. The daft beggars had missed the other. Along with the right clavicle, a piece of the ilium, the left radius, carpals and intercarpals. He made a mental list of the missing bones. At least the skull was there, if in several pieces. He bent closer. It, too, was webbed with perimortem fractures. The rim of the orbit was heavy, the mandible robust. Definitely a male. From the state of the sutural closing, he would be about 35, maybe 40. A small man, no more than 5'7", but powerfully built, with well-developed muscle attachments. Years of field work, no doubt. This fit the profile of the planetary geologist Nestor Masanke that Glinn had given him. Many of the teeth were snapped off at the root. It looked like the poor man had convulsed so hard in his death throes that he had broken all his teeth, and even split his jaw. Still whistling, Bramble turned his attention to the postcranial skeleton. Virtually every bone that could be broken was broken. He wondered what could have caused such massive trauma. It was apparently a blow to the front, striking simultaneously from toe to crown. He was reminded of a poor skydiver he had autopsied in medical school. The man had packed his chute wrong and fallen 3,000 feet onto the middle of I-95. Bramble caught his breath, the sprig of shillelagh suddenly dying on his lips. He had been so caught up by the fracturing of the bones that he had not stopped to examine their other characteristics. But now, as he did so, he could see that the proximal phalanges showed flaking and crumbling characteristic of high heat, or severe burning. Almost all of the distal phalanges were missing, probably completely burned up. Toes and fingers. He bent closer. The broken teeth were scorched, the brittle enamel spalling off. His eyes made a circuit of the remains. The parietal showed heavy burn damage, the bones soft and crumbling. He bent down, sniffed. Oh, yes. He could even smell it. And what was this? Bramble picked up a belt buckle. The bloody thing was melted. And the single boot wasn't just rotten. It, too, had burned. The bits of cloth were also scorched. That devil Glinn hadn't mentioned a word of this, although he surely must have noticed. Then Bramble rocked back on his feet. It was with a twinge of regret that he realized there was no mystery here after all. He now knew exactly how the prospector had died. In the dim light of the medical spaces, the sprig of shillelagh started up once again, the merry tune now sounding a little mournful, as Bramble carefully closed up the evidence locker and returned to his bunk. Isla Desolacion, 10 a.m. McFarlane stood at the frosted window of the communications center, melting a hole with his hand. Clouds hung heavy over the jaws of Hanukkah, casting a pall of darkness over the Cape Horn Islands. Behind him, Rochefort, more tense than usual, was typing at a Silicon Graphics workstation. The last half hour had seen a frenzy of activity. The corrugated metal shack that shielded the meteorite from view had been moved to one side, and the area above the rock had been freshly bladed down to dirt, a dark brown scar on the white fairyland of snow. A small army of workers swarmed about, each at some obscure task. The radio traffic had been a perfect babel of technical incomprehension. Outside, a deep-throated whistle blew. McFarlane felt his pulse quicken. The door to the hut banged open and Amira entered, a wide smile on her face. Coming in behind, Glinn closed the door carefully, then went to stand behind Rochefort. "Lift sequence ready?" he asked. "Check." Glinn lifted a radio and spoke into it. "Mr. Garza, 5 minutes to lift. Please monitor this frequency." He dropped the radio and glanced at Amira, who had taken a seat at a nearby console and was fitting an earphone. "Servos?" "Online," she replied. "So what will we see?" McFarlane asked. Already he could anticipate Lloyd's barrage of questions during the next video conference. "Nothing," said Glinn. "We're only raising it 6 centimeters. There might be a little crackling of the earth above." He nodded to Rochefort. "Bring the jacks up to 60 tons each." Rochefort's hands moved across the keyboard. "Jacks are uniformly engaging." "No slippage." There was a faint, subaudible vibration in the ground. Glinn and Rochefort bent close to the screen, examining the data that scrolled past. They seemed perfectly calm and unconcerned. Typing, waiting, typing some more. It seemed so routine. Not exactly the kind of meteorite hunting McFarlane was used to. Digging in some sheik's backyard by moonlight, heart in mouth, muffling every bite of the shovel. "Bring the jacks up to 70, said Glinn. "Done." There was a long, boring wait.
"Damn," Rochefort muttered. "I'm getting no movement. Nothing."
"Bring them up to 80. Rochefort tapped on some keys. There was a pause, then he shook his head. "Rachel?" Glinn asked.
"Nothing wrong with the servos."
There was another silence, longer this time. "We should have seen movement at 67 tons per jack." Glinn waited a moment, then spoke again. "Raise it to 100. Rochefort tapped the keyboard. McFarlane glanced at the two faces illuminated in the gleam of Rochefort's monitor. Suddenly, the tension in the hut had risen dramatically.
"Nothing?" asked Glinn, something like concern in his voice. "It's still sitting there."
Rochefort's face was even more pinched than usual. Glinn straightened up. He slowly walked to the window, his fingers squeaking on the glass as he cleared a hole through the frost. Minutes crawled by while Rochefort remained glued to the computer and a mirror monitored the servos. Then Glinn turned. "All right. Let's lower the jacks, examine the settings, and try again." Suddenly a strange keening seemed to fill the room, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was almost ghostly. McFarlane felt his skin crawl. Rochefort was suddenly intent on the monitor. "Slumping in Sector 6, he said, his fingers flying over the keyboard. The sound subsided.
"What the hell was that?" McFarlane asked.
Glinn shook his head. "It looks like we might have lifted the meteorite just a millimeter in Sector 6, but then it subsided and pushed the jacks back."
"Getting another shift,"
Rochefort said suddenly, a note of alarm in his voice. Glinn strode over and peered at the screen. "It's asymmetrical. Lower the jacks to 90, quickly." A patter of keystrokes and Glinn stepped back, frowning. "What's with Sector 6?
"The jacks seem to have locked at 100 tons, Rochefort said. "They won't go down."
"Your analysis?"
"The rock may be settling toward that sector. If so, a lot of weight has just shifted onto them."
"Zero out all the jacks." To McFarlane the scene seemed almost surreal. There was no sound, no dramatic subterranean rumbling, just a group of tense people gathered around flickering monitors. Rochefort stopped typing.
"All of Sector 6 has locked up. The jacks must have frozen under the weight."
"Can we zero the rest?"
"If I do that, the meteorite might destabilize."
"Destabilize?" McFarlane repeated. "You mean, as in tilt?" Glinn's eyes glided toward him, then returned to the computer screen. "Suggestions, Mr. Rochefort?" he asked coolly. The engineer leaned back, licked the tip of his left index finger, and placed it against his right thumb.
"Here's what I think. We leave the jacks as is. Keep them in position. Then we release the fluid from the emergency hydraulic valves on the Sector 6 jacks. Unfreeze them."
"How?" Glinn asked. After a moment, Rochefort replied,
"Manually."
Glinn held up his radio. "Garza." "Roger." "You follow this?"
"Roger that."
"Your opinion?"
"I agree with Jean. We must have seriously underestimated the weight of this baby."
Glinn swiveled his gray eyes back to Rochefort. "And who do you suggest should drain the jacks?"
"I wouldn't ask anyone to do it but myself."
"Then we'll let the meteorite settle back down to a stable resting place, set additional jacks, and try again."
"You're going to need a second person," came Garza's voice over the radio. "That would be me."
"I'm not going to send both my chief engineer and my construction manager underneath that rock," said Glinn. "Mr. Rochefort, analyze the risk." Rochefort did some calculations on a pocket calculator.
"The jacks are rated to stand maximum pressure for 16 hours.
"What about higher than maximum? Assume 100% above maximum."
the time failure rate gets shorter.
Rochefort made another series of calculations.
However, the chance of failure in the next 30 minutes is less than 1%.
That's acceptable, said Glinn. Mr. Rochefort, take a crew member of your choice along. He glanced at his pocket watch. You have 30 minutes from this moment, not 1 second more. Good luck. Rochefort stood up and looked at them, his face pale.
Remember, sir, we don't believe in luck, he said. But thank you all the same.
Isla Desolación, 10:24 a.m. Rochefort opened the door to the decrepit hut and moved the nail kegs aside, exposing the access tube and its halo of bright fluorescent light. He gripped the rungs of the ladder and began to descend, palm-top computer and radio jiggling on his belt. Evans followed behind, humming an off-key variant of Muskrat Ramble. The main emotion Rochefort felt was embarrassment. Brief as it was, the walk from the communications hut had taken an eternity. Although the staging area was deserted, he had nevertheless sensed dozens of eyes trained directly, and no doubt reproachfully, on his back. He had set 50% more jacks than deemed necessary. It was within EES operating guidelines, and it had seemed like a safe margin. But he had miscalculated. He should have invoked double overage, set 200 jacks. But the time pressure had always been there, hovering over everything, flowing from Lloyd to Glinn and infecting everything they did. So Rochefort had suggested 150, and Glinn had not questioned his decision. The fact was nobody had said anything to him about the mistake, or even hinted one was made. But that did not negate the fact that he had been wrong. And Rochefort could not bear to be wrong. He felt saturated by bitterness. Reaching the bottom, he moved quickly along the tunnel, ducking his head instinctively below the lines of fluorescent lights. Chains of ice crystals, formed from the condensed breath of the workers, stuck like feathers to the spars and trusses. Evans, coming up behind, dragged a finger through them as he whistled. Rochefort was humiliated, not worried. He knew that even if the jacks in Sector 6 failed, a minuscule possibility, it was unlikely the meteorite would do anything except settle back down into place. It had sat there for untold millennia, and the forces of mass and inertia dictated it would probably stay that way. The worst-case scenario meant they'd be back where they started from. Back where they started from. His mouth set in a hard line. It meant setting more jacks, perhaps even digging a few more tunnels. He had strongly recommended to Glinn that all Lloyd Museum personnel be left behind, that it should be strictly an EES expedition, that Lloyd's only personal involvement should be to take final possession of the meteorite and pay the bill. For some unknown reason of his own, Glinn had allowed Lloyd to get daily updates. This was the sort of thing that resulted. The tunnel reached Sector 1, then veered left at a 90-degree angle. Rochefort followed the main tunnel another 40 feet, then took one of the side branches that curved around toward the far side of the meteorite. The radio burbled, and he pulled it from his belt. "Approaching Sector 6, he said. "Diagnostics indicate that all jacks in that sector, with the exception of 4 and 6, need to be unlocked," said Glinn. "We estimate you can complete the task in 16 minutes. 12, thought Rochefort, but he responded, "Affirmative." The side tunnel angled around the front of the meteorite and split into 3 access tubes. Rochefort chose the center tube. Ahead he could see the jacks of Sector 6, yellow against the blood-red meteorite. They ran ahead in a long line from the end of the access tube. Walking forward, he examined all 15 in turn. They looked perfectly secure, their claw feet firmly anchored to the base of the wall struts, servo cables running away in rivers of wire and cable. The jacks did not appear to have moved in the slightest. It was hard to believe they were each frozen under 100 tons of strain. With a sigh of irritation, he crouched by the first jack. The belly of the meteorite curved above him, ribbed as smoothly and as regularly as if worked by a machine. Evans came forward with a small tool for unlocking the hydraulic valves.
"Looks like a great big bowling ball, doesn't it?" he said cheerfully.
Rochefort grunted and pointed toward the valve stem of the first jack. Evans knelt beside it, gripped the stem with his cami, and began to turn it gingerly.
"Don't worry, it's not going to break," Rochefort snapped. "Let's move. We've got another 12 waiting."
More rapidly, Evans spun the stem through a 90-degree twist. With a small hammer, Rochefort adroitly tapped out the manual slide on the rear of the jack, exposing the safety plate. A red light went on, indicating the valve was unlocked and ready to open. After the first jack, Evans grew less hesitant, and they began to work quickly in tandem, moving down the line, skipping the jacks numbered 4 and 6. At the last jack, number 15, they stopped. Rochefort looked at his watch. It had taken only 8 minutes. All that was left was to go back down the line, punching the release buttons on each valve. Although the fluid was under intense pressure, an internal regulator would ensure even drainage, slowly easing the load off the jack. Meanwhile, the controlling computer back in the communications hut would be lowering in tandem the hydraulic pressure on all the other jacks. The situation would return to normal, and then all they needed to do was set more jacks and try again. He'd do Glinn one better, set 300 jacks. But they would need at least a day to ferry them over from the ship, get them in place, wire the servos, run diagnostics. They would need more tunnels, too. He shook his head. He should have started with 300 the first time.
"Feels hot in here," said Evans, tugging back his hood.
Rochefort didn't answer. Heat and cold were one and the same to him. The 2 men turned and began walking down the line of jacks, stopping at each to raise the safety plate and push the emergency fluid release button. Halfway down the line, a faint, mouse-like sound brought Rochefort to a halt. Although it was important to begin releasing fluid from all the jacks together, the sound was so unusual that Rochefort glanced down the row of jacks, trying to determine its source. It seemed to have come from the front of the row of jacks. As he looked in that direction, the sound came again, a kind of whispered, agonized creak. He narrowed his eyes. Jack number 1 didn't look right. It seemed oddly crooked. He didn't need time to think.
"Get out!" he shouted. "Now!"
He rose to his feet and sprinted for the access tube, Evans at his heels. He knew that there must be more weight on those jacks than they had guessed in even their most pessimistic assumptions. A lot more weight. Just how much more would determine whether they would get out in time. He could hear Evans running behind him, feet thudding, grunting with each step. But even before they reached the access tube, the first jack gave with a terrifying crack, followed by a second crack, and then a third, as the jacks failed in sequence. There was a pause, then a stuttering series of pops, like a burst of machine gun fire, as the rest of the jacks failed. Instantly, Rochefort was surrounded by blinding sprays of hydraulic fluid. There was a sound like a whir of a vast sewing machine as the tunnel's struts and braces began to unravel. He ran desperately through the spray, the intense force of the pressurized fluid tearing his coat to ribbons and searing his flesh. He calculated that the probability of survival was dropping fast. He knew it was exactly 0 when the meteorite tipped toward him with a great hollow boom, buckling steel as it came, squirting dirt and mud and ice, looming into his field of vision until all he saw was a shining, inexorable, pitiless red. Rollvag, noon. When McFarlane arrived at the Rollvag's library, he found a hushed group scattered among the chairs and couches. Shock and discouragement hung in the air. Garza stared unmoving out of the wall of windows across the Franklin Channel toward Isla de Cite. Amira sat in a corner, knees huddled beneath her chin. Britton and First Mate Howell were speaking in low tones. Even the reclusive Dr. Bramble was on hand, drumming his fingers on the arms of his chair and glancing impatiently at his watch. Of the major players, only Glinn was absent. As McFarlane took a seat, the library door opened again and the head of EES slipped in, a slim folder beneath one arm. On his heels was John Pup-Up, his smile and sprightly step out of place among the somber group. McFarlane was not surprised to see him. Though Pup-Up was disinclined to go ashore, while Glinn was on board the Rollvag, the Yagan seemed perpetually at his side, following him around like a faithful dog. All eyes turned to Glinn as he stepped into the middle of the room. Privately, McFarlane wondered just how hard the man was taking all this. 2 of his men, including his chief engineer, dead. But he seemed, as usual, calm, neutral, unaffected. Glinn's gray eyes flickered over the group. Jean Rochefort had been with Effective Engineering Solutions from the beginning. Frank Evans was a relatively new employee, but his death is no less regretted. This is a tragedy for all of us in this room. But I'm not here to eulogize. Neither Jean nor Frank would have wanted that. We made an important discovery, but we made it the hard way. The Desolacion meteorite is a great deal heavier than any of us predicted. Careful analysis of the failure data from the jacks, along with some highly sensitive gravimetric measurements, have given us a new and more accurate estimate of mass. And that mass is 25,000 tons. Despite his lingering sense of shock, McFarlane felt himself go cold at these words. He made a quick calculation. That gave it a specific gravity of about 190. 190 times denser than water. A cubic foot of it would weigh, good Lord, almost 6 tons. But 2 men were dead. 2 more men, McFarlane corrected himself, thinking of the pathetic litter of bones that had been his ex-partner. Double overage is our policy, Glinn was saying. We planned as if everything would be twice our best estimate, twice the expense, twice the effort, and twice the mass. That means we already planned for a rock that weighed almost this much. So I'm here to tell you that we can proceed on schedule. We still have the means at our disposal to retrieve it, bring it to the ship, and load it into the holding tank. It seemed to McFarlane as if, mingled among Glinn's cool tones, there was an odd note of something almost like triumph. "Just a minute," McFarlane said. 2 men just died. We have a responsibility." "You are not responsible," Glinn interrupted smoothly. "We are. And we're fully insured." "I'm not talking about insurance. I'm talking about 2 people's lives. 2 people were killed trying to move this meteorite." "We took every reasonable precaution. The probability of failure was less than 1%. Nothing is free of risk, as you yourself so recently pointed out. And in terms of casualties, we're actually on schedule." On schedule? McFarlane could hardly believe what he heard. He glanced at Amira and then at Garza, failing to see in their faces the outrage he felt. "What the hell does that mean?" "In any complex engineering situation, no matter how much care is taken, casualties occur. By this stage, we had expected 2 casualties.
Jesus, that's a heartless calculation.
On the contrary, when the Golden Gate Bridge was being designed, it was estimated that 3 dozen men would lose their lives during construction. That was neither cold-blooded nor heartless. It was just part of the planning process. What is heartless is bringing people into danger without calculating the risk. Rochefort and Evans knew those risks, and accepted them. Glinn looked straight at MacFarlane, speaking almost in a monotone. I assure you, I'm grieving in ways you will never know. But I was hired to retrieve this meteorite, and that's what I intend to do. I can't afford to let personal feelings cloud my judgment, or weaken my resolve. Suddenly Britton spoke up. MacFarlane could see outrage glittering in her eyes.
Tell me, Mr. Glinn, just how many others have you calculated need to die before we bring the Desolacion meteorite home?
For the briefest of moments, Glynn's neutral veneer seemed to slip at this salvo from an unexpected direction. None, if I can help it, he said more coldly. We will do everything in our power to prevent anyone from getting hurt or killed. And your implication that I find a certain number of deaths acceptable only shows your ignorance of risk assessment. The point is this. No matter how careful we are, there may be casualties. It's like flying. Despite everyone's best efforts, planes crash. You can calculate the probable death rate for any particular flight. But we still continue to fly. That decision to keep flying doesn't make the deaths any more acceptable. Do I make myself understood? Britton stared fixedly at Glinn, but said nothing further. Then Glynn's voice suddenly became gentle. Your concerns are genuine and understandable. I appreciate that. He turned, and his voice hardened slightly. But, Dr. MacFarlane, we can't retrieve this meteorite by half measures. MacFarlane flushed. I don't want anyone else getting hurt. That's not the way I operate. I can't make that promise, Glinn said. You, of all people, know how unique this meteorite is. You can't assign it a value in dollars, and you can't assign it a value in human life. It all boils down to the one question, which I will direct to you as the representative of the Lloyd Museum. Do you still want it? MacFarlane glanced around the room. All eyes had turned toward him. In the silence that followed, he realized he could not bring himself to answer the question. After a moment, Glinn nodded slowly. We'll recover the bodies and give them a hero's burial when we return to New York. Dr. Bramble cleared his throat, and his querulous Irish voice sang out. I'm afraid, Mr. Glinn, there won't be anything more to bury than 2 boxes of wet dirt. Glinn darted Bramble an icy look. Do you have anything else of substance to add, Doctor? Bramble crossed one green-smocked leg over the other and tinted his fingers. I can tell you how Dr. Masanke died. There was a sudden hush. Go on, said Glinn finally. He was struck by a bolt of lightning. MacFarlane struggled to absorb this. His old partner, at the very moment of making the discovery of a lifetime, struck and killed by lightning. It seemed like something out of a bad novel. And yet, in hindsight, it made sense. The fulgurites he'd seen at the site were a tip-off. On top of everything else, the meteorite was a gigantic lightning rod. Your evidence, Glinn asked. The bones were burned in a pattern that suggested lightning.
a massive charge of electricity passing through the body. I've seen it before, and only an electrical blast on the order of lightning could cause the kind of scaling and shattering those bones evidenced. Lightning, you see, not only burns bones and instantly boils the blood, causing an explosive release of steam, but it also triggers sudden muscle contractions that shatter bones. In some cases, it strikes the body with such force that it mimics, say, being hit by a truck. Dr. Masankei's body virtually exploded. The doctor dawdled over the word exploded, lingering on each syllable with a loving drawl. McFarlane shuddered. "Thank you, Doctor," said Glinn dryly. "I will also be eager to hear your analysis of the biota found in the 80 bags of sample earth we removed from the vicinity of the meteorite. I'll have them sent down to the medical lab right away." Glinn opened his folder. "If the meteorite attracts lightning, that's yet another reason to keep it covered. Let's move on. A moment ago I said we could proceed on schedule. There will, however, have to be some adjustments. For example, the weight of the meteorite is so great that we are now forced to take the absolute shortest path from the impact site to the ship. That means bringing the meteorite through the snowfield rather than around it. The meteorite can only be moved in a straight line, along a slope of constant descent. It won't be easy, and it will mean a lot of cutting and filling, but it can be done. Also, Captain Britain has advised me that a winter storm is moving in our direction. If it stays on course, we will have to factor it into our plans. To a certain extent, the cover will be welcome." He stood up. "I'll be preparing letters for the family of Jean Rochefort and for the widow of Frank Evans. If any of you would like to include a personal note, please get it to me before we dock in New York. And now, one final thing." He glanced at McFarlane. "You told me that the cosite and impactite around the meteorite was formed 32 million years ago." "Yes," said McFarlane. "I want you to collect samples of the basalt flows and volcanic plug beyond the camp and date them as well. We clearly need to know more about the geology of this island. Did your second series of tests bring about any fresh conclusions?" "Only fresh puzzles." "In that case, island geology will be your next project." He looked around. "Anything else before we get back to work?" "Yes, Gov," came the reedy voice from the corner of the library. It was Pop-Up, forgotten by all. He was sitting in a straight-backed chair, hair disheveled, raising his hand and waving it like a schoolboy. "Yes?" Glinn asked. "You said that 2 people died." Glinn did not answer. McFarlane, watching, noticed that Glinn did not meet Pop-Up's eyes in the way he met everyone else's. "You said that maybe some more people are going to die." "I said nothing of the sort," said Glinn crisply. "Now, if we're finished here—" "What happens if everybody dies?" Pop-Up asked, his voice suddenly loud. There was an awkward moment. "Damn lunatic," Garza muttered under his breath. Pop-Up merely pointed out the grimy window. All eyes turned. Just beyond the rocky outline of Isla de Cite, dark against the failing sky, the gaunt prow of a destroyer was easing into view, its guns trained on the tanker. Rollvag, 12:25 p.m. Glinn slipped a hand into his pocket, withdrew a pair of miniature binoculars, and examined the ship. He had expected Vaillanard to make another move. And this, apparently, was it. Britain leapt out of her seat and strode to the window. "He looks like he's about to blow us out of the water," she said. Glinn first examined the masts, and then the 4-inch guns.
He lowered the binoculars. "It's a bluff."
"How do you know that?"
"Check your Slick 32. Britton turned to Howell.
"Slick shows no fire control radar active along that line of bearing."
Britton glanced back at Glinn with a curious expression in her face. Glinn handed her the binoculars. "He's pointing the guns at us, but he has no intention of firing them. You'll notice the fire control radars aren't rotating."
"So I see."
Britton returned the binoculars.
"Stations fore and aft, Mr. Howell."
"Mr. Garza, will you make sure our reception room is ready just in case?" Glinn pocketed the binoculars and glanced at Pop-Up. The mestizo had slumped back in his chair and was stroking his long, drooping mustaches. "Mr. Pop-Up, I would like to take a turn with you on deck, if you please." Pop-Up's expression did not change. He stood and followed Glinn out of the library and down the wide corridor. Outside, a bitter wind blew across the bay, raising dancing whitecaps. Pieces of ice skittered across the deck. Glinn walked ahead, the little old man at his heels, until they reached the great rise of the bow. Here Glinn stopped and leaned against an anchor windlass, gazing out at the distant destroyer. Now that Vallenar had made his move, the problem would be to anticipate his future actions. Glinn glanced covertly at Pop-Up. The only person on board who could shed light on Vallenar was the one he understood least. He had found himself unable to predict or control Pop-Up's actions, and the man dogged him like a shadow. It had proved surprisingly unsettling.
"Got a cigarette?"
Pop-Up asked. Glinn slid a new pack out of his pocket, Marlboros, worth their weight in gold, and handed it to Pop-Up. The man tore it open and tapped out a cigarette.
"Match?"
Glinn lit his cigarette with a lighter.
"Thanks, Gov."
Pop-Up took a deep drag on the cigarette.
"Bit parky out today, eh?"
"Yes, it is." There was a pause. "Where did you learn your English, Mr. Pop-Up?"
"From the missionaries, didn't I? The only bit of schooling I had was from them."
"Did one of them come from London, by chance?"
"Both of them as did, sir."
Glinn waited a moment while Pop-Up smoked. Even considering the cultural differences, the man was remarkably difficult to read. In fact, Glinn had never met such an opaque individual. He began slowly. "That's a nice ring," he said, pointing offhandedly at a little gold ring on the mestizo's pinky. Pop-Up held it up with a grin.
"That it is. Pure gold, a pearl, 2 rubies and all."
"A gift from Queen Adelaide, I presume?" Pop-Up started, the cigarette jiggling in his mouth, but he recovered quickly.
"Right you are."
"And what happened to the Queen's bonnet?" Pop-Up looked at him curiously.
"Buried with the missus. Looked a fair old treat in it, too."
"Was Fueguilla Basket your great-great-great-grandmother, then?"
"In a manner of speaking."
Pop-Up's eyes remained veiled. "You come from a distinguished family." As Glinn spoke, he looked very closely at Pop-Up's eyes. When they flicked away, he knew the comment had had its intended effect. Still, it was essential that this be handled with the greatest finesse. He would have only one chance to unlock John Pop-Up. "Your wife must have died a long time ago." Pop-Up still didn't answer. "Smallpox?" Pop-Up shook his head.
"Measles."
"Ah," Glinn said. "My grandfather died of measles also." This was, in fact, true. Pop-Up nodded. "We have something else in common," said Glinn. Pop-Up looked at him sideways. "My great-great-great-grandfather was Captain Fitzroy." Glinn spoke the lie very carefully, keeping his eyes unmoving. Pop-Up's own eyes slid back out to sea, but Glinn could see the uncertainty in them. The eyes betrayed every time. Unless, of course, you trained them. Strange how history repeats itself, he went on. I have an engraving of your great-great-great-grandmother when she was a little girl meeting the Queen. It hangs in my parlor. For the Yaghan, establishing the family connection was everything, if Glinn's reading of the ethnographic literature was correct. As he listened, Pop-Up grew tense. John, may I see the ring again? Without looking at him, Pop-Up raised his brown hand. Glinn took it gently in his own, applying a warm pressure to the palm. He had noticed the ring the first time he had seen him, drunk in the snug in Puerto Williams. It had taken his people back in New York a few days to determine what it was, and where it had come from. Fate is a strange thing, John. My great-great-great-grandfather, Captain Fitzroy of the HMS Beagle, kidnapped your great-great-great-grandmother, Fuegia Basket, and took her to England to meet the Queen. And now I have kidnapped you, he added with a smile. Ironic, isn't it? Except that I won't be taking you to England. Soon you'll be home again. It was popular in those days to bring primitives back from the farthest reaches of the earth to display at court. Fuegia Basket had gone back to Tierra del Fuego on the Beagle several years later with the bonnet and ring given her by the Queen. Another passenger on that voyage